te center, make it. No te centers. The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Third day of the group and finals day is here again. A really interesting Group E. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to the Serbians. Starigrad not in the running, but the other four teams all capable of beating each other. I think this will be another finals day full of surprises as four teams will race to survive. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket League Group E finals day, and it starts right now. Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is Monday, our first ever finals day Monday with this format. 7 groups, 3 days each, means each finals day in the group stage is on a different day of the week. So it is Group E finals day today. This should be an absolute corker with 4 teams here, all very capable of winning the group. There's really not too much between them. So I can't wait to see who will qualify for Championship Week. And of course, that actually starts 1 week today. So it's going to come around very, very quickly. We'll find out the remaining qualifiers today. And then, of course, on Thursday and on Sunday, St. Patrick's Day, to finish off the group stage. So we start the day with the Eliminator. And it's the 2 teams that finish in 3rd and 4th position. Gozo Zalmi of Malta taking on Forfarshire of Scotland. A little bit earlier, Ian Ramage had the big coin. He's with the captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Gozo Zalmi, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Forfarshire, the away team, you will call. There you go. Andalucía has been called. It's come to Andalucía, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a ball first.
Okay, toss on by Forfarshire, who are going to bowl first.
So Forfarshire won the toss and their captain, the Bison, Jack Hogarth, has elected to field first. At least Forfarshire do get a win. They only had 1 win out of the 3 games they got on the park, so 1 and 2 with a no result in there. Of course, this group was a bit weather affected on day 1. Look, the thing with Forfarshire, they are missing some of the key players that got them to the final of the group last year. Of course, it's exactly 1 year since they were sensationally bundled out of ECL 23 by the Drur side, who would eventually become European champions. But I think their top 4's got a fire. Liked what I saw from Robertson at 4. Look, Wallace at the top. Can he regain the kind of form we saw on opening night? We'll have to find out. But they will be batting second. At least they'll know exactly what they have to do. As far as Gozo Zalmi, well, Push Parajan had one of the all-time great individual games last night, including one of the catches of the ECL, if not the best catch we've ever seen here at the Cartama Oval. So expect him to play a bit of a role. I wonder if they bat him above Lala. Mehboob Ali has really struggled so far with the bat, although he has been pretty good with the ball. And Basil George, a bit of an off night last night. Let's see how he goes this morning. He will be batting first up. Conditions-wise, well, lots of sunshine, which is good news. Expecting a maximum temperature of 19. Currently about 14 to get this one going. And Corey Ruckers, I'm sure you're looking forward to this one as much as I am. The Scots, well, they've got the support. We know that in the crowd. But Malta, they've got a few supporters at home who are cheering them on as well. Which team will survive? We're about to start the journey of Group E finals day. Let's get up to the commentary box now with the news from the toss that Gozo's Army batting first after being sent in by the Scots.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, for that warm welcome on a lovely day out here at Cartama. The sun is shining, and isn't that beautiful pictures here of this lovely little ground out here in Andalusia, Spain, where it is finals day once again. Boy, we've had a lot of finals days, and we've had a lot of excitement in this tournament. Group E has been interesting. We lost a bit of cricket on day 1, but thankfully we've been able to get at least 7 games on in this group. And in the end, we had to say goodbye to Starigrad. Forfarshire, a little bit underdone, you'd have to say, so far in this tournament. They ended up finishing 4th, and Gozo's Army were oh so close to sneaking back into the top 2. And Zishan Khan and Basil George, the regular openers for Gozo. This game, a bit of a toss-up, really. I think Forfarshire showed their batting prowess in that chase yesterday versus BSC. Well, Gozo's Army had a very good win last night over VOC Rotterdam. They Push Parade and bailed them out a little bit. Great to have the school kids here. We have a look at the records. Gozo's Army probably go into this. I'm not going to say what the supercomputer says, but slight favourites, probably after that win against VOC, showing what they could do. Forfeiture are very reliant on that top order, and they do have a lot of spin in that lineup also. Look out for Robertson at number 4, and will bowl some right arm off spin, and their captain, Scott Cameron, handy with the bat, handy with the ball. And Forfeiture on the supercomputer do go ahead on favouritism, but this genuinely could be a 50-50 match. I think Gozo have their noses ahead before they start, but that's just an assumption. It's a tough game to call. One of them will have to go home. And both teams truly believe that if they can put on a good finals, they could go 3 wins on the trot and potentially be back for championship week. A warm welcome to everyone in the chat. Hope you're doing well, and all our network partners, Fancode in India, Streamstar in Austria. We've got Sportsmax in the Caribbean, Sports in France, Fox Sports Australia, La Liga Sports TV, Star Times, and many more. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. This should be a good game. We have 4 very good games today, really. I think this, out of all the groups, this is probably the most wide open Final 4 we've had. There's Stefan Gooch, your standing umpire, with Charles Croucher, his teammate in this one. Umpires have been very good throughout the whole tournament. Scott Cameron's got the ball in hand. Zishan Khan's going to be facing. Looks like it's a deep cover. And deep third man are the 2 boundary riders. So we're all set to go. Finals day. Here we go. Short ball cut away. That could go for 4. And it will go for 4. Nice shot from Zishan Khan, who caught up with it. Cameron banging that one in. Getting that body a little bit looser. And hit away for 4. Nice batting from Zishan, who can be hit and miss sometimes at the top of order, but you just want him. If he's getting bat on ball, usually good things happen. Another shortish delivery, pulled straight to the fielder. They'll scamper through for 1. Oh, direct hit. This will be a little bit close, I think, because I'm not too sure Zishan slid his bat in. Oh, he hasn't sold himself down the river, has he? I think he was trying to avoid the ball as well, and Stefan Gooch has called for the 3rd umpire. So, do we have a moment here? The Scots, they're confident. They're getting in the huddle, and I don't know. He didn't slide his bat. He was watching the fielder throw it. This could be a bit of a blooper here. Let's have a closer look. Throw came in. That's not going to help us. Just waiting to get this replay loaded up. Wow. Just waiting for that replay to load up still. Well, yeah, this is a tough one. Looks like a little bit of controversy here early, and it's going to be given not out. A big round of applause from Gozo's Army, and that would have been close, I reckon. In the end, we have to move on. Anyway, back to the action. Basil George is on strike now. Cameron with the ball. Well, Basil George hits it high in the air. There's a fielder back there. This is really close, and it's going to be 6. I hope he's okay. Got close to that boundary rope there. He's frustrated. Here's Fraser Ross. But I don't think he really had a play on that. It just looped over the boundary. Goes all the way for 6. Nice shot. Basil George yesterday, I think he forgot that he had an offside to play with. This time he remembers. 6 runs. Oh, another short delivery. That's probably the 1 bouncer for the over. So he uses us up now after 4 deliveries. So, bit of a good battle going on here between Cameron and Basil. Basil splices this over, backward point, and that's going to fly for back-to-back sixes in this over. And, well, nice start this. There's been a 4-2 sixes. They're on 17 off 5. Basil George yesterday got a little bit leg side happy. Not today. 2 sixes over the offside. This is a nice start for Gozo's Army. Bit of a splice / wallop at the ball. Doesn't matter, it's 6 runs to the total. And pushes this one into the offside to take the single. So 18 runs will begin this eliminator. Gozo's Army, who was sent in to bat, they'll be happy with that start. Score after 1 is 18 for none. Having a look at the day's play, we have BSC Freiburg coming up against VOC Rotterdam a little bit later. Both teams finishing in the top 2. BSC, the only undefeated team in this group so far, so they'll be feeling confident. I actually think that game's probably the best batting group versus the best bowling group so far in this group. But Gozo's Army and Forfeiture, well, they truly believe they can get through, win this one, and then you'll be versing the loser of Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2 will play the team that's been fast-tracked through to the final. Forfeiture fans are back here in droves. No costumes today, all business. As coming into bowl now, Lyle Robertson. Forfeiture are to go through. Robertson's got to have a good day with bat and ball. Gone. And that's a great start for him. Well, if he has a big day, they have a chance. And he flighted this one up. It was angled in at leg stump. Basil George plays all round it. And the first wicket will go down. Big wicket for Forfeiture because we know how destructive Basil George can be when he's on. And the score is 18 for 1. It's really well bowled for Robson, who came in. Little bit of flight, top of leg stumps, a very loose shot from Basil George. Sort of reaching at the ball, didn't adjust to the pace. You can look at the pitch all you want, but that is a loose shot, and he'll have to go. Coming out at number 3. I was wondering this morning if they were going to change the batting lineup around, maybe Prasath's come up to number 3, or unsure what they were going to do, but they're going to stick to Mahbub Ali, Big Lala we like to call him, who's had a tough old tournament with the bat, hasn't looked his normal self. But I will tell you one thing, if he does get going, he can be oh so destructive. This time, a big slog sweep, sort of standing slog sweep to the leg side. Just the dot ball. Really good start from Robertson, who's attacking those stumps. This time whipped away, straight to square. Oh, they went off for a very tight single. It was misfielded. I think that was King there. That backward square leg. If he had picked that one up cleanly, that would have been tight. Nevertheless, Lala is off the mark. Slapped away, leg side, and Zishan Khan hits that beautifully for 6. It was a quicker ball from Robertson. Actually looked like it shaped away a touch. Nice shot from Zishan, who is all business today, the captain of Gozo's Army. A little bit of a false start there from Robinson. Oh, a fair bit of argy-bargy between the keeper there, Callum Garden, and Zishan. Oh, that is seriously good keeping. Big appeal. Wow, there's a lot going on. I think there's been an appeal for a stumping potentially, but I don't think I saw the bails come off at any stage. There was a huge appeal, whether it skimmed the pad on the way through or the bat. Oh, he's missed the stumps again. Well, if he had got the bails, now this one's been cut straight to cover. Well, isn't that something? Callum Garner with an amazing take through the legs of Zishan, but then he missed the stumps just, and Zishan was out of his crease. Well, plenty of emotions on the line. Both teams desperately want this, but at the end of 2, Gozo's Army 25 for 1. And you look at that table and how it ended up. Gozo's Army got themselves into third. They got 2 wins out of their 4 games, but it wasn't enough to get over VOC, who had 2 no results. And those extra points also helped them get to 9. And for Forfeiture, it was a disappointing day yesterday, but they'll be hoping to come back stronger today and maybe cause a few upsets. Lala facing Hoagie. Lala still yet to really get motoring in this competition yet. They stuck with him at 3. They've trusted the big man. It's going to be a wide delivery outside the off stump, so another run to the total. But yeah, Push Parajan listed at number 4. Still plenty of batting to come. Prasath's in that lineup, and then Anwar as well. Waker Afridi. Another wide to the total. I've already got through Basil George, but Forfeiture will know we need to get through this top 3-4 to get ahead. And wake up Lala, and he does. Nice shot. The man is a mountain. He gets that one away for 6. I think Vinny Sandu was saying yesterday, if he can get one out the middle, it might just awaken the beast. Maybe that's the one he needed. He's honestly a giant. 6 runs. Slapped again. 4. Well, finally the beast has arisen. And a nice shot there. A little bit flatter from Hoagie. Just stand and deliver a 6 and a 4. Good batting from Ali. This one a bit flatter. Nice shot. Slapped over the top. 1 bounce 4. Well bowled. Clever bowling. Slight appeal here from Callum Garden. They will go up and check this stumping because he slowed this one up, Hoagie. Garden was pretty live there. I'm not too sure if Lala's lifted his foot, but we'll have to wait and see. This is the replay. Big shot. No, stayed on the ground the whole time. I think Callum Garden trying to get a little cheeky one, but the camera's doing their job. Definitely not out. 2 balls left in the power play. Flighted delivery, and that is just chipped about 80 metres. And this is the brute strength of the man. We've been waiting to see it. He struggled against pace so far in this comp. He gets an opportunity to face some spin here. This was the wrong and out the back of the hand, and just a chip that went miles. What a shot from the man they call Lala in Malta. 43 for 1. We've got a good game on our hands, good contest. Last ball of the power play. Chipped away, leg side, and 4. So 47 off the power play. Lala finally arrives with the bat in this competition. He's 21. Zishan Khan's 11, and a good opportunity to welcome good friend and co-commentator for the day, Mr. Maximo.
Good morning, buenos dias. Hello to all of our viewers. Hopefully you are enjoying the action so far, and there has been plenty of it in the first 3 overs. Hogarth looked like the one that just got chipped nonchalantly out of the ground. That was large. And then last ball disappeared for 4. So, yeah, give us what you think about this first 3 overs.
Well, an in-form Lala just makes Gozo's Army look even more dangerous, doesn't it? Because you know Push Parajan's in next, and obviously Prasath. Forfeiture, though, I think obviously electing to bowl first. Be happy-ish with this start, but they've got a lot of work to do still, as it looks like Jamie King will bowl over number 4.
I've liked the look of King so far. Starts with a rolling cutter, and it's going to be gone. Fairly simple catch there for Scott Cameron, so Zishan goes for 11. Had a very close call earlier. This time he couldn't be saved. Well taken down there by Scotty Cameron, and the score is 47 for 2.
It's a big wicket. Zishan just clothing that one to deep mid-wicket. It's a rolling cutter, pace off the ball, hits high on the bat actually, and yeah, just didn't get the distance he would have liked, and second wicket will go down.
Safe pair of hands out there. And so King strikes straight away. Zishan, the skipper, we'll have to watch the rest of the innings from the sidelines. Forfeiture strike back, 47 for 2, but this will bring Priyan Pushparajan to the crease, and Probably not enough superlatives to describe how he played last night, Corey.
Yeah, one of the better innings you'll see on the network. He came in with his team in extreme trouble and took VOC down, really. He single-handedly got the team the win. Can Lightning strike twice, and can he go big again?
Yeah. Let's see if he's werewolving and only doing his best work after dark. That catch he took, though, we were talking about it this morning. We couldn't stop talking about it. Running in, people running everywhere.
Sometimes the cameras
straight
don't.
at the ball.
Yeah.
Straight football style. Just incredibly courageous. And he could be gone first ball, and he is. Cricket, the great leveller, just pushes at that. It hangs in the air, and Pushparajan goes for a golden. This game swings around at the start of the fourth. King has 2, and it's 47 for 3.
Isn't cricket just such a leveller? The man that batted so well last night pushes at one and doesn't really try crack it through the covers, just tried to run a single. And always say when you want to hit a single, try and hit deep cover. Don't just try and work it. And in the end, a very sharp take from Craig Wallace at backward point.
Yeah, Wallace is a good fielder. How about King on a hat-trick now? Golden duck for Priyan Pushparajan. And Forfeiture just got a sniff here. They can open them up. Still got a few to go through, though. But as Pushparajan walks back up the stairs, 47 for 3. But I think you're right about it. It's just feeling for the ball there, wasn't it?
Yeah, so many players, they want to get a single, and they just look to push it, hit deep cover. He'll be devastated, and I think Gozo Zami be sweating a little bit in that dugout now. 3 wickets, Vinny, and Prasath comes out at 5.
Jamie King. He's got to touch the old 1800s if you look at him. Look at the old photos of Fred Spofford.
Anyway, hat-trick ball. Can he do it?
Could this be a hat-trick? It won't be, as Prasath comes out. After Prasath, look, we've still got Waka Afridi to come out at 6. He's been pretty destructive. Alban Anwar handles himself pretty well at 7.
But they've got batting to come, but they have lost 3 big fish so far for Gozo's Army, and we know they've been more a batting side than bowling side in this competition so far.
This one knocked down, and Prasath gets off the mark.
That's what wickets do as well, just makes them play a little bit more cautiously, where if they were one down and Prasath came out, I reckon he's trying to bomb that over the leg side for 6. So well bowled so far from King. And can Lala get going against pace? That's what we need to see. Against spin, he's looked okay so far. Different proposition now.
Another rolling cutter that's worked well for him so far.
What's going on with Lala versus sort of mediums and quicks in this tournament?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, he does have that habit, and we'll call it a habit, of trying to drag things leg side. And we've already seen he just chipped one effortlessly over mid-off. So he isn't limited to those strokes. I just think he has to make more correct choices what he's trying in the first place.
I mean, he's missing that by quite some distance.
Well, I think he's gone rolled cutter, and then he's put the pace back on, and Lala maybe hasn't been ready for that. As it's a very good over from Jamie King. Just 1 run off it, 2 wickets off it, and it's 48 for 3 after 4.
Disappointing to miss out on a couple there, Lala, but he's still at the crease. Be interesting to see who they go to now. Looks like they're going to stick with some spin here. Now, interesting option, because I thought Lala played the spin quite well, but maybe they're thinking Prasath, left-handed batsman, let's go to Robertson, who can spin it away.
Yeah, sometimes it's situational. I like that move. Prasath actually has been the ball pretty sweetly.
He's a good player to come out at number 5, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Say hello to everyone in the comment section as well. Enjoying this Eliminator from all around the world. Anyway, this is a Gundy ball. It's going to be a no ball first up.
Well, it hasn't been called, and look, he's taking the catch. They could go for the run out. I reckon this is going to be very close. He's caught it, but boy, that did look high to me live. They've called for a review straight away.
I'm almost certain this is too high. I think the bowler knows it as well. If anything was coming down to waist, or it's above the waist.
The thing is, the one thing working against Prasath is he's quite tall.
Let's have a look at this one.
Oh, that's a no ball. Just on the very first look. I'm going to have to slow it down. Don't worry about that catch. It was a very good catch by Wallace.
Yeah, so one more look, and then Happy has been called now.
Oh, yeah, that's a big no ball. Good work from Spring Media. Well, it's actually Prasath would be disappointed he didn't bomb it for 7.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You know what was on now? I don't know the rules, but Lala was just walking. And if the Wallace had just taken the catch and ran him out, would that still be run out?
technically, it's very situational. Depends if people are acting like the ball's dead or not. But that's a pretty...
Yeah, in all seriousness, Lala was just walking to the other end. So if there was an opportunity there. But in the end, it's a no-ball single, and Lala gets a free hit.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been... The ball would have been live, I would imagine, if the fielders are attempting a run-out. They're within their rights to do that. Anyway, so... Yeah, I think...
Looks like change of the ball as well. That one's might have split open, so new ball's being thrown on.
Didn't hit it that hard. Anyway, so we got a free hit coming. Lala on strike. Again, he's been better against the spinners. I suppose bringing the spinner on for the left hand is one thing, but Lala has looked a different proposition against the spin as well.
Yeah, he's looked comfortable against spin. He'd love to cash in here.
Completely misses it. Good time wasted by Garden.
I don't know if he just not watching the ball close enough from the Lala in Malta.
That might be it. Yeah,
just a simple thing.
Again, you can hit that straight. You can back yourself, give yourself the best chance of hitting it out of the ground, probably with a straight bat there. This time he does drag it, and that's what he's trying to do. And sometimes he's going to get it. A lot of bottom hand in that shot. Maximo for Lala.
Considering you saw how he played Kings over with the pace, you think Forfeiture have gambled to go back to spin here?
Yeah,
I think
it's to do with who was on strike at the start of the over. But
yep.
Then King obviously didn't get it right. Oh, not King, pardon me. Robertson didn't get it right. Now puts the pace on a little bit. Just glance around the corner, so 4 more. So he's finding a way of getting it done at the moment. It's funny that we're kind of getting stuck into a guy who's now 31 off 13. So he's...
Well, we're not getting stuck into. We know he's had a pull, but against pace, he hasn't looked like hitting anything. I think Forfeiture might have misread the room here. It's a high risk to bring him back. I would have stuck with some pace on the ball and said, well, you're not lining that up. But in the end, credit to Lala, who is playing the spin quite well.
Goes for the long ball, and it goes even longer from Mehboob Ali, who launches. That's got some legs. Maximo. Well, Robertson gambles by bowling that from a long way back, probably 2-3 metres behind the line, and it ends up even further away.
Nice shot. That had some hang time. That's 3/4 up the hill, and if you're hitting it 3/4 up the hill, that's a big strike. There's a lot of body weight going into that, Vinny.
Yeah. He's fun to watch. Now he's going to get a big leading edge. Fielder goes back, can't do anything about it, and can't stop the boundary either. Knight with a brave effort, but it's going to be 4 more to Gozo Zalmi, who've taken a bit of the momentum back after they lost it with those 2 quick wickets.
Well, despite the 3 wickets, this cameo from Lala has given them a bit of control again in this game. That one was fortunate. There's so many runs that balloon here. I don't know if I'd be thinking about having someone back for the spin all the time.
We talked about it a bit, if you're going to ball those pace-on deliveries. Anyway, last ball, the 5th. Lala takes it on, but this time finds the fielder. So end of a pretty entertaining first 5 overs of the day, and Gozo Zalmi are 71 for 3. I want to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Rutgers. It is finals day again. Our first ever finals day Monday. That's strange.
Is it a Monday?
It's Monday. It is Monday. I've bet a few people around the world are pretty aware it's Monday. Hey, I've got some birthday shout-outs.
Oh,
Quite a few of them, but let me start. Basil George from Malta. Boom, boom. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday, Basil.
Unlucky Basil.
Tracy Garden, who's Callum Garden's mum in the crowd.
Hi, Tracy.
It's her birthday as well. Happy birthday, Tracy. Also, shout out later in the week, Lindsay, who's Callum's dad, turns 50. So that's later in the week.
Later in the week. We're doing Monday.
They might not, well, they won't be here.
Speed it up, Vinny.
Our Lord and Saviour,
Daniel Weston.
Daniel Weston. Happy birthday, the ECN founder.
Our Lord and Saviour.
Yeah.
He'll be watching in Germany.
Hallowed be thy name.
Yep. Hope you're well, Westy.
Happy birthday. And I know he's spending the time away from the ground just to spend a bit of time with his family, which he doesn't often get to do on his birthday. So to you and to Mookie, to Casper, the whole family, I hope you have a wonderful day celebrating. And I feel like I know what he'll be doing on his birthday.
He'll be tuned in to Gozo's Army versus Forfeiture.
Anyway, this one would have been a big wide. James has come on here. He's dragged down into the pitch.
So it's a fair play to Westy, to be fair. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be standing here, Vinny.
Exactly right. You're a bit surprised they didn't go back to King here after he took 2 for 1 last time he was bowling.
Yeah, a little bit, but
Especially
also you do
Robertson.
need to get your other bowlers involved. James is good enough medium pace, similar to King, actually.
I feel like you bring him on in the next over, though. I don't know.
I don't know if I'm going any more spin while Lala's there.
Prasath.
Now,
Pace is up now.
if Prasath gets going as well, Gozo's Army will be in a happy place because he's very destructive. Usually has a strike rate of around 250. Not a player that takes his time, that's for sure.
Still expected 143 at the moment, goes Azalmi, despite that wobble. South can't time this. James is your archetypal military medium, isn't he?
Oh, you love it. You got to love it.
Comes on, keep her up. It's a squeeze on.
I'm sure on a green wicket in Scotland, a bit of a dibbly-dobbler, be tricky to get away.
A few gremlins in the pitch. Anyway, decent start. Just 1 and a dot. Now it gets bombed. Maximo! That's very Prasath, that one. He's got very fast hands. Not a huge fan of moving the feet, but he's a fan of hitting sixes.
He has this amazing leverage with his hands because he reaches quite a lot. And that is a lovely shot from Prasath, who gets a half volley, puts it away. Who would you say, and you bring up military mediums, who's the greatest military medium bowler of all time?
Oh,
I've got one for you. Adam Dale.
Yeah, he was military medium. I was going to maybe go Andrew McDonald. If you want to stay on the...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bit of Paul Collingwood.
Paul Collingwood. Yeah, give us
your best military
medium. You're like Chris
medium.
Harris, but he's slower than medium.
He was a spinner, wasn't he?
Come back from James in the corridor. South tries to dab it and can't get it.
Yeah, there's a few.
Give it, yeah, that's one for the comment section. Give us your favourite military medium. We always talk about the great fast bowlers, the West Indian fast bowlers, and Shoaib Akhtar and Dennis Lilly and Jeff Thompson and Sean Tate and all these types. Waka Yunus, Wasim Akram. But give us your favourite military mediums. Yep. Oh, he likes it. He's gone. He's caught behind. So a little bit of away movement from James, and military medium does the trick. It's a marvellous result for James as Prasath essentially goes 6 and out in the course of the over, and it's 78 for 4.
Yeah, great keeping from Callum Garden up to the stunts as well. The military medium works, Vinny. We're talking about it. It does the job. Prasath with the feather edge through to the keeper. Forfeiture fighting back.
Apparently it's Annie's birthday as well in the comment section. So happy birthday. And now the present going to James.
Plenty of birthdays going on.
Yeah. I don't think he was stumped as well, but...
It's good keeping though, isn't it?
Might have been. Really good take. Look at it. Let's see where he rides the bounce.
Yeah.
He was quick not to kind of confuse the umpires by taking the bails off. Was committed to it. Like I think that one before. The court was a bit of an afterthought. Anyway. Interesting. They're not going for Afridi just yet.
Interesting. That is very interesting. Is that Rahman who's come out there? For confirmation. Bit of a change in the batting order.
Adnan Anwar's batting above Afridi.
Okay.
Which he would do from time to time. I just think Afridi has been very good in this kind of situation too.
Good game on our hands, Vin. Oh, I think that's one of the ones you want to miss.
Yeah, you want to miss. And Garden probably would have taken it, but probably being the word. It was a bit of a tough one. James has the over bookended by wides that get hit. It's 79 for 4.
Just some comments in the chat saying Ronnie Irani.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Mark Elam, thank you.
Surav Ganguly.
Yeah, he's military medium.
He was proper military
I'm trying.
medium.
You know what? I'm giving extra points for people that weren't like batters that bowled a bit, but like people that bowl the bowlers.
Surav Ganguly opened the bowling in Test cricket a few times, so that counts.
I guess so. But he wasn't going to make team as a bowler, was he? Anyway, this is where you can get in touch with us. You can get me at Mr. Maximo and get Corey at Rutgers _28. And don't forget to
tell us your military mediums.
Yeah, that's what I want. EuropeanCricket.com as well. Anyway, in the air and almost a sensational catch by Cameron, who puts up the periscope, but he can't grab anything. And it's 85 for 4. Maximo to start the 7th over. King does get brought back in this over.
Nice shot, nice shot. Just got enough of it. 52 metres, that 6, and it's 2 metres too many. Zach Swindles in the chat saying Steve Waugh back in the day. Yeah.
Said Rodney Hogg. That's a bit harsh on Rodney Hogg.
Oh, I've just remembered a good one.
Go on.
What's his name? He had curly hair, Zimbabwe, couple of steps, swinger in and out. Whittle.
Guy Whittle?
Guy Whittle. Military meds. What a good... Give me a left arm military medium.
Oh, that's... Yeah.
Did you never see a left...
Nathan Bracken.
No, he wasn't military med. He could touch 130. That's not medium, Vinny.
Oh, that one takes off.
Well, King's not military medium. That flew through.
Yeah, King's fiery.
Yeah, why do you see so many right arm mediums, but not many just left arm mediums. Answer me that. In all seriousness, even at club cricket level.
Good point. Yeah. I know what you're saying.
You never really just see a little left arm. I know one as well. Gavin Griffiths, probably. I just saw him in the chat.
Here's King. Rolling cutter. French cut, Garden. Get across and make the stop.
Gavin's got Dimitri Mascarenas. ECN Robot saying Chris Harris. But Chris Harris was a bit of a hybrid spinner.
We voted that he's slow medium. But anyway, happy birthday, Robot.
Good one as well. Tom Moody. Very military medium.
Military medium.
Imagine if you had your best military medium 11.
King looks like someone who should be in a Vincent van Gogh painting. Anyway, this is going to be across the leg side and it'll just be a single. Anwar gets one.
That's a great shout. Darren Sammy, huge military medium. He was not quick.
Say that to his face.
Okay.
You couldn't. You
Darren, if you're listening.
Yeah, fair.
Good over from King. What a spell!
More.
What a spell from King.
That's a pretty good shot. Look, there's an offside too, and he pops it over the rope. Maximo, 6 runs and finishes the over for Gozo Zalmi. It's 92 for 4 after 7.
The military mediums, I've got another great one. This one from Mike Edwards, great shout. Ian Harvey.
Oh, yeah.
He was
the freak.
He was a gun.
He was called the freak. Yeah. I remember a pretty scathing article when Harvey was in the 50-over team, banning limited over cricket, saying if specialist full toss merchants like Harvey are getting a game for Australia, there's something very wrong with the game. Anyway, today we will get another name added to that list. Tonight, of course, underlights the Group E final. We're no close to knowing who the teams will be contesting. That will be. Here's Hogarth coming back in the 8th. And he gets hit up in the air. Well, this should be a fairly comfortable catch, and it will be. He used his height to perfection there. And so Hogarth strikes, and Anwar goes for 8. Again, a bit curious that he comes out as high as he does. It was well held there by Lewis James. And the score at the start of the 8th over is 92 for 5.
Yeah, Forfeiture just keep picking up wickets at the right time and add a couple of dot balls to this scoreboard, and they'll be feeling pretty happy. Overall, I have to say, it's a pretty topsy-turvy game, 50-50 for me.
Some people have got some left armers.
I know, Chaminda Vast,
too fast.
Too fast for military medium.
Malali, too fast.
What's the pace bracket? Under 150,
like 125.
No.
That's pretty slow.
No,
120.
120 and less.
120, which is about 78.
Okay, so if you're 120 or less, you can be military medium. Deal?
It's about 75. 75 miles is 121.
I know Bracken and Vast at least touch 125s. So, no, they don't count. I want a left armour that was bowling under 120s.
We'll keep working on it. Here's Hogarth, who's definitely bowling less. Toss that one up. Yeah, well bowled. Freedy does come out at the number 7 position. All I can think is they thought it was too early for him to come in. They see him as like an end-of-over smasher.
I can understand
But I still think, who knows, if he gets going, then you'll wish he had more time.
Hey, credit to Lala as well. He's the one player to stand up, and we know he came into today not in the best of form. Can he get to 50?
Good one.
50, Vin.
Yeah, 50 for Lala. Done off 19 balls. That's not a bad knock at all, really, considering sometimes he's looked a little bit out of touch. But he's tracking pretty nicely. And what a big finish, though. Gets a little bit of a smattering of applause around the ground. I probably don't want to distract him.
Well batted, Lala.
Yeah. This one goes straight onto the bat. Hogarth's not really trying to rip a few sideways. It's more like a top spinner, well taken by Garden.
I reckon he might have broken his bat there. He's smacked it into the ground, and he's gone to square leg umpire just to show him. He's gone bang hard into the ground, and the toe of the bat might have blown apart.
Yeah. How often do you see someone break the bat on one that
Oh,
they
look at
don't
this.
hit?
He's putting his teeth into the bat.
Ah, okay.
Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
I think he's put his teeth into the bat to rip a splinter out. Well.
Taking matters into his own hands. Ah, some good ones in here. Gavin Larson, that's a great shout. Can we see anything on the bat here? Must have just been.
Something flew off.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the action.
And Hogarth Won't be able to stop this one. Gets chopped over his head. Not a bad result as well. They've gone from kind of 140s or low 140s expected to high 120s.
We've definitely got a good game on our hands here.
I loved Gavin Larson. Chris Matthews and Lance Cairns, I think, yeah, both probably a bit quicker than that.
Last ball of the 8th. Oh.
Oh, wow. This one has gone very, very wrong. Well, it bounces twice before it reaches the batter, and it never bounces on the field again. Maximo, what's worse, that's a no ball and a free hit to come.
Tell you what, fair shot from Lala as well. You're not expecting this. This is the last thing.
This is why they never needed to change this law. Double bounces are easy to hit. Super easy.
We've never had that before. I can't remember any time. Look at that. 1, 2, shot.
Great shot.
It's a serious shot.
I think double bounces should be legal. Bring them back.
No. Never.
We should get penalised even more. Now,
It's another
one. He's overcommitted. This is turning out to be a disaster because that's going to be 14 and the ball hasn't even happened yet, and there's a free hit to come.
What a boost for Gozo's Army out of nowhere. 14 runs. And can you believe it? Forfeiture was starting to pull ahead. Vinny, you know how if you bowl too many waist-height full tosses, you get taken out the tack. What if you bowl too many double bounces?
I think that's okay.
Well, it's still a free hit. 14 runs.
Check that expected score. All right, we're back to live, and there's another one. And that's also going to disappear. Maximo. Well, it's a magical ball. Never mind a magical over as this disappears.
Wow, that's 20 runs off one ball. I can't believe it. I think that one was just under waist height. The umpires don't seem to be conferring.
Yeah, probably just.
Boy, you're right. It's a magical ball. They've just given 20 runs. What a turn in the game. 150. Now you're looking at that 135, 140 mark. And if they go on to win, Vinny, we'll have to remember that ball was the last ball of the 8th.
Yeah, magical ball.
Magical? Have we ever had a magical
ball?
Well,
Hogarth was 1 for 25 off 1.5. He finishes 1 for 45. So, yeah, that puts him back firmly up in that kind of low 140s.
T10 cricket always amazes me. I don't think I've seen a double bouncer for 6 live in quite some time. There's VOC who've rocked up, ready for the day's action, and BSC who are also rocked up, ready to play a little bit later.
All right, this is the start of a new over.
Credit to Lala, Vinny. I mean, a lot of people in the chat, and a lot of people wondering where had he gone the last few innings, but he has stepped up in a big way.
So, there's some of the kids that are in this morning. Well, your Spanish is pretty good. They're predominantly Spanish-speaking crowd this morning. Corey, sure you'll enjoy getting over there, having a word to them a little bit later. This is hit, and it's hit straight to Hogarth. He comes good at the right time. And that's the end of La, who, well, might have made a few young fans during this innings, but he holds out in the 9th over. It's 116 for 6. This game takes another turn.
Yeah, it does take another turn. Lala couldn't get the elevation on that one he would have liked. He hit it flat to Hoagie out there at deep mid-off, and, well, Lewis James picks up another wicket. It was a pretty firmly hit ball, but just no elevation on it, and he has to go.
Yeah, Lala.
There's the motion sickness view.
Yeah, well, that's actually just the vibrations of Lala walking towards our mobile camera. But good to see him getting a few. Obviously, he's a player we've got to know a little bit in Malta, making his mark here in Andalusia. As he departs, it's 116 for 6, and it's James, the guy that started our military medium conversation. There's been plenty of good ones. Ben Holyoke's a pretty good one as well.
There's been, geez, we've named quite a few. What about like Tony Suji and Martin Suji from Kenya?
Yeah. I also am trying to give extra points to people that weren't even trying to bowl fast. You know, just like giving it up. Anyway, 10 to come. Big swing and a miss. First up, this is Fazil Rahman.
He's missed that by a mile.
Yeah, but he had good bat speed.
Yeah, 1 point for bat speed. Big 9 balls coming up in the context of the game. Gozo's Army at least want 20 off this 9, you'd imagine. Look at this for a shot.
The neck.
What coach's manual is that one in?
That's the Power Drive 300. That's probably wide. Look at the footwork here. This is one thing that I see a lot of the players doing. They're kind of putting their front foot outside the leg stump, make it hard to reach those balls. Normally you do that when you're trying to give yourself room, but you're already getting room. I mean, for most of these guys, they're trying to put the ball well outside the off stump. Look where that left foot's actually outside the tram line on the leg side.
I feel like Roman's high voltage, high time.
Ooh, just takes out his partner, Waka Afridi. It's an interesting one.
Well, I have a feeling his foot's gone over the line here.
It does go over, but is it in the air or does it touch? Yeah, we'll have a look at this on the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions.
Yeah, I have a feeling that his foot's gone over the rope here. We'll have a look. Watch the roll. So he's good there. He's still good there. And then it's the roll. As he rolls, that foot there. Oh, that's close. Keep it going forward. Keep it going forward because that rolls over and there. That's.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think it's one.
Definitely dragged over the line. Good spot. There's good effort down there from Lyle Robertson. But unfortunately, he just ran over the rope.
Yeah, he said he wasn't too short just as he rolled, but good work from Spring Media and the officials.
Roman gets bonus, gets 4. This is probably a wide as well.
Yeah, that is a wide outside the tram line. So bonus runs here for Gozo, who haven't found it easy in all their way, but they look like they're going to get up to a competitive score.
Matt Aravides has a question. Do we have a statistic for the most runs scored off a single legal delivery? That might be it. I don't think I can remember a 20. A 20-run ball. We have... actually, I do. I have an answer. Great keeping. Again, he's running the leg side of the ball and it's getting
I got a message come through. Chrismar Santoki, left arm medium from West Indies, and he was a genuine medium.
I got one as well, and I've forgotten his name. Played for West Indies. I think his name was Bradshaw, and he came in the generation after all the fast bowlers. And then I think, this is the guy opening the bowling now. Come back to me. Another wide. Yep. Just missing. So 28 off one ball, because that was the highest economy rate we were talking about the other day. The economy rate was 168.
You probably have to give up the game after conceding 28 from a ball. Handy runs here for Gozo, just getting a couple of wides. They picked up a boundary.
Ian Bradshaw, and also he's a left armour. Ticks all the boxes. Rahman. I think we're going to need a bigger ball. It's the end of the 9th over. It's 123 for 6.
I don't think he looked like ever getting one of those out the screws anyway. 123 for 6. If they'll take 12 off this over, 135, and then I think we're in for a very enthralling next 10 overs.
Ian Bradshaw played for the West Indies between 2004 and 2007, and his list is in the Wikipedia article as a left-arm fast bowler. I believe that may not be true.
Wiki never lies, Vinny.
Anyway, let's get ready for the 10th over. Intriguing contest.
If they get 12, National Geographic watch. What bird is that, Vin? Sparrow.
Is it?
If they get 12...
There's people in the chat that might know what kind of bird that is. So I'll leave it to them.
If they get 12, I reckon it's a genuine 50-50.
I'm no ornithologist. I think that's the word. Google's getting a workout this morning. Anyway, here we go. Last over. And it's Cameron to bowl. And he gets uppercut. And it's into the gap. And it's going to be out of the ground. Anyway, it's going to be Maximo. 6 runs. And so Afridi makes the pace, and he makes it pretty well.
Well, from what I've seen from Rahman, I'd have Afridi face all 6 balls this over. He's got some serious quality, and that's a really good shot over deep cover for 6. Still 5 balls to go. Now, can they turn this into a magical over?
Edged and gone. Yeah, well, Afridi won't face all 6 balls in the over. He tries to heave this one leg side, gets a healthy outside edge through to Garden. Gozo Zalmi loses the 7th in the last over. It's 129 for 7.
Could be a vital wicket, that Afridi. He wanted to close this innings well, but he'll have to go, and it means someone else will have to come out and try get another 5 to 10 runs. And Forfarshire, every time they've been under the pump, they've seemed to pick up a wicket in this innings.
A question from Gavin Griffiths, the medium pacer you were talking about in the chat, Corey, saying, how much do you think the pass score changes depending on which end we're bowling from here?
Good question. Who cast this? Gavin?
Yeah.
From what I saw at ECC and past things, about 15 runs.
That was what I was going to say.
Yeah, I'd say from the other end, there's a lot more. So when Malik's bowling from the other end, he's getting extreme bounce. He won't get that extreme bounce. So I think that helps batsmen. and it's been flatter. If we went through the almanacs, I think 15, maybe 15 to 17 runs.
Been less heads getting blown off from this end.
You just don't get it.
Bad.
It's
It was good to be a helmet.
So if you bang it in from this end, there's more likely the pull strokes get played a bit easier than the other end that has got a little bit of variable and a little bit of kick sometimes. Kushal has come out here, Vinny, at the back end. 4 important balls left in this innings.
Yeah, we go. Now gets a piece of it, but only a piece, and Cameron will take the catch. So it's going to be another golden duck, and Cameron is on a hat-trick in the last over, 129 for 8.
Yeah, nice safe catch, and these are important dot balls for his team. Kushal looks late on that, if anything, but it's the lower order. They're not usually expected to make runs in a T10.
This is just got a heavy ball again.
Yep.
Loses his weight to the leg side. And Cameron with the big strides, quick to identify the opportunity, does well. And protects the ball as well.
They've got Snoop DeLoop, Yost from Sparta Cricket Club. Colin de Grandhome, military medium.
Oh, yeah, it's good.
That's a good
modern day military medium. I'll go another guy played a little bit of Test cricket, Chad Sayers of South Australia. After your time in Australia, probably. Castro goes without scoring, 129 for 8. All right, here we go. That's it, all right. Raka Mahmood's not the worst. He likes the idea of 2, but Fazil Rahman feels like he's due, so he'll take the strike. Apparently the bird might have been a finch or a lark.
There you go. This
maybe
is why
a dickie.
Our viewers are best in the world, Vin.
Yep.
2 balls left. How hard, on a scale of 1 to 1,000, is Rahman going to swing at this ball?
Probably 4 figures. Anyway, here we go, 2 to come. Oh, might as well run. Oh, he bounced. I think it might have bounced over the stumps. They'll get a bye.
Oh, boy.
The World Bat Speed Championships, I think we might see Rahman
Wouldn't that be a good championship?
representing Malta.
Everyone from each team gets 1 bat and you can swing it as hard as you can.
This is the future. Instead of a golden ball, that's what we'll do. Nice ball, no contact.
And they're not even running.
No. Time to give it up. It's 131 for 8, as the players will just be a bit surprised to hear the call of over, and we go off. So forfeiture, 60-40, I think, in this one, is what the win predictor's saying. 131 for 8. Goes Ozama. It was an interesting innings. I mean, Lala's knock was pretty important. He takes 68 off 23, but no other batter able to get past 13. That was Basil George. And I think, yeah, the Scottish team, they held their catches. I thought they fielded pretty well. And really, game in the balance. 2 teams arrive, but only one will survive in this Eliminator. Great to see the cricket school kids getting involved. And early on, well, it might be Basil's birthday, but he didn't stick around too long, just 5 balls before his bails went flying. And then Lala again looked a little bit at sea against the pace, but he certainly was able to take hold of the spin pretty well. Zishan as well made a 4 and a 6, maybe a little bit lucky to survive a run-out appeal. But then ultimately we saw King come on and picked up wickets in consecutive deliveries. Happened a couple of times during the innings. But a bit of a topsy-turvy affair when you consider the whole 10 overs. Pushparajan went first ball, and so they needed someone to step out. I suppose Lala gives them a shot here, 131. For me, it's slightly unders from this end, but we'll have to see. Remember, there were a few other things that happened. Had the 20-run ball, for example, which certainly didn't help forfeiture too much. But really, forfeiture, it's a real stern test of their batting if they want to survive and go further into the second half of finals day.
Well, it's actually the military mediums that were the standouts. King and James with 2 for 14 and 2 for 16 apiece. The spin got a bit of tap today from Hoagie and Robertson. I thought Robertson bowled okay at the top, but his second over went for a few. This was a wicket, well called out there. Anwar, who was promoted up the order a little bit earlier than we would have thought, had to go. And then Lala, big moment in the game, well caught on the rope. James picking up his second wicket. And 2 for 16 in the end for him. He'll be very happy indeed. And Hoagie, nice safe catch out there. This brought the lower order in, and well, Cameron enjoyed himself bowling to them. They didn't look like they were ready for any pace on the ball. They struggled, but what beautiful pictures of this glorious ground out here in Spain. Andalusia region. It is fantastic. And credit to all the people around that have got this ground looking so beautiful for this competition. We have a quick look at the scorecard. One man, 68 off 23 for Lala. There was a 20-run ball in there. if it wasn't for him, they weren't going to get up to a good spot. Look how many people just contributed with an 11, a 13, an 8, an 8, a 9, a 9 extras. And in the end, that got them to 131. So it's a bit of a peculiar looking scorecard. Mahboob Ali, aka Lala, did his job. Let's have a look at the bowling scorecard, and we were talking about the military mediums, and they delivered. Jamie King and Lewis James, 2 for 14 and 2 for 16 apiece. They were the pick of the bowlers. Scott Cameron, a bit faster than a medium-pace bowler, but he might say, I want to join that group. He took 2 for 25, 131 for 8, probably 5 to maybe 9 runs under par. But we'll have to see what happens in the back end of this Eliminator. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Some nice pictures on your screen as both teams make their way out to the middle. This will be a really interesting back 10 overs. In the Eliminator, we're going to have to say goodbye to the Scottish champs or to the champion team from Malta. The Maltese team had to wait 12 months to come here after qualifying last February. Can you believe it? But these teams desperately want to get into a qualifier later today. They both believe they've got the capacity to do it. For me, this top order is so important. Forfeiture, pretty reliant on that top four of Callum Garden, Craig Wallace, Robertson at 4, and you'll probably see Scott Cameron at 3. Overall, Gozo's Army, I think they'll feel a little bit like maybe they left 10 runs out there, but they did recover well. Big Lala, who's going to open the bowling here. There's the top scorer, there's the keeper. And then Anwar. This should be a really good game. Going to be sad to say goodbye to another team in this edition. There's the kids. I think Mr. Maximo is trying to get everyone under control for a bit of a special presentation later. And just shows it's not always easy. But anyway, welcome back everyone in the chat. Welcome back all of the viewers around the world. And all our network partners. We're here to go. Lala, ball number 1 in the run chase. Oh, play and miss. Play and miss. Dot ball. A lot of pressure for Gozo's Army. I think in this tournament so far, with the bat, they've been impressive, but with the ball and in the field, not so much. So they'll know they have to be on their game. Wallace has been very good in this tournament as well. He's their best batsman in this lineup, you'd have to say. A lot of experience. It's going to be a wide down the leg side. Misses out on that one. Yeah, big welcome back to our network partners, Fancode India, Fox Sports Australia, and plenty more. Hope you're doing well. Sportsmax in the Caribbean. It's finals day. Once again, every 3 days we've had finals day so far. We've been treated to some really good finals days. Highly enjoyable. This is the conclusion of Group E today. Hit hard, down the ground, 6 runs, and he was sitting back, Wallace. Now this is the thing, when you open up with Mahbub Ali, he has a tendency to bowl back of a length. It's a lovely shot. And Wallace, well, he eats that for breakfast, doesn't he? Back of a length, he stood tall and just powered it down the ground. Back of a length, stood tall, almost baseballs it straight. He's going to come around the wicket here, Lala. This is an interesting move, didn't expect this. Swept hard, there's a fielder out there. Prayan Pushparajan is that fielder. He is a gun out there. They're going to come back for a tight 2. And, oh, does the ball go onto the stumps? It does, so Stefan Gooch wants to have a look at this. I'm pretty sure he will save. So they're looking at the run out. Good work from Pushparajan. He at least saves a couple. Let's have a look. Came the throw. It was a good throw. Let's have a closer look. Probably need to slow that right down. Does he have the ball as well? Something we have to have a closer look at. So where's the bat? Where's the ball? The ball's in his hand there. The bat's not grounded. Oh, well, that's super close. Very close indeed. This might tell you, is that bat grounded? The ball's probably just in his hand. This is close. Bat's not grounded. Bat's not grounded. But does the... Oh, well, is it his finger takes the stump? I don't want to be an umpire on this one. I think his bat's in the air, but I'm not too sure if the ball has hit the stump. The bat's definitely in the air, but the ball's in one hand. Yeah, keep slowing that down. And he's... Oh, I don't know. The bat's in the air, but is the ball on the hand and the hand touching the bail? It might be out. Very difficult to tell. And it is out. Well, can you believe it? Great work from Spring Media. He didn't slide his bat. And Pushparajan, sensational fielding. Mahbub Ali, pretty clever as well, had the ball touching his hand and actually got his left pinky to flick the bail off. And Garden's going to have to go. Great work from Spring Media. I think the right decision's been made, but it was very, very tight. Maybe we can have a look again. I think the right decision's made in the end. It was very tight. I guess it's one of those ones. We'll have another closer look. So the bat's in the air, so we know he has nothing behind. But I guess the question was the ball touching his left hand as it hit the stumps? Whoa. Thankfully, I'm not an umpire. Well done to that man. I mean, let's just talk about Push Parajan in the field. He has this knack of taking catches and run-outs. And, well, a wicket's gone, and in comes Scott Cameron. Hit around to Push Parajan. I don't know if people got to tune in last night to the evening game, but that man took one of the best catches I've seen live. He hurdled his body in about 30 metres and took a crazy catch next to the bowler. That's a big wicket because we know that for Forfarshire, they're pretty reliant, you'd have to say, on the top four mostly, but they do have some batting depth. Cameron comes out, very good player. So it's going to be Cameron and Wallace now at the crease. That was a diamond duck as well. Well bowled. Well bowled coming around the wicket. I think Lala's lost a little bit of confidence from bowling over the wicket. It seems to have been getting it too short. A few people in the chat saying good call. Some people saying too close to call. I guess at the end of the day, one thing, if he had a slid his bat and ran straight, it would have been safe. Edge gone. Lala picks up another big wicket. Cameron has to go, and Lala has woken up today. He batted beautifully. He took a risk. He came around the wicket, and he's bounced Cameron out with a feather edge through to the keeper, Anwar, and Forfarshire on the ropes early. Lala pumped up. You can feel it in the air today. These teams desperately want to get through. And Forfarshire, a little bit on the ropes here. There's the edge. Nice, safe catch. And Moira isn't going to drop that. And 9 for 2. Disastrous start. That man on your screen has had a pretty good elimination final. Carried the team with the bat. And a good start with the ball. So we get into over number 2. A lot going on around the ground. Wacker Afridi's got the ball bowled sensationally last night without luck. Oh, little bit of shape, a bit of a yes-no. Here comes the throw. Bang, into the stumps. Gozo Zami are pumped up at the moment. We're going to get another run-out look. So I think he's safe this time. Probably just a look from Charles Croucher to make sure. But boy, Gozo Zami are revved up out there. That was Rahman who pinged it in. He hit the stumps. Fielders are going back to their position. And that bat is grounded safely, so we can move on. Just want to, it's always good for the umpires just to double check, because you never know, especially with direct hits, but that'll be a single. Wallace and Robertson. If they're going to get these runs, this is the partnership that need to start getting some boundaries. Wide, and they'll sneak a one. Direct hit could be trouble. Not a direct hit this time, so 2 free runs to the total. Oh boy, there is something in the air at the moment. This eliminator feeling pretty spicy. Nice shot. Going to be a dot ball as Zishan Khan hovering at mid-off with Gore. Double fake throw from Zishan. He's an angry little man. A good opportunity to welcome back someone who is watching from the sides quickly. Vinny Sandhu, what a start.
Yeah, well, it takes one to know one, firstly, on the description of Zishan.
10 times bigger than him, Vinny.
You wish. Anyway, here's Wallace facing up. Yeah, he misses this one. Yeah, that run out was super interesting, wasn't it? The laws say that, so a couple of things. Obviously not grounding his bat is a bit of a basic error.
He was out of the crease at the end of the day, but whether the hand was touching the ball and...
If the hand is holding the ball, I think it was the right decision when I looked at it. It was just the fingers of one hand, but it wasn't the dominant hand holding the ball, but if you're holding the ball in both hands, then it doesn't matter which hand breaks the stumps, basically. So
yeah, I think there must have been a finger there now, but push Parajan, the stop at deep mid-wicket, and then to hit this right next to the stump. He is a freak of a fielder.
Back, baby. Well, all right, Forfeiture backs to the wall now. Afridi, good start to his over, 4 off 4. Robertson impressed me yesterday. Plays around the wrong line here. Maybe a little bit of a way wobble from Afridi.
Yeah, Afridi just a bit frustrated, hasn't got a wicket because he's actually bowling another very good over. He had a bit of hard luck last night as well. A lot of edges off his bowling.
As far as the grounding the bat, though, I can understand people not wanting to ground their bat on the grass because it can plug, but then I think you've got to run on the artificial surface.
If your wicket's on the line, you have to try
but
it
the thing
anyway.
is, but as a strategy, it's difficult because if you ground it short of the line, that might be it. The bat will never go. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. Lala, probably not the guy you want to try and turn on his heels and go. It's going to go to the boundary. Robertson's off the mark. And Afridi will go for 8 in the second. In the end, it's 17 for 2 after 2.
In that theory, though, Vinny, you're better off trying to plug it just over the line by like a little distance. So then if it does plug, if you're going to plug it just over the line, so at least you're still safe.
Yeah, true. But, I mean, your best strategy is just run on the pitch.
Yeah, of course. But that's cost him his wicket. He was in by half a foot, but just didn't ground it. 17 for 2.
So a rare diamond duck.
Yeah, it was.
For Garden.
Well, this is the partnership, isn't it? You and I have been talking that Forfeiture this year, missing Leask, missing a couple others. Probably heavily relying on the top 4.
Yeah, Leask and Barwell.
Yeah.
2 from last year that I think
so this is the
they
partnership.
might get back, actually, if they qualify, but it's looking a long way off at the moment. This is how things finished after the group stage. Of course, we had those 3 matches that were washouts.
Pretty crazy, isn't it? Because Gozo's Army actually got 2 wins but finished 3rd.
Yeah.
It just shows you how peculiar this sort of group's been. As Sharjeel bowls over number 3.
Yeah, and well, Shy comes in. They've got a single. VOC, though, they had 1 more washout than everyone else, so that's why they get the point for that. Plus, they had that good bonus point win, so that's why they do finish tied. And to be honest, Gozo's Army are only 4 runs away from second place. That's how it worked out last night. If VOC had scored 1 less boundary, then they would have lost the net run rate advantage. Sharjeel gets a thick outside edge. It's going to run away for 4. So look, that 130, it's very different to chasing kind of 150, 160. You can kind of recover from suboptimal start, which is what they've had so far. It's 22 for 2 after 2.2.
Homage to Richie Benno. Yeah, you can recover. That's true, Vinny. It's not like it's a 150, 160. So
we saw Forfeiture coming home with a wet sail yesterday, but wasn't quite enough to get the win. Oh, another edge. Well, who cares? There's going to be 4 more. Robertson teases the short third, 1 to the right, 1 to the left, and consecutive boundaries for the Scottish.
A lot of runs fine through there as well. I mean, you've got to have your third. If he's in the ring, extremely fine. This was the one before, went on the other side. But back-to-back boundaries. And a little bit of pressure brewing on Sharjeel here, who hasn't been perfect with the ball in this tournament so far. A bit of hard luck for him so far in this over.
This was beautifully hit. There's no edge about this from Robertson. Looks a good play, you know, need a partnership. And the beginnings of one here as Robertson hits another 4 through the offside.
That gets the crowd cheering a bit as well. They start to believe a little bit more. Sharjeel over pitched. He's always trying to bowl very, very full. Just has to try and get one on a good length here. Very nice shot though, isn't it, from Robertson, who's looking good for 16 off 5.
Whereas they have struggled a little bit with their bowling depth. We've seen that in this series. Ooh.
I think that's okay. He came charging down.
Yeah. Looking around saying, hey, how's this for height? Probably have a look at it. It's, yeah, Sharjeel just over pitching.
I'm going to have a quick look at the side on. He did charge down the crease.
I mean, it's probably below stump high. Just tell me. Maybe have. Let's have a look at it here. Probably at the crease, it's okay.
Yeah.
As it passes him, it's probably waist height, but when it passes the line, it's below for me. That's good shot of it there.
Yeah, right decisions made. Fair enough that the umpires wanted to have a look. Last ball this third over.
We'll get one here. So Robertson will retain the strike. As this game hangs in the balance, Shachil goes for 14 in the third over. End of the power play. It's 31 for 2.
Yeah, probably the middle overs are the key here. I mean, Gozo haven't really had people in the middle overs that have held it together. Push Parajan's been okay. They might go back to Kushal with his left arm off spin, who's been hit and miss. Also, you could go to Rahman with his sling. And you've got to wonder about that 20-run bowl. How much will that come back to haunt Forfeiture? Looks like they're going to bowl out a key bowler here. And, this is a little bit of a risk to bowl him out early, but he's a good bowler with the new ball. Wacker Afridi bowling his second. I don't mind this from the skipper as well, Zishan Khan. Probably saying, if we break this partnership, we get ahead.
Get him while he's hot. You've got other bowlers you might be able to use at the end that you're thinking, okay, they like him with the new ball. First one, turned away to leg. The idea just getting as far ahead in the game as you can and then see if you can hold on with the remaining bowlers. And we'll probably see Lala. We'll see Lala's got a second over. We've got something like Kaushal, left armour. You've got Fazil Rahman. We've got some other options that we haven't really seen bowling yet.
Oh, yeah.
Lifted up high and out of here. Well, that's what Wallace can do. He does have the power. Maximo! Forfeiture put that one out of the ground and grabbed 6.
What a shot. What a shot from Wallace. And it was in the slot. He gets it away. Handy 6 runs for Forfeiture. Long way to go in this game.
Yeah, well done. Deep in the crease there. Back foot well behind the line, and that one sails. Just giving a little bit of length there from Wacker Afridi. That's the difference between bowling one that the batter can get under and one that he can't. Yeah, I was going to say they've got other bowling options. Push Barajan obviously is one I think we all see, but Basil George does bowl sometimes. You've got Prasath, although I know he's had some injury issues. He was one of the military medium ones that people put in, Varun Prasath. I like that.
Well, this is a good matchup. Craig Wallace, 32 ODIs, 21 T20s, 8 first-class games, and he's a player of serious pedigree for Scottish cricket. And this Freedy, who's a good bowler.
They're playing against a guy who missed the Euros of cricket because he left his passport on top of a car that then drove off. It's not something you see every day. It's good to have him back here. All right, in the air. This is going to be safe. How far is it going? It is going to plug. It'll just be reeled back. That's a good bit of work to save the 4. That's Waka Mahmood that makes the top. Gets some good clean contact on this slap back.
Yeah, he does. Really good work from Waka Mahmood. They're going to check it, but I'm pretty sure this was okay. Well done.
Clean as you like.
Brilliant work.
Yeah, excellent work. Yeah, Waka Afridi, what a story that was. He left all his identity documents on top of a car in Sweden. Yeah, that's why we didn't see him at the Euros.
What do you say to the consulate?
All right,
huge moment.
Who wants it? Keeper's ball, big moment. Oh, he's didn't drop it. It went back on him at the last moment. It's a huge moment because Wallace gets dropped. Anwar camped under it, but he'd run too far. And they had lots of people around him, but no one at 12 o'clock. It's the end of the 4th over, and it's 41 for 2. High drama in Cartama.
That could have been the moment. They brought Afridi back to get Wallace out, and he gets a life. It went miles in the air, but the keeper's got to catch that. Anwar just couldn't read it. Oh, no, Vinny. Huge moment in the game. Loose stroke, try to smack it to the leg side for 6 miles in the air. The keeper never looked comfortable. Too many chefs in the kitchen as well. And in the end, it's dropped. And Afridi, the bowler, is not happy.
No, it was keeper's catch.
Oh, Hoagie knew it was a big moment. Push Parajan's got the ball. Oh, look at this. I like this field for Push Parajan. The keeper's back, and they've got to fly third because he bowls rapid.
He's bowled
2 steps.
He's a hybrid, we called him. Does bowl a fair bit of seam up sometimes, but yeah, these kind of, hybrids. They're not spin, they're not pace.
Smarter field.
They're pre-uns.
Yep. better pre-uns. I like that.
So why is the keeper back? Short answer. They feel that there's more chance of like a thick edge. They don't feel that batter's
the
going
thing
to charge.
is, if the keeper's up and there's a thin edge, it goes for 4. And now the helmet comes on and the keeper's going to come up. I would leave it.
Yeah.
I mean, is he going to get a stumping off a bowl like this after dropping that catch?
It's another mode of dismissal you're opening up that can happen. So I can see it both ways. Maybe it was specific to that first ball. They knew it was going to be a quick one outside the off stump. And they'll say, come up. This one cramps him for room because where he ended up. And so Wallace will get a single.
That dropped catch, Vinny, really keeps this game open. If that's caught, I think Gozo Zami are in control. But these two still at the crease, both in now as well, importantly.
This is strange. It comes down to expectation. You're setting up for something that's spin, but it's not spin, and you end up getting rushed, even though I wouldn't say he's picking fast bowler.
And every now and then he'll slow one up just to play with you a little bit. Well bowled.
Really got the ball in the string at the moment, Push Barajan.
I can't believe they didn't bowl him on day 1 in that first game, because this man is just a clever, clever cricketer.
Okay, you're very faint there.
What's very faint, Vinny?
Now, I can tell you it's 4.
You just said something very faint.
Did I? The buttons are going haywire this morning, but anyway, I can tell you that's 4, and it's one that Robertson does get hold of. Similar kind of line. But this time he gets some bat on it. Badly needed boundary for Forfeiture.
Feels like we're on for a big finish in this eliminator. They've moved another man from the leg side to the offside, trying to plug that gap. If he's got a ramp, could be the time.
Steps across, can't get it. Still funny at the moment, aren't they? We know what they can do. Seem to be chewing up a lot of dot balls. Seem to be not making contact with a lot of balls. Last ball of the 5th. Oh, that could be wides. Well, that's actually going to be 2 wides because they've got the very fine third back for the edge more than anything, but it also guards against that. So 2 to the total, and one will be re-bowled before we get to the end of the 5th over.
He's already bowling it as well. Very, very quick through his action.
Yeah. We have one clipped away for a single. So we'll bring up the 50, but plenty to do. They'll need 82 in the second half to stay alive in the tournament. Forfeiture 50 for 2. As we welcome you back into the Dreambox. Great to have your company as always. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Corey Ruckers with me. Every finals day has delivered drama-wise, storyline-wise. 4 teams here. 3 very good teams will be eliminated from the competition today.
Yeah, I think out of all the groups, obviously this is Group E, this is the most wide open of the 4 finals teams. I think we always had maybe a slight favourite. Maybe they were lost as the underdogs and things like this. But these 4 teams flip a coin because I have no idea who's going through this time.
Yeah, that's why it was so important, I think, to get the double chance. You only have to win 2 games rather than 3, although we have seen it done before. I just think it's a bit different to when old Victorians of Jersey got through in Group C. Against the Bulgarians, I think they were very, very heavy favourites. Well, I don't think any team today starts very heavy favourites. Maybe slight favourites on current form more than anything else. Anyway, settle in because it's going to be a big day, and ultimately we'll have our 5th qualifier for Championship Week decided. Kaushal comes on now. His left arm spin, and he's hit out of the ground. Maximo! Well, they need something to happen here, don't they? Change of pace, change of luck. More of a genuine spinner compared to Push Barajan that pushes most of them through. A tough start for the lefty. Nice shot, though, by Wallace.
Oh,
He's on borrowed time at the moment, isn't he, Craig?
This was a risk, bringing the spinner onto these 2 players. Big over.
Yeah, he tempts him into that. That was a little bit shorter, a little bit wider.
Good comeback.
Yeah, very good comeback.
Well, this could easily be the 20 run over they were looking for. Huge moments in these next 4 balls, it feels like. Wallace has been very good against spin.
It's drawn into this as well, but can only drag it down to long on for 1.
It's the 1. Both players, the key partnership are in though. Forfeiture truly believe they're in this contest. Good game of cricket to start off on a Monday.
Yeah, right, Robertson gets an opportunity. And he goes after that, and he finds the gap. He's going to get 4. It's all about the placement, whether it was deliberate or otherwise. Just kind of punches that, makes decent contact. If there was a fielder on that line, it's probably straight down his throat, but instead, it's 4 runs.
Lovely shot. And just timing. Just timed it over cover through the V. High elbow. Good to watch.
That goes on the charge. He's going to get 4 more here. Again, placement. That one did seem a bit more deliberate. Didn't get a lot of it, but gets it around Lala. Back-to-back boundaries. Koshel's over's gone for 15 with the ball remaining.
Yeah, game on. This was a high risk to bring Koshel on now to these 2 set batsmen. It hasn't paid off. 15 off 5. Can they turn into a 21 run over?
Now that looks good. That looks really good as Koshel goes magical. Maximo! 21 come off the 6th and Forfeiture 71 for 2.
Yeah, took a risk, and they've done this a few times, Gozo Zami. They sort of get ahead and then they turn to spin. It hasn't worked out for them. And Kushal is a bit slower in the air sometimes compared to other left-arm offies, and it's paid the price again.
Look at the style Robertson's exhibiting there as well. How many times have we seen guys wanting to jump across, just looking almost exclusively for that leg side?
But this is back to a 50-50 now. Game on.
Decisions to make. Who to bowl, when to bowl them. Might have to change that ball. Might have land on the road. Couple of ducks up there. Not the ideal start, but very, very capable 2 at the crease at the moment for Forfs.
Well, they're going to go back to some pace now, and this is a little bit of Rahman. He's pretty quick through the air. There's a little bit of a show for a... Wow. Hello. Monday morning, Vin.
Yeah, well, that'll get the crowd fired up. Tell you what, he's only allowed 9 seconds with the shirt off before he risks permanent skin damage here in the Costa del Sol. Anyway, he's all good. Hot stuff from Wallace.
Very nice indeed. Just a bit of a breather while there was a bit of a change of shirt, I think. But this is a big moment. They have really struggled with the 5th bowler, 4th bowler all tournament. Rahman's been given the ball. He has to deliver here. He has to deliver a couple of good overs for Gozo's Army.
Well, Ewan Butterfield in the comment section saying that's a thing of beauty. I don't know if he was talking about the elevated cover drive off the last ball of the over or the Baywatch style behaviour of Wallace at the end of the over. Anyway, crazy. All this journey to get here. These 2 teams, Gozo's Army qualified for this ECS almost 12 months ago. In fact, more than 12 months ago now. And Forfeiture, obviously, journey of many, many months. And it comes down to the next 4 overs. It's going to start with a 6. New over. Fazil Rahman comes on and disappears over the trees. Maximo! Forfeiture up to walking stick 77.
Yeah, taking control of this fixture, aren't they? That dropped catch, Vinny, could come back to haunt them in a big way. They have struggled massively with the 4th, 5th and 6th bowler, and it could cost them this game.
Forfeiture, they have kind of struggled once you get outside their top 4 as well, which would have happened.
If they don't take a wicket, these 2 will see them home. You've got to take a wicket somewhere.
Good shot. First up, Rahman. Maybe just has lost a little bit of his natural zip. I've seen him probably bowling a bit more fluently than we've seen this week.
I think a few of the ball boys out there saying the ball's stuck up in the trees.
Yeah, need to go full. People that climb coconut trees, have you ever seen them?
Yeah, I have. Is that the noise it makes?
That's exactly how it sounds.
Oh, okay. Anyway, huge pressure on Rahman here. Look, he's a slingy sort of bowler. He's just got to not bowl half volleys.
He's not really a Yorker exponent either.
No.
Now he's going to get bombed again. Well, there we go. If it's not Yorker, it's slot, and Wallace puts him into the clouds. Maximo, back-to-back.
Yep, back-to-back 6s, and oh boy, they're under the pump. Right now, Forfeiture are making a run at this, and with these 2 at the crease, they could do it for sure.
It was 5 balls, 5 consecutive boundaries. Because Kaushal, second half of his over, went 4-4-6 and then 6-6 to start this over.
Why wouldn't you in a chase like this bowl your best 8 overs up front? Top 4, 8, because they haven't, every time they've gone to 5th and 6th in the middle, then you're choking. And give them the 5th and 6th bowler 60 runs to play with at the end.
Maybe, but that's assuming that your first 4 bowlers are able to keep it in check.
Well, the first 4 for Gozami have been pretty good all tournament. I mean, Lala's still got 1 up the tank. Push Parajan could have bowled 1 of these overs. It's their main pair. So,
I suppose the other thing, Push Parajan did seem to have the measure, so to speak, in that over.
Yeah,
Robertson
100%.
just kind of sneaking through a few dot balls. And you never know. Quite often you bring back the same bowler and they go the journey. So, time will tell. Rahman
back to the wall for him now. It's gone out of the ground twice.
Wallace is looking very good now also.
Slightly slower ball, but he picks it, he smacks it as 3 in a row. Maximo! New balls, please. Rahman, 18 off his first 3. He's only halfway through the over.
Arguably the worst 3 balls he could bowl. 3 step hit balls at the stumps. Just bowl wide of off stump or something. All 3 balls have gone straight at the stumps. They're all half volleys. I think Zishan Khan's gone up to now. All he has to try and do is bowl a ball outside off stump at least. I mean, this is slot.
Rolls the fingers on this slightly, I think.
Hit me.
Well,
Hit me,
Wallace
please.
is striking at 600 since he took his shirt off.
Oh, no.
Now it's just a help yourself as well. 1 bounce this time. Clever batting by Wallace. He brings up his 50. An important one for Forfeiture. Brings it up off 23 balls.
Right now, the last 10 balls, Gozo's Army have thrown this game away. Well batted, Wallace, 51 off 23. The 2 main men at the crease, a big partnership, the drops catch, but it's all Forfeiture now. Oh boy, Gozo's Army, you've misread the room in a big way here. They need a wicket.
Change of approach, and so he goes with it. This one doesn't quite carry.
Funny what a ball outside off stump can do.
Yeah, change of angle as well, maybe helping. Back down to 12 and over.
Well, you've got to go your spearheads next. Let's have a look. Lala and Push Parajan have to bowl the next 2 overs, and then you've got to hope that Sharjeel can bowl a good last, but they need wickets.
Robertson, can he step up? He gets the ball that he probably should have put away, but the inside edge is onto his pad. He'll have to be happy with a single.
Yeah, that'll end the over. So once again, the 5th and 6th bowler getting spanked around here as we have a look at what's coming up a little bit later.
Yeah, not too long actually until we get into this one. About 30 minutes from the first ball. BSC Reberger of Germany have been very, very good so far, undefeated through their 4 games. Although one was a washout, taking on VOC Rotterdam, who had 2 washouts, but with the 1-1 record, they end up sneaking into 2nd place despite the loss last night. They only got there by about 4 runs worth of net run rate. So VOC won the toss and elected to bowl in that one, which means we'll see the Germans making first use. Join us for Qualifier 1. The winner of that game straight through to the final. The loser of that game will play the winner of this game in Qualifier 2. All right, they do go back to Push Parajan. 3 overs to go. There's VOC getting ready.
Yeah, they'll be pumped up for today, for sure. Anyway, Push Parajan's turn now. Well, if there's one man that could do it, it's Push Parajan. If he can bowl a good over and pick up 1 wicket, they need 1 wicket, and maybe the game changes again.
Good over. Might bring this back to a 50-50, going to the last 2. This is hit straight at Lala. Well,
he's
going to be run out.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Bonus wicket, well bowled from Push Parajan. It was a bit of yes, no, maybe. It's a dot ball and a wicket. Great result for Gozo's Army.
Yeah, it was probably an unnecessary one. And by probably, I mean definitely. Let's have a look at it on the replay. He just maybe was it Wallace that just takes off here? He actually looks at Robertson to say, hey, you're coming or not? But he's gone by a long way in the end. Again, pretty smart stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Foot landed pretty good.
Yeah, but look how he gets back in time.
Yeah, very smart.
Yeah, Push Parajan, bowling what he's bowling at the moment. He's not falling through too far. Got by about a metre.
Where's Varun Prasath's bowling? Has he got an injury?
He's always been struggling with injuries in the last couple of years. Right now, though, got to say, Robertson gets him so far, 37 off 18. Goes to a slight miscommunication with himself, I think. And it's 95 for 3. Tom Knight comes to the crease at number 5. Interestingly, bats above Hogarth in this game.
Yeah, interesting. But still Wallace is there, and Wallace is the key.
He's on strike.
Batting. Oh. There was no 45 anywhere near the middle of bat. That was 4.
Yeah, interesting analysis, and you're right.
Well bowled, though. I mean, this is Push Parajan, again, just showing how simple it can be to keep a simple plan.
I imagine they normally bowls off a longer run in Malta. Down the ground, Zishan attacks it, fumbles it.
What an over. What an over.
Going to be a single.
What's that, 3 singles off the over and a run out?
Yeah, just 2.
Just 2. I mean,
So
if he
it's
can
got
get...
Dot, run out, 1-1.
If he can get this ball to Wallace without conceding a boundary, he's likely going to win this over in a big way. Huge delivery.
Wallace gets him for 6. Maximo! Oh, it's been a brilliant innings from the experienced Scotsman. As he reaches, he fetches that one from outside the off stump and gets the Maximo.
Lovely shot. He fetched that one. It wasn't the worst delivery. It's wide of the off stump, and what a clever bit of batting. Oh boy, the keeper. And one after dropping him, he must be feeling a bit guilty.
A few people with some strong emotions flying around at the moment. Last ball of the over. Probably can look for one here. Does it once more. He's going to get more.
Shot.
Maximo! It's incredible timing. And Pushparajin bowled so well. His last 2 balls disappear, so he'll take none for 23 and Forfeiture. 109 for 3, need 23 off the last 2 overs of the Eliminator.
What a shot. I mean, this is a man of high quality. That is a ridiculous shot. One of the shots of the tournament for me. He just swept him straight flat on a wide delivery.
And he knows where that gap is. It's almost like he sees the gap and he just helps the ball into that gap. Having a look at where we are on the run rate graph.
The problem for Gozo's Army is Mahbub Ali will bowl this one, but who do they have to bowl the last one? They don't know. They don't have an option. So
you got Shajil.
He's gone for
14.
He's been going at 15s. Kushal's been going at 20s, and so's Rahman. So this over is probably over where, oh no, we've blown the generator.
Oh no.
Well, Craig Wallace, you'll be getting a nice bill sent to your home office.
Let's look at the exchange rate at the moment. Pounds to euros. Have to Google that. Anyway, here's Lala. Biggest over of the game so far. Over number 9. Forfeiture needing 23. Knight to face up. And he's going to put this in the air. He's going to pop it and he's going to be gone. So Waka Afridi takes the catch. And this game very much alive means the new batter will have to face. Knight probably could have settled for 1 there, but he went for glory, never got the contact that he wanted. And so it's 109 for 4.
Just a little twist maybe. You're probably at this stage, you're trying to hit a boundary on the ground, so at least it's not a dot ball, and that means Wallace is on strike. But in the end, it's a wicket. If they get through this over and only concede 10 to 12, let's say it goes well, could Varun Prasad bowl the last?
I reckon. I was about to say that. I bet he does.
He has to.
I bet he does. Anyway, bad luck for Knight, who can only contribute the single. As he goes back, it's 109 for 4. Should have just knocked it down the ground for 1. I know hindsight's 20/20. You see it, you have visions that you're going to pick it up and put it out of the ground. The crowd's going to cheer. In the end, they do cheer him, but just because they're being supportive as he walks up the stairs. Of course, that's why that rule's so important. You can't cross on a catch. So new batter comes in. It is the captain, Hogarth.
You got to get the ball, Mahbub. Don't worry. Well, Hoagie just has to probably try and run a single here. Wallace is on a heater.
Bit of a fun fact, Hoagie was at the crease when Forfeiture defeated Carlton to secure their ECL spot. Can he be at the crease here as they continue their journey in the tournament? Mahbub Ali, great start to his over.
Well bowled.
Oh, now, it's back over the keeper. It'll just be a single. Hogarth was pretty good there. He had no idea where it went, but he just looks up at Wallace and says, yep, let's come on, let's get the single.
What an over from
this is your game right here. You got 3 balls left in the 9th over. You got Wallace, who's in and going. You got Lala, who's had a very good start to this 9th over.
Well, you know what Wallace is doing. He's walking across his stumps and trying to sweep this for 6.
Huge 3 balls.
Well bowled, Lala. What a delivery. What an over from the big man. He's had a very good game, Vinny.
Are you even considering at all not taking that run?
No, they're still taking every run because you don't want to just get into a hole. If he gets out, then you need 23 for the last. Still taking every run. Hogarth's good enough to find a boundary here as well.
You hear a pin drop at the moment.
That was slot.
Can't elevate it. Gets a single. 20 off 7. Well, it's been a brilliant over from Mahbub Ali.
Who's bowling the last, Vinny? Good luck.
Thing is, the guys that have been sent, Kaushal and Rahman, it was Wallace that sent them.
Pushparajin's over, and Lala's over has just kept them in it, and then someone's going to have to bowl good last. This ball goes Ozami desperately. They'll take a 1 and leave them 19 to play with in the last. What a game.
Wallace is thinking boundary here.
Oh, absolutely. He's thinking cross bat up to us.
All right, Last ball of the ninth. Well bowled. I mean, at the end you'll lead a 1. It means it will be on strike, but there's a lot to do. That over swings the game back towards the Maltese. As Forfeiture 113 for 4 after 9 will require 19 off this over to make it through to qualifier 2. Of course, 18 will be a golden ball.
Oh, who's going to bowl this? They're going to go to Sharjeel, I think.
Well, you just go just on numbers. Sharjeel went for 14. Here's the figures. Sharjeel went for 14. Kaushal 21. Rahman 24. I think those magicals are kind of disqualifying, considering that the guy who got hold of them is facing the first ball.
The problem with Sharjeel is he bowls a lot of full tosses, and sometimes he bowls no ball sixes. I've seen him do it a couple of times, and I think to Wallace, if you ask Wallace who he'd want to face, he'd choose Sharjeel or Rahman because the ball's angling in with sling. And he's very good on the leg side. I don't know, maybe Varun Prasath's injury is just too much.
I also think it is a big risk.
What about a Basil George for a couple of wobblers?
Something different. Reminds me a bit of the old Daniel Dorkaya was available to bowl for Spain at 183.
He just landed today. Welcome back, Danny.
Hello, DDC.
Anyway.
Right. Hey, look, think about your journey. Months and months and months. In the case of Gozo Salmi, over a year since they knew they'd be into this moment. And it all comes down to this over. 18 for the tie, 19 to win. Here's Sharjeel.
Slot.
And there it goes. Maximo. First ball is a rolling cutter on the off stump, and Wallace hitting him really well right now. Makes it 13 off the last 5.
The problem with Rahman and Sharjeel, they have low arm actions and the ball is always going into the stumps, and Wallace is just like, thank you very much. Just bowl it outside off stump.
Or, the other thing, gives him length to work with. Where does this pitch? He's deep in his crease. He's looking to get under something.
Slot. Thank you. Worst ball you could bowl. You'd actually rather a low full toss or a wide half volley. Oh,
what about double bouncer?
Even a double bouncer at this stage, but that is shocking bowling.
Well, wait for it. Wallace, again, he gets out here. Probably a game swings back towards it, goes Ozami.
What a game.
That's the crazy thing. 13 off 5. Wallace on 73. Goes again. Does he have the length? He does. Maximo. Back to back. And it's a tough road back for Gozo Zalmi at the moment. Forfeiture, a 1 swing of the bat away from tying up this ball game.
Oh boy. Oh boy, Wallace, what an innings. Credit to him. He's almost going to take his team Forfeiture home. 7 off 4.
The last over went for 4. This over's gone for 12. 7 off 4. There's a lot of people here, but no one's saying anything at the moment. Everyone transfixed on the centre of the Cartama Oval. 7 required off 4 balls. Round the wicket now, and he gets it completely wrong. It'll be a no ball.
I told you, there it is. Sharjeel was the worst choice to this over under pressure because he doesn't have control of where it's going. I think that's a no-win.
I'm sure this is high. They'll check it, but we'll just have a look at it.
That's high.
It's got to be. Look where it bounces. Yeah, this will show it here.
Well, no, it won't.
We'll have another look. But, yeah, it's probably, I reckon it's probably about chest height. I mean, it's certainly appears it's very high. It's going to be a wide anyway, but it'll be a no ball. And just waiting. Yeah, it is called a no ball. That's the correct call. And so it'll be 6. Here's the thing. Win the game now. Still 4 to come. Oh, what an innings by Wallace. Say what you like about some of the other things that have gone on this game, but he's been class. He stood up. And he's going to get them even closer now. It'll be 4 carreras. Solo necesitan 2 carreras más. Just 2 more runs they need for victory off the last 3. Have to be a miracle now. Wallace on fire in this eliminator.
Well batted, Wallace. He's single-handedly taken there. He's only given 1 opportunity that was missed, but Forfeiture on the brink of proceeding in this competition.
And that'll do it. Forfeiture survive. It's the end of the road for Gozo Zalmi. You've got to feel for them. They've flown the flag bravely for Malta, but it's the Scots they have reason to cheer. Their supporters erupt as Wallace will finish with 89 not out. Big game, big player. He stands up, has a bit of fortune earlier in his innings, but he leads his side to victory, and the Scottish side will stay in the competition.
Great shout. Big game, big player. That's a proper innings. 89 off 34. Well done to him. And well done to Forfarshire, who were behind in that chase for quite a long time, but some poor captaincy, I have to say, and some poor decisions from Gozo's Army, and they will go crashing out of the competition. Forfarshire, they will be watching the next game with eyes wide open.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. And Gozo's Army kind of changed the face of the club scene in Malta. A lot of attacking players play attacking cricket. Obviously, it's been great to see them doing so well in the tournament. And that's unfortunately, you'll have to watch the rest of the day from the sidelines. BSC Rehberger and VOC Rotterdam will play next, and you know whoever wins that straight through to the Group E final, whoever loses it will have to face the fourth, which I don't think either of those teams will want to do. So the next game starting in around about 15 minutes. And so looking forward to that. VOC winning the toss and bowling in that one, so the Germans will get the chance to bat. Well, the kids certainly enjoying their morning at the cricket. Gozo's Army went out there with, I suppose, a moderate total on the board of 130. This was a crazy start, wasn't it? With that stop by Pushparajan, and Garden just never gets the bat down in time, and the ball almost slips out, but almost being the word of Mehboob Ali's fingers, but he still had it when the bails were broken. Then we saw Cameron go without scoring. It was advantage to Gozo's Army earlier, but yeah, Wallace, he was incredible. There is one moment that I'm sure we'll be seeing pretty shortly where he did give a chance. Never easy here at the Cartama Oval. It does blow around a little bit, but this is the one. It's straight up in the air. Keeper calls it correctly. Anananwa just misjudged it in the end. Had to make a late adjustment. You can see the emotion on Jack Hogarth's face there. Robertson played a nice little hand here as well. 37 off 18. 7 boundaries and a 6 in there. Actually hit the ball very, very nicely. But then there was a bit of a yes, no, maybe that ended things. Robertson running himself out, probably needlessly at that stage where they were cruising through that partnership. The partnership was worth 86 for the third wicket. And then, well, Tom Knight came out and he left almost just as quickly. Hogarth came, but really they were spectators in the last couple of overs as Wallace took over, and it was the same old story you talked about. It Gozo's Army sometimes kind of scratching their head for options towards the end of the innings. And they just didn't have the answers to stop Wallace when the game was on the line.
No, they didn't, Vinny. And in the end, credit to Wallace because he did exactly what he had to do. He's dragged forth further in this competition. He was pumped up, and you can understand why a player of high caliber, great to have him on our shores and batting that well out here. And Gozo's Army, they waited 12 months and they've gone crashing out. They'll be disappointed. But all week, there were 1 bowler or 2 bowlers short. Yeah,
but also, you never know what's going to happen when you get here. I mean, guys like Fazil Rahman have been very successful domestically, and just, I suppose, against this opposition, they struggled to hold their own. BSC Rehberger versus VOC Rotterdam next in Qualifier 1. That will be beginning in around about 15 minutes' time, so stay tuned. And don't forget the Germans, they were undefeated through the group stage. VOC, though, got some very good players in there. They look to be probably the strongest outfit we've seen since 2019. So, looking back at the scorecard, 136 for 4. They do it with 2 balls to spare. Wallace with 89 off 34 wins the game for his team. Robertson was an ally, but apart from that, there were only 3 runs off the bat as Gozo's Army aren't able to defend that score of 131. And the bowling, well, some good performers in there. Lala 2 for 13. Bakar Afridi, none for 18. But really, apart from that, it was tough, except for Pushparajan, who only went for 23 off his 2 overs. And some tough figures in there as well, with Sharjil, Karshal, and Rahman all with 20-plus economy rates. We'll take a break, and we'll be back pretty shortly. In around about 10 minutes, we're back for Qualifier 1. It'll be the Germans and the Dutch competing for the automatic path into the final. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Koi Ruckers. We'll take a break, back soon with more European Cricket League.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back. You can see the kids from the La Mata School. Buenos dias, buenos dias. Great to have you here. Great to see a fair few of the Spanish kids taking up cricket and really having a whale of a time. And it's time for qualifier one now. The two teams that finished first and second in the group stage. It's going to be VSC Rayburger of Germany and VSC Rotterdam of Holland. Let's see what happens at the coin toss a little bit earlier. Ian Ramage had the two captains.
Okay, Rayburger, you are the home team, you will toss the coin. Yeah, VOC, the away team, you will call. There you go.
European cricket.
It's been called European cricket. It's come down European cricket. You won the toss.
Have a ball, please.
Okay, toss has been won by VOC, who are going to bowl first.
So VOC of the Netherlands have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first, so they'll get the chance to chase. I've got to say, VSC Rayburger haven't really put a foot wrong, undefeated. Well, they did have one washout there in the group stage. VOC, well, they also had a couple of issues with the rain. They didn't get to play on day one, but they looked pretty good yesterday. Did go down last night to Gozo Zalmi. So two teams fighting for a place in the final. The other team that doesn't win this, they'll have to go the hard way. Let's get ready for the first ball. Corey Ruckers in standing the by and almost ready to go to the first ball. Thank you so much for being here today. We've had a lovely time. Let's go 1, 2, 3, vamos! Over to Corey Ruckers.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. Welcome back, everyone, to Cartama Oval. We've had a very good final to start today, and it was Forfarshire with a very close win over Gozo Zalmi. What's going to happen in this one? It's the qualifying final where one of these winners will go through into the final later tonight, and the loser will have to go up against Forfarshire, which would be a pretty tense encounter this afternoon. VOC Rotterdam, who I think have had the best sort of mix with the bowling group, up against BSC Rayburger, and I think they've had the best mix with the batting group, so this should be a very interesting first 10 overs. As Suleiman and Stefan will take us through as the umpires in this game, as the whole European cricket ball. And there's VOC Rotterdam. They've had a good time in this tournament. They were fortunate enough, I guess, to get the double chance yesterday. They were pushed from Gozo's zone. They actually lost the game to Gozo, who are now out of the competition, but they held on to the double chance, and that is what was important, because now they get to play the German team. Funnily enough, because of the washout, these two teams haven't played each other, so it's a hard game to call and a hard matchup. But for me, BSC, their batting's been probably the best batting in the group, and for me, VOC, have had the best bowling in the group. I think the man to look out for, Aidit Jane, the left armour, 15 years old. What a player at that age. Tom DeWitt in there as well. Good luck to him. Young Sieb's been selected again. Good to see that. And VOC will go into this as slight favourites, so we'll have to wait and see if that will pan out. They look like a new team compared to the last sort of 2 years of the teams that have come out here. They look like they're ready to win this competition again. And for BSC, they've enjoyed themselves also, played some nice shots throughout this tournament. Some handy bowling as well. Mujadadi, look out for his left arm seam. This should be a good game of cricket. Good opportunity to welcome back everyone around the world, wherever you might be watching from. Plenty of network partners out there. Streamster in Austria, Fox Sports Australia, Sports Max in the Caribbean, and much more. Everyone in the chat, welcome back. It's been a very good morning so far. Looks like spin will start. Musa Jamil, Syed Musa Jamil going to bowl the first. There's Yelta Schoonheim. Yeah, the green. Yelta Schoonheim. We're almost set to go. Deep long on in place. There's Tim DeCont, he's captain of VOC, been captain for a while now. And looks like he'll go to the boundary as well. So it'll be a deep mid wicket and a deep mid on to start. A little bit of right arm off spin from Jamil. Got a nice arm ball as well, but can get the ball to rev a bit. See Fossenbanks on your screen there, left arm off spinner as well. Look for him to have a big impact on this game also. So we're almost set to go. Ball number one. One of these teams will be fast tracked to the final. Who's it going to be? Spin and whack. 6 runs. And VOC, and one thing they've done in every game so far, they have opened up with spin. It can be slightly risky, but you can also be rewarded by picking up an early wicket. That one was dragged down from Jamil. And a nice shot from Yasser. He just went back in the crease and pumped that away. Tried that arm ball, didn't he? But just too short. Really good cricket stroke. Spliced and over the top. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4. A little bit of width on offer. Wasn't out the middle of the bat. But that will go for 4. And Jamil under pressure here. It's another arm ball. Just over the top. I think that's Aidit Jain, who's probably one of the taller players in this team. Just couldn't get up to it, so 10 off 2. VOC have had similar starts actually where boundaries have happened early, but they've always been able to sort of rake it back in. And spin this time, that wasn't the arm ball, he doesn't get it. Peter Ricordan, who batted super well last night. They do the fielding at deep mid on. There's Meyer, the German flag, one of the biggest supporters for BSC. Big appeal from the keeper, James Leary. No appeal from the bowler. Ahmed playing this there, but pretty sure that was a play and miss. You always know it's not out when the bowler doesn't go up. Usually bowlers go up for everything. Big appeal this time. That's closer and given out. In the end, it's going to be out dismissed. Ahmed went across his stumps trying to play a sweep shot. We'll get the replay up for you. And the first wicket will go down 11 for 1. And after a couple of boundaries, Jamil gets the important breakthrough early. Let's have a closer look. It was quick. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Looks like it hits both pads. In the end, the umpire gives it out. And VOC will be happy with that. After a couple of boundaries, they pick up a wicket. That's what they do. It's happened a couple of times in all their games, actually. BSC 11 for 1. We know they bat deep, and we know they've got plenty of batting to come. This will be a good contest. And the quicker sort of delivery, shot through from Jamil. It'll just be a single. And at the end of the very first over, the score is 12 for 1. Good opportunity to welcome back good friend and co-commentator for this one, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, nice to be back, and this is where we're sitting on Group E finals day. Gozo Zalmi out of the competition. Very good side on another day. Results go their way, they possibly win the group. But today, they're out in 4th place.
They'll be disappointed, Gozo. I just felt like they were a bowler or 2 short the whole time, but Forfarshire live on. And while we get to this qualifier 1, and both these teams definitely with a good chance to making it through to the final.
I think that obviously any team getting knocked out at this stage is bitterly disappointed, especially when you've got as much talent as Gozo Zalmi. But I hope that they are proud of what they've achieved. Obviously, about 15 clubs or so in Malta these days. And yeah, for them to make it this far and obviously to compete so well here at the ECL. They were just a few runs away from surviving in the competition.
How impressive has this young man been with the ball?
Been a huge fan of him. Just quickly though, I was going to say, Gozo Zalmi to beat VOC Rotterdam, former champions of the ECL. Pretty impressive. Anyway, here's a dip. And he's a bit short, but this one isn't really taken care of by Lukman, who teases the 2 fielders in the circle but gets a single.
Oh, Lukman gets a bit lucky there. That landed in between backward square and 45. I think that's young Seed there and Francois, and both dived for it, just couldn't get there. But for 15, some serious pace, and you know, in Dutch cricket circles, they'll be looking at this man in a couple of years to play on even higher honours.
Great effort there, but not really a chance.
Oh,
This
yeah.
one is taken up and out of the ground. Well, Yasser just knows one way and puts this one up kind of against the natural movement there of Jane. That one seemed to float out a little bit, but it disappeared over long on for 6.
Yeah, what a shot. What a shot that is. And yeah, good bowling. But unfortunately, better batting. Wasn't the worst ball you'll see. This is what I think in this match. I just said in the early statements, I think VOC have had the best bowling, but BSC have had the best batting. So it's a really big match-up early.
All right, in the air, high, opportunity. De Kock takes it. And that's all she wrote. Yasser's going to go 6 and out. Jane strikes. It's 19 for 2.
He's having a very good tournament. He digs this one in a little bit shorter. Yasser tries to take it on. Doesn't get enough. And Tim De Kock, he's a very good fielder. He's not going to drop that. Comes running in. And another wicket will go.
Yeah, interesting. Adit Jane. He does swing a few back, but he also has these ones that sometimes just go a little bit the other way. He's a bit ambiguous, actually, which is actually a bit of an X factor, I think, for a left armour. This is just one that sliding across him. De Kock grabs it. And see, it does well. He protects the ball. He makes sure he hits the ground with his hand, not the ball, which is pretty important. And so 2 wickets down, 19 for 2. Chowdhury will come out at number 4. Yeah, good question in the chat. What is the full meaning of VOC? Corey is a former player. I'm sure you know this.
Bowl Harding Olympia combination.
Yeah. Again, maybe explain how that came about.
Unfortunately, I'm not there anymore, Vinny. So
Can I tell you? I know that I can enlighten you with the C, the combination.
Football and cricket.
Oh, yeah, well, there you go. That's how one way to play. Chowdhury comes out and just dismissively flicks this away for a Maximo.
What a shot first ball. And this is how the Germans play. They will not be bothered about the wickets column. They're just going to try and bomb everything for 6. That is a ridiculous shot by Chowdhury first ball.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just beautifully manipulated. It's getting your eye in ECN style.
Adit Jane's not slow. He's probably one of the quicker bowlers in the group.
I believe it was 2 clubs combining to form VOC.
And can you tell me who those clubs were, Vinny?
Tim Top did tell me if you wanted. I could tell you, but you could always just go to ECN Plus and check out our interview there. Okay. My Dutch is poor. Oh, this is in the air and gone. So it's going to be 6 and out. Maybe one of the more impressive 2-ball innings you'll ever see. But this one, we kind of caught in 2 minds. Kind of tried to flick it again, but the line wasn't there for it. And it's a simple catch taken. 3 wickets have fallen in the first 2 overs. It's 25 for 3.
You got to love this young man's cricket brain. This is an off-cutter. 100% sure he's taken a bit of pace off this one, and Chowdhury hasn't read it. Good catch by Jamil. You can see the revs on the ball. It is an off-cutter. The bottom hand comes through because he's too early on it. And boy, oh boy, what a pickup is young Adit Jane. He's single-handedly putting in a massive group stage week here.
Yeah, he is. And Jamil took it fairly comfortably, had to judge it well and did.
I think in the last few years, I mean, when VOC have come back to this competition, they always had Hosen Banks, left arm off spinner, and then 8 overs of right arm seam. Now you've got Jamil that bowls right arm off spin and Jane that bowls left arm seam. So all of a sudden the attack looks like it's got a lot of variety, and that's working.
He's been such a breath of fresh air into this lineup, hasn't he?
15.
Yeah, turned 16 in a couple of weeks. ECL trophy might be a nice little present. Just slides into the pads. New batter, Satin Learcut, who comes out at number 5, and we get to the end of the second over. That over 2 for 14, including the leg bye. It's 25 for 3 after 2.
I wonder how long it'll be till we see young Adit's had a World Cup somewhere in T20 cricket or 50 over cricket.
And how much credit will we be taking at that point?
So, well, we'll say we got to see him first, which is always nice.
Yeah, that's nice.
We've had some players that you see first and then all of a sudden they're playing at World Cups. It's pretty
Scotty
cool.
Edwards, Max O'Dowd. We've also seen some that have already had that experience when they play on ECN. I'm talking about
Saylor?
Guys like Peter Saylor.
Ex-VOC as well.
Even guys like Craig Wallace. Guys like
Leask.
Leask. I was going to say Tobias Vise as well, who played for RBS.
Tobias is retired these days.
Is he?
Yeah, he retired like 2 years ago. Just plays the odd game now. He's busy with his business and his 2 daughters.
Huh?
Yeah, cricket's a funny thing. Comes and goes. Yelta. But doesn't leave for Yelta, though. Yelta Schoenheim might be playing cricket when he's 80.
73 years of age, Schoenheim comes in. over number 3. The first one just a little bit off the mark.
One thing about old Yelp, though, he's crafty. I'm not too sure what he's thinking half the time, but he's crafty. He's got a couple of good slower balls. He always seems to pick up wickets in top class of cricket back home as well. Always picks up a 2 for 40 or something like that.
Which is actually 42, by the way. Okay, this is looping off the pad. And there's half an appeal.
One of the worst appeals ever.
Leary's not getting too much support on the appeals so far. There was one early on. Bowler had to be convinced. Stop ball though, decent result.
Yeah, that's that slow ball. And when he bowls a slow ball, it is slow. You have to really make an adjustment. And this is a very good start for VOC here. 26 for 3.
Dave Marshall, I like his comment.
Where's Dave? Where's Dave from?
Where are you watching from, Dave? Let us know. Doesn't beat the mid off. Another dot ball. I assume it's somewhere in the Netherlands where he has experience, because he said he underestimated VOC once, gave us good thrashing. The last laugh on us, though, as they didn't realise that the chairman's wife spoke perfect Dutch and could understand their naughty chat. Why do I feel like you might have been involved in that naughty chat?
Me no comprendo. Another very big slow ball. No one can line him up. Well, VOC's gone through a very good purple patch. They've actually won the T20 domestic season 4 of the last 5. Something silly, or 4 in a row. They won a 50 over comp a few years back. They won the ECL. The Twos also won their league as well, got promoted. There's 6 or 7 trophies in a small period of time at VOC.
Short and hit. Well, slightly overrun by Ducott.
And they'll get 2 because of the missed field.
Could have been worse, could have been Forest boys, but still a little bit lower than the standards we expect from the Dutch side.
So
Yes.
yeah, they're coming off a very purple patch of years of winning a lot of trophies. But in the last 2 T10s, obviously, they didn't come maybe with the squad ready. This time, there's a different vibe. There's a bit of youngness in the team.
They're too good to come as also Rans, aren't they?
Oh, of course, they're Holland.
Yeah, it's good fielding by the spine of Learcat. That'll be the end of the over. Score is 28 for 3.
Oh, I felt that. At least he's smiling, but that would have hurt.
Made a brilliant sound, actually. There's just a certain way you can hit someone in the back that it has a bit of a dull thud.
No, thank you.
There was no way he was getting out the way of this one.
Yeah, well bowled from Yelta. And, oh, he hit that pretty hard, didn't he? Into the surface. Back into his partner.
Yeah, actually was so violent, we can't show it to you again. So we'll take it back to the main shot, 28 for 3. Brilliant power play, I think, for VOC. There were only 2 runs and a wide off that over, so 3 in total. One of those runs was off misfield, so 12, 13 and 3 Schoenheim. 42 years of age, but evergreen.
Yeah, played a lot of cricket. Yelta. Here comes Asif Hosenbanks. Yesterday, Asif was probably below the level he would have liked. He got a lot of full tosses and didn't get his length right. He's a very clever bowler, though. If he has a good day, there's a good chance VOC could win today.
You tempted it all to stick with Adit Jain?
Oh, definitely tempted. I would have been definitely tempted, but Asif's very good in his own right.
Where's it, Max? Gets hit up and out of here. Maximo! Learcat, well, he wears one, but then he punches back. That's why he's actually on strike. Would have been a single otherwise, but he takes 6 off the first ball.
That's always soothes the pain a little bit when you get a 6 early in your innings. This one a little bit full. A nice slog sweep. I guess that's one thing about this BSC German side, that they don't sort of hold back. I know they've lost 3 wickets, but expect them to keep going here.
Goes again, and this is out of here. Going, gone. Brace for impact. Commentary box under attack. Maximo as Learcat goes large again.
And that's a perfect example. You might see some other teams lose 3 wickets early, and then they start to play a bit within themselves. Asif's got a shake on his head, and I think he understands why. At least he's smiling, because right now, Learcat has just chipped 2 beautiful 6s.
Well, Asif is probably going to get the bill for that. Anyway, here's the next ball. It's good variation, but it will be a wide, straight over the line. I like the way he's thinking, though. Wasn't going to let him play the same shot again.
Well, the thing is with Learcat, he's hit 2 6, but he's every chance to sky the next one he goes for as well.
Down the ground. This time it'll just be one. Lookman He's failed to fire so far, 4 off 8, although he has had to deal with some challenging bowling.
More to the total. Lookman's 4 off 8. He'd love to get a boundary to kickstart his innings.
Down the leg side, very well blocked by Leary.
I think Hasif last year, they opened the bowling with him over number 1, and that suited him a little bit more.
Sneaking over.
Yeah, sneak in that
You
first
used to
over.
bowl the sneak over, didn't you?
I always enjoyed the sneak over back in the day.
Shot. Yeah, that should run away for 4, you know. And it does. Great effort. No, he's not happy, is he,
Well,
Steve?
I'll tell you, young Seeb's usually a pretty pleasant young man, but he's pretty angry with himself
How fast do
there.
you think he is? That was always running away for 4, but I've got to say I love the impetuousness of youth there on Sieb van Vingenen.
Yeah, he wasn't happy with it, so I don't think you're getting that one, young Sieb. High standards, though.
Now goes straight and out of the ground. Maximo! Lookman does get the boundaries he needs to get going. Says carreras must.
Geez, I see a lot of teams put fielders there right in that spot, but keeping him a bit right. It's a very traditional T20
We
field.
haven't had many Southern Cross fields, have we, in this group?
No, it's a great spot to have someone.
Sieb chasing that ball down like he'd raced Usain Bolt. He was filthy with himself for losing. This one just kind of curves into the stumps, and it'll only be a single, but the cat's out of the bag in the 4th. Goes magical. 26 come off it, and the score 54 for 3.
54 for 3 in PSC, as we mentioned. They do bat deep, so they won't be too deterred by the 3 wickets. They've got the rate up again. We've got a good contest on our hands for finals day in Group E. Here we go. They're going to go back to Aidit Jain now, and that's the right decision, because if you break through another wicket or 2, it might cause a few nerves in the German dugout.
Yeah, I bet they wish they'd gone back to him last over now. Did backfire a little bit. Rosenbach's this guy you'd probably be planning on getting 2 overs out of, but you want to have a change of personnel before they even consider bringing him back.
Yeah, Yelta, they've still got rum dust that'll be hovering around somewhere. He'll bowl 2.
Now, that's what my hair used to look like when I was 15, Corey.
Good hair.
Yeah.
Glory
Now
days.
look at me.
Well bowled.
Yeah, it's just inside. Well bowled by Aidit Jain.
Boy, he's been such a shining light, hasn't he? Really has been clever.
I think he's got that little unpredictability factor, so that some balls might shape in, some might shape slightly out. He's got the cutter. It's just you're never quite confident about the line of the ball, and that's, I think, it's fairly difficult to go after. I also like that most of the time he's full. You know, he's trying to draw the batters forward, and if you're not quite sure what the ball's going to do, it can easily draw you into a mistake. Here he is to Lookman. That's up in the air. It's a definite opportunity for Schoenheim, and he'll take it. Big hands from Yelta, and that's the end of Lookman. So Jain is brought back, and it works as Germany, their champions, BSC Greyberger, will lose a 4th wicket, 54 for 4.
Every ball this boy bowls, it just feels like he's going to take a wicket. The exuberance of youth, good length, going across, and
yeah,
he's just taking wickets for fun.
Just a little bit off the middle of the bat. There we go. Well, here's the golden eye.
Well, and we've lost Yelta Schoenheim.
Yeah, I love the effects there, but Yelta wasn't going to make a mistake on that one. Lookman at least gets a couple away before he's moved out the way. He goes for 15 off 13, and the score is 54 for 4. Well, here comes Mujadadi.
Oh, gotta love Mujadadi.
Fun play to watch. So yeah, Jain 3 for 13 in qualifier 1. I don't think any team relishes the prospect of a must-win game against Forfarshire to start the afternoon. I think they much rather have a bit of the old siesta in the sun.
Well, look, Jane's on for a cheeky fifer if he picks up another one as well, and probably deserves one in this tournament. But Mujadadi, he's a handy player.
First one's full. Mujadadi probably smart there, carefully plays it away. It's a ball that was attacking his stumps. Just takes one.
Just takes one. Learcat back on strike. Learcat batted really well yesterday for a 50 in his own right. I think there's not many times in T10 cricket you see a bowler off. I actually think this is one of those times you chew 3 singles here.
I thought that when I saw Mujadadi, just be a bit more careful, I think, that first one. Learcat will watch wide, get sprayed. It's not a bad spot to miss. There's Suleiman Saeed. Good to see him out there.
You're looking good in your green today, Ben.
Thank you. It's my pre-rehearsal for St. Patrick's Day on Sunday. That's the next time you'll see the green suit.
Close the conversation off that we had earlier today about military mediums. Who was your cream of the crop? One more, your final one. Who was your favourite military medium?
Willie Watson.
Wow.
It's edged. It is edged, and it's another wicket. Jane's got 4. Simple catch for Leary, and that's Learcat gone. So he gets both set batters, if you want to call them set batters, out in this 5th over. And it's 56 for 5. What a spell by the young man.
I'll tell you right now, when you drive into VOC and you walk up to the club rooms, they're going to have a statue of this young man soon enough, because he is a serious bowler. At 15 years old, boy, the Dutch cricket fraternity have a player on their hands that's going to play a lot of higher honours cricket.
Kind of what I said before. He just has this element of unpredictability. That one's pretty straight, but probably playing for a bit of movement that never arrives. Leary enjoys the moment as that is safely into the gloves. Learcat looked good for a couple of maximos, but will end up out for 13, 56 for 5. And young Ardit Jain has 2 balls at a 5 for here.
Seriously, for 15 years old, talented, beyond talented. And Peter recording down here at mid-ons just signalling as well, saying serious heat coming through.
I'd like to see him grow the hair a bit more as well, and then he'll get like the Dalian vibes as well.
Thanks, Vinny. Anyway, he deserves a 5-er, but can he get Mahmood out?
Never mind 5, could get 6. It's Mahmood, the keeper, faces up.
Or Bob.
Yeah, it's also well played. Got a head. Wanted to get far away from the stumps as possible. A bit of tag team fielding down there. Mujadadi will get the last ball of Jane. And I agree with you. I don't think you need to risk a wicket here.
How many wickets has he got in the comp? Is he already up to double digits? They've only played 3 games, I think. He'd be getting close. What a spell from the young man. If they go on to win, this is a man of the match performance.
4 wickets in the 2 games in the group stage. All right, in the air. It's going to be 6, so it won't be 6 wickets, but it will be 6 runs to finish. So Mujadadi, no sense of theatre, Maximo to finish the 5th over. But 4 for 22, great effort from young Ardit Jain at 63 for 5 after 5. Just kind of goes with the line of the ball here. Gutsy shot. I thought for a second he might have sliced it straight down the throat of the fielder, but gets the result. And that's the way that these teams like to play. They punch back, don't they? It takes a lot of bravery to go out there and risk your wicket straight away. Brilliant shot. 5 overs in. I'll never call the game after 5 overs, after some of the things I've seen. But VOC, surely they've got to be really happy with this start.
Oh, they'll be stoked, because if they can pick up maybe even 2 more wickets, you start to get to that low order. You can be as brave as you want in T10. But at club level, when you get into the 8, 9, 10, 11, usually they're not batsmen. So 2 more wickets here for VOC, and they're miles ahead.
Time for over number 6, though. They do bring back Hosenbachs because the 2 other batters have been removed from the equation. He almost gets a return catch first up. Interesting. Would you be confident to go back to Asif in these circumstances?
I would have been tempted for Yelta, but no, they back Asif. They rated very highly. Oh, that might be high, though. Yeah, they're going to have to double check that, but it might have been okay. It looked high.
Yeah. I think because he flat bats it.
I think the umpires are just getting on with it. Well, hey, let's have a look at the Andalusia sign instead.
That's it.
All right, hit straight and hit out of the ground. Maximo Mujadadi joins the party, and everyone's piling on Asif here in qualifier 1. Good straight hit.
He just hasn't clicked Asif in this tournament yet. Last year he was very effective, but so far, players have been able to read him a little bit. Just shows how quickly the game can turn on you.
Can he fight back here? Oh, better. Can't
that
stop.
hurts.
Yeah.
When you're having a tough time with the ball, you just want any dot ball. That'll frustrate them a bit.
It gets Mujadadi out the way, though. Costs him 1 run. Mahmood hasn't really fired yet. Gets 2 hands to it, but can't make the stop. Well bowled. That's what we've been hoping for. Another one of those sliders that just kind of jams the batter. Mahmood can't get under it at all. I suppose this over working out a lot better. 9 off it with a ball to go.
Mujadadi on strike.
Another full toss. Not off the middle at all. Probably misses out on that, actually. But it will be the end of the over. Hosenbach's only concedes 10 in that one. A lot better of a result for the left armour. And it's 73 for 5 after 6.
A few people in the chat saying young Jane reminds them of Freddie Klaassen, the Dutch cricket.
yeah.
The thing is with Dutch cricket, they're actually blessed with a lot of quicks. Logan van Beek, Tim van der Hutten, Paul van Meekeren, Vivian Kingma, Ryan Klein, Kyle Klein. Ollie Ellenbaas got a call up not long ago. So they called them.
Tim van der Hutten.
I said him at the start.
Oh, did you? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, good guess. So Shane Snyder was around. I mean, there's a lot of quicks in Dutch cricket, and it's a healthy time for them. I mean, they are not an associate nation anymore. They're making 50 over World Cups, T20 World Cups.
I like the line blurring. It's a healthy thing for cricket.
Absolutely. And
It should be an inclusive game, and it should involve as many countries as possible.
And it's a healthy thing to have a strong VOC here. And compared to the last 2 years, this is a strong VOC, which makes it a stronger comp. You want the Dutch champions going close in this competition. Same with the English, the Scottish, and the Irish.
All right, here we go with over number 7. Oh, hanging full toss. Time to round the bases for Mujadadi. Maximo! Less than ideal start for Jamil.
And Big Daddy 6 as well, wasn't it? Jamil overcooks that one. Can't bowl full tosses at Cartama. It's sacrilege.
Baz Delata as a young pacer.
Yeah, he's picked up many a yard. Oh. He's an all-rounder, though. Genuine all-rounder.
Military medium.
No, thank you.
Oh, this is smashed. And it's high, but I think it's got the legs, and it does. Maximo! Back to back. What an interesting game. This is very kind of German, the way they play their cricket. They like to go regardless of the circumstance, and 2 sixes to start the over.
The thing is with VOC, what they're doing is they want Ramdas to be a closer, to bowl overs 8 and 10, and Yelta to bowl 9. So then they have to bowl the spin in the middle. It's high risk, high reward sort of stuff.
Oh, fast hands. Fastest hands in the West from Mujadadi, who just pumps that to the top of the hill. Maximo, there's 3 in a row.
You know what? I'm a big fan of Mujadadi. He might be my favourite cricketer of all time in a fast moment. That is a serious shot. Quick hands. I think Jamil has to go back to bowling a little bit wide of the off stump here. But I'd like to see VOC think on their feet a little bit more sometimes. Like in this scenario, Yelta could have been brought back earlier, bring Ramdas on earlier, and hold the spin back and see if you can get a couple more wickets.
What an interesting innings.
Got a crazy game. 91 for 5 off 6.3.
It's very Drew-like.
Very.
Fighting back from early wickets, just fighting by hitting sixes. Oh, now this is outside the front pad. That's going to disappear for 4 as well. So change of attack for Jamil. I just can't afford to bowl it down there, hoping he could maybe cramp Mujadadi for room, but instead it's another boundary.
Another boundary. What a good little innings this is. The 100's almost up. Jamil just getting a little bit too straight this whole over. There is another side of the wicket he could access, but good counter punch from BSC, who are under a bit of pressure.
Jamil keeps just trying to go quicker.
Yeah.
Quicker, quicker, quicker. Not happening for him. Oh, he tries bouncer. That's not going to work either, because that's going to be 6 more. Maximo! This over's gone for 28, and there's still a ball to go. Could be supersonic stuff as the 100 comes up for BSC Rehberger.
Yeah, the 100 comes up. The off-spinner panics, and he goes, well, you know what, I'm going to try bowl a bouncer. Has he bowled a ball outside?
I don't think it ends up as a bouncer, but I think he's just trying to go shorter and quick and catch the batter by surprise. And I wasn't surprised when that one banged into the fence. Mujadadi 43 off 10, and he wants more. Is he going to get more? He's caught. It's a great catch by De Kock. It came quickly to him. Had to run in, takes it safely. The cameo's over from Mujadadi. As he heads up the stairs, it's 101 for 6.
Good catch from Tim De Kock. It could be a big wicket. It might be the difference between chasing 130 to 150. Mujadadi be disappointed. This was actually in the slot to be hit away for 6 again, but he cloths it, and Tim De Kock takes a very smart catch.
Similar to the ball that actually went fast hands. I think it was the 3rd ball of the over.
Great technique.
Tim De Kock, he's class act, isn't he? Mujadadi, though, yeah, for a good time, not a long time. Pretty sure that wagon wheel's backwards, but hey, whatever. That's the end of the over, and it's 101 for 6 after 7.
Yeah, well batted from Mujadadi. This is what we've got coming up. We're off to Portugal, France, Italy, Estonia, Greece, Cyprus, Czechia, and we've got the Western Shield in there, one of our new marquee events, which is coming up in a couple of weeks' time.
It's going to be very fun as well. Looking forward to actually spending a bit of time in the Netherlands, we think. Again, this is the.
Oh yeah, it's not on the list, but we're a good chance we might be May.
Stay tuned for some updates.
Around May 18 and May 26, we might be around. Anyway, Rumdust has got the ball in hand. They see him as the closer, as the finisher to this team, so he'll likely bowl 2 overs at the back end. Yeah, when he's on, Rami, he has a very good Yorker, a slippery little Yorker that works in the Dutch cricket circles quite well.
Yeah, that's all right.
And he usually gets a little bit of swing in. He's not express, but he's just crafty. He's got a good sort of leg-cutting slower ball as well. That was a big wicket.
Yeah.
That wicket just...
What a cameo, though, from Daddy.
What did he make?
43 off 11.
Wow.
Hit straight down the ground. Ali Butt gets off the mark.
Yeah, this is what Rami does. He'll just try and keep it full, keep it simple. And BSC will try and get some elevation on it, but it's not always easy.
Well, I'm going to take this on. Oh, it has to go through the batter. I don't think you can really say he changed his line there. It just chose a line that was probably going to be a good one. And so, it'll be a single. Half an appeal. Stephen Cook saying, yeah.
No, he didn't change his line. He just ran through. Good bowling from Rami. Good start from the closer, the finisher for VOC. Played many years at the club. Won a lot of trophies, has Rami.
Yeah, it hits this straight, hits it well, and hits it out of the ground. Maximo! And so Rami gets it back over his head. It's funny innings, isn't it? 110 for 6, still 2 overs plus to go.
They've got to squeeze this position. A lot of sixes go there. A lot of sixes. They keep squeezing.
It's leg side, and that's just going to be a single.
Harry Kershaw's got a message in the chat. Do we swap ends after this group, or is it one more group from this end?
We swap ends.
Tomorrow swap ends again?
We'll have 6 days from the other end, and then
back to this for finals week. Very nice.
So, reinforce the helmets. Hits it pretty well. Maximo! Just keep on swinging, don't they? These Germans, and that'll be the end of the 8th over. Goes for 16, and the score 117 for 6.
It's such a tough game. Rami's bowled a pretty good first 4 balls, and then he gets found out off the last 2, and the over then turns to 16. So, disappointment to close the over that way, but good counter-punching still from BSC, who play this T10 format with some serious fire.
Hey, good question here from David Skinner. Maybe I'll get your thoughts on it, Corey.
Yeah.
Which do you think is a stronger competition? The top division of T20 cricket in the Netherlands or the T20 club tournament that the English teams qualify from?
Well, I've actually made the Final 4 in England. We played for Hyde CC and we played at Chelmsford, and I can tell you that took about 20 games to get there and win. And we didn't win it. And in the Netherlands have won 3 T20s in a row. England by a mile. In the T20 comp in the Dutch, they're starting to make it more important. But in the past, you just had to sneak in to get to the quarterfinals, finish top 2 of a group of 5, and then things. So it's only about, in the past, it's only taken sometimes 6 or 7 games to win the T20s in Holland. So England's probably the more competitive, but I think there's a bit of a change in the Dutch cricket mentality now about T20 cricket taking more importance. And the season will start with T20s in Holland this year.
50-50 game, this one at the moment. This is in the air, and it's gone. So Recorded takes the catch. He's a very good fielder. We saw that last night. He prowls around his position at long on, and Yelta is brought back in the 9th, and he strikes straight away, 117 for 7.
Yeah, he comes back, Yelta. He just has a good knack of picking up wickets. And a nice catch from Pete, who moved himself straighter. But the thing is, if you're straight, you can always correct and go the other way, and you catch it on your more favoured side. So nice take from him. I think this is where they could have gone to Yelta earlier, because he always picks up wickets.
Interesting finish coming up. 11 balls to go. The 117. 7 down. Ali Butt does get 1 out of the screws, but that's about it as he is dismissed. First ball of the 9th.
Yeah, well bowled from Yelta. Another slow ball. 117 for 7.
Monagiri comes in.
Are they through now? Are we going to see some batsmen that struggle to get it away?
No, I think Mahmood needs to take a bit of ownership of this situation. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. Monagiri at least needs to get a single here. Shown home. Let's go straight to the slow ball. Now it's in the air, hanging. Backs can't making the ground and turn it into a catch.
You sort of feel like they might be through at one end. And that could be the difference between a 145 to 135. Yelta's got great figures again. No one lining him up so far in this tournament.
Oh, that's lifted up nicely. It's the slow ball, and he kind of sweats on it. It'll get 4. Handy runs coming for the Germans. They move past 120.
It's probably the first time the slow ball's been picked in a while, but really good shot from the Mood. It was very. So the one thing is with his slow ball, if you are quick enough, you can adjust because it's very slow.
Yeah. And that's probably the shot rather than fight it and try and drive it.
Interesting game. Really interesting game.
Well, we said we'd get 4 really good cricket matches today, and so far we have been let down in 1.5.
Definitely. Well bowled.
That's one where maybe just eat a dot.
Yeah, really well bowled. Good comeback. Really good spell. Just feels like there's a big difference from the 145 to 135. They need to make sure they close this off, VOC. They've been pretty good, but there's still some work to do.
Last night under lights, VOC were chasing 148 for victory against Gozo Zalmi. Managed 126. It's the Scots. Wait to see who they'll play. It's be a wide.
The thing is that under lights, they got some zip, Gozo's Army. I'm not too sure the German side will have that zip. So, interesting contest on our hands in Qualifier 1.
This one's hacked to the leg side.
Yeah, so in Dutch cricket now, the T20 season's first. They're being
Yeah.
a bit of more priority and saying, guys, T20's the way forward, and sending over the Netherlands then for T10s as well, and they're always doing quite well.
That's the way the world's going, isn't it? Though?
Shorter formats are coming through, aren't they? Last ball of the 9th.
It's a dot. As quick attempt from Leary to sneak a wicket, and Schoenheim's going to finish with very good figures of 1 for 10. 124 for 7 after 9.
Yeah, they held him back, and it paid off for Yelta Schoenheim. Well bowled to the old boy, doing his job. You have a look at the figures, and once again, it's been the spin for VOC that's going the journey. Just trying to think, maybe Arthur Coppingham or someone else could bowl some mediums in this team, because spin for them hasn't worked as well as the pace.
How about across the board then? You've got the Dutch top class of competition, or the top level of cricket in the Netherlands, compared to like the club level cricket that teams like Hornchurch, Wimbledon, Tunbridge Wells we've seen before. How do you think that compares standard wise? It's a tough one, isn't it?
I think that in the Netherlands there's a little bit, it's a controversial topic about how many teams to have in top classer, but 10's probably too much for depth wise. I think if you had just the top 7 or 8, it's stronger. There's always a couple of games a year that are a bit of gimmies.
Anyway, this is in the air, and it's going to be over the top. Maximo to start the 10th. The Germans just keep on keeping on here, don't they?
Boy, there's been a lot of 6s straight this innings. Sort of wish they employed the Southern Cross field and didn't just have the T20 field the whole time.
Schoenheim probably the right man for the job down there with the height. Got good height down the ground between him and Recorded.
Tough to tell because England's got so many teams where the Netherlands don't have as many, so it's very difficult to tell.
Maybe slightly more variation within the setup as well. That's well bowled by Upajaya. Good comeback.
What they could have done here is they actually could have brought Yelta straight and then brought Tom DeWitt to the left as well. So then you bring it around a little bit and try cover.
Probably not known for going over cover as much. These guys.
Yep.
So maybe you could do that. As he goes over cover and he smashes a huge 6. Well, I'll see myself out as he whacks that one into the fan zone. Maximo. Great shot by Mahmood.
Really good shot. Really, really good shot. And BSC just keep the good times rolling with the 6s. Ramdas has the finisher, but he just missed his length, and that's a class cricket stroke.
I love these innings where you've never really put together a decent partnership. You still find yourself 140 plus. Now steps across, and he's gone. Hits him in front of off stump, and Upajaya gets the right of reply, and he'll pick up his first wicket of this contest. So an 8th goes, 6 and out in the 10th, and it's 136 for 8.
Good comeback from Rami. He got this one that bit fuller. He knows that's the length he wants to get right. That is plump. Absolutely plump.
I like the thinking, sound thinking, because after you've taken him over cover, you expect it's going to be straighter. So you're backing yourself to be able to elevate it over the leg side. It's a good comeback from the bowler. Kashif Mahmood, pretty handy cameo of 28, striking at 2 a ball. It's 136 for 8.
It's an important innings because it felt like he was the last recognised batter at the crease. We're down to the final 2 deliveries. VOC, they're going to have an interesting second half. This is, for me, 50-50 at this stage.
You and the supercomputer agreed.
Oh,
Javan, the captain, comes out at number 10. Supercomputer is giving him 2 more runs off these 2 balls.
I actually think that's pretty fair from the supercomputer. I'm going to say the supercomputer.
You still need 2 more. I don't mind the thinking there. Trying to use the pace. But yeah, it wasn't the easiest ball to go fetch, was it? Let's see what supercomputer thinks now. Ticks down. Thought it might.
Is Rana going to get any bat on this?
I reckon he's put the little shots away.
Or bowled?
Yeah, well, get maybe 2 here.
Well, Rana's not quick. Rana's the slowest man in the world.
Would have been out anyway. But as it is, it'll be 1 and done. So 137 for 8 off the 10 overs. Another 130s chase to come. And it just feels like these 130 chases, they're the games that are really delivering the close finishes. VOC Rotterdam, although it didn't necessarily all go their way, they had to deal with a lot of rogue batters coming out, just swinging for the fences straight away. Sometimes they connected, sometimes they didn't. You're right about the spin. The spin disappeared, didn't it, in that innings. But in the end, VOC Rotterdam, if you said you're chasing 138, I think that they'd feel confident they can do it. But I also think that Rayburger feel confident defending this 137. That's the sign that we've got a pretty good contest on our hands here in Qualifier 1.
Yeah, completely agree. I think both teams will be happy in the dressing room, which gives us an interesting last 10 overs of the game. It was the young man, Jane, again. He's been super impressive. 4 wickets for him in this one. Bowled extremely well, the left arm quick, but also uses his cricket brain well. He's got some really good change-ups, and he deserves all 4 wickets he took. This was one of them. It was miles in the air, and a really safe catch from Tim de Kock, who does a lot of the fielding at deep, sort of mid-wicket.
Didn't he catch well as well?
Yeah, he
had
really
a
did.
Variety of different types of catches he needed. But this kid, Adi Jane, something about him, isn't there?
Yeah, there is.
Such talent. He's already big. He's probably only going to get bigger as well. His 4 wickets pretty instrumental in making sure that things didn't go to plan A for the Germans. But it's that kind of innings where they just kept going for it, just counting up their sixes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 different players hit sixes. The total amount, they hit 16 in the innings. And if you're hitting 16 sixes, you're already talking kind of 96 runs in the innings. And then with the rest of them, they end up in the 130s. But Jane was on fire. Then Steve Hosenbucks came out and he got absolutely smashed, didn't he, in his first over. Did fight back in his second that only went for 10. They tried Jamil with some off spin. That didn't really work, although they did have something to show for it. Thanks to that good catch by de Kock late in the piece. Towards the end, Schoenheim came back. He bowled really, really well, finished with 1 for 10. So he had a wicket to his name. Found it hard to get him away consistently. Just when I said they're not very good over cover, we saw a perfectly executed 6 over cover. And then this despairing dive last ball. Only a single off the last though. And that took BSC Rayburger to 137.
Yeah, interesting time at the halfway stage. Both teams probably pretty happy. Beautiful pictures of Cartama Oval. This is a glorious ground here in Andalusia. Everyone contributing in and out. There goes Scott. No, everyone giving a little bit. No one went on besides Mujadadi's 43 for 11 on. But when everyone chips in a bit or comes and hits 1-6 each, you go pretty close.
Yeah, sign of a good team. All of the top 7 very, very capable, and probably Button as well. Put him in that category. He only contributed 8, but yeah, 43 to Mujadadi and 28 for Kashif towards the end. The principal scorers, 4 for 22, Adi Jane. Unbelievable work, although you got to take your hat off to Schoenheim, who only went at 5 and over in his 2 overs. 1 for 10, very clever. 2 wickets for Jamil, though was expensive. And Upajaya with 1 towards the end. Did his job okay. But right now, game in the balance. Spot in the final on the line when we return. It'll be 138 for VOC, the former champions, to book their spot. BSC Rayburger hoping to defend this 137. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and Corey Ruckers will be back pretty shortly here at the Cartama Oval for more European Cricket League.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Great to have your company. Finals day rolls round again. Our first ever Finals Day Monday. And right now we're watching VOC Rotterdam, the Dutch champions, going out to bat against BSC Rijmegen of Germany. Story so far in Qualifier 1. BSC 137 for 8 off the 10 overs. The Dutch need 138 to go straight through to the final. Otherwise, it'll be the Germans to book that first spot. Of course, whoever doesn't win this game, they're not out of the competition, but they do have a pretty testy matchup against Forfarshire, the Scottish champions, in the next match. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And joining me, once again, former ECL champion player with VOC Rotterdam, but now strictly neutral, Corey Ruckus.
Oh, I'm a pundit these days. I'm still, look, my heart's still wanting VOC to get through the group, but obviously can't be too biased. It's going to be a tough day. BSC Rijmegen have been very good for Germany, and Forfarshire from Scotland are still there. So these three teams, it's still anyone's day.
Yeah, so Chowdhury's going to get us going. I have 1.5 words for you. Mudra Daddy.
Well, he's not going to open the bowling, but Chowdhury's
going to be a factor, though, in
will be a factor
in this innings.
I think Francois Foray and Tim de Kock will be a massive factor. The opening pair are destructive. They'd love to get off to a good start. Chowdhury's a bit slower in the air. He swings it in at a steady rate. I think this might suit the openers. Big contest up early.
All right, Foray ready to go. So is Chowdhury. See, 52% is the chase. Starts with a pretty good full delivery, spearing in at the stumps, and Francois keeps it out.
Yeah, there's that natural swing he gets in. It's not at the quickest pace, but I mean, that was a pretty good start. It's almost a perfect Yorker, but we've seen some good signs from Francois Foray in this tournament so far.
50-50 now. Takes this with the natural movement of Chowdhury. Just get a single. See Dave B in the comment section says he's just booked 15 nights in Dreux for the European Cricket Series there. Great to have him on the ground.
I don't think I'm at that event, but good luck.
Say cheerio for you. Don't worry about that.
Tim de Kock on strike now with the pink gloves. I like the pink gloves, actually. Gets his opportunity versus Chowdhury. Another powerful player when he's in form.
Ah, well, big outside edge here.
Oh,
Go through for a run. Probably shouldn't have been a run there.
Yeah, a little bit of a fumble that easily could have been picked up, and maybe a bit of pressure. Francois was running through, but a couple of singles for the openers. Always nice when you're off the mark. Just feel this is going to be an interesting contest.
Qualifier 1. Last time we had one, it ended in a golden ball.
There you go, just running it off the edge of the bat there.
That was a crazy game. French derby comes in and leaves the bat. Straight over on striker's head. Just a single, so not a bad start this one for Chowdhury.
Yeah, nice start from Chowdhury. No boundaries just yet. Looks like there's going to be a little change in the field. They've moved the man fielding that ball, Lookman, from deep mid-on into point.
Obviously didn't impress the way he fielded that.
A bit tough.
Regulation. Miss it down the ground. De Kock, let's get one away early. It's a full toss. It's a fairly orthodox fashion. Has to hustle, gets there. Might have been tight though.
Yeah, TDK is pretty quick between the wickets, but I think a direct hit there might have been tight. This is a nice start from Chowdhury. No boundaries, only 4 runs so far.
He runs middle stump to middle stump.
A better throw, you never know.
I think he saw the throw coming and wasn't going to be near the stump, so he knew he was safe. Didn't really stretch towards the end. But Chowdhury hasn't gone to the boundary in the first over. Just the start you want when you've got a kind of middle of the road target. All right, top edge. And I think he's going to get lucky. He'll kind of plop. He's going to come back for two. No, they're not. We'll be happy with the one. Field's a bit softer now than it was since we got that rain a couple of days ago, but a brilliant first over for the Germans. Just 5 off it, 5 singles, in fact. 5 with that loss after 1.
Yeah, it's been 13 games since our last golden ball. We've had 2 golden balls in this edition of ECL. Will we get a third in this competition, Vin?
Like I said.
How are you feeling? You reckon?
I think things come in threes, don't they?
I said 2 at the start, so I think I'm holding there'll only be 2.
Rhino was telling me about the rule of threes. Have you heard that?
Yeah, of course.
Humans
yeah.
like threes.
Yep.
Certainly more like a prayer than a call out. Do you know it's in the regulations now? Just making sure it's clear. You're allowed to coach from the sidelines.
Look, you know, in normal T20 cricket World Cups, coaches have been going around the sidelines for a long time, giving water bottles and messages. And this is just catching up with the game.
That's no problem.
What do you think?
Do you think it's funny? Do you think it's funny in tennis, for example, that you're not allowed to coach? It feels like something they spend a lot of time policing, but do you really?
You could just let the coach come down after a set, have a word, lift your game, big more forehands, and then go back up to the stands.
Sometimes there's rules.
It's Mujadadi.
Mujadadi time.
Oh, what a nut!
Straight through the gate, cuts back.
Oh, if that clipped the topper off, that would have been about a bit of Who's Your Daddy from Mujadadi. That was a serious ball.
Just come back improdigiously, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's cut him in half.
He's going to be happy that you still got your stumps intact after that.
Franny's faced some quick bowling before, though. He'll still fancy himself.
These two are very technically able to handle themselves, but they need to score as well, not just survive.
Yep.
Chases this one. I think it is a wide. Bit of that tram line.
He's been really impressive, and with the bat as well, that quick fire 40-odd he made earlier. He's a good player. For VOC to get close in this chase, though, he'll have to take down a couple of these bowlers. For me, BSC are more a batting side. I think there's a few kinks in the bowling lineup.
A few stars, though.
Oh.
Shirts off Monday over there. You might join in later. You've got the afternoon off, don't you, Corey?
We've got plans tonight, Vinny.
Really good shot. That's how you play it. Well, Mujadadi. He's not the daddy of this ball.
Oh, it's been dropped.
Oh, no. That might have been Facetown as well over there.
Not Facetown, but dropped, and I think it's dropped from one of the Forfeiture faithful.
And he tries to make up with a pretty good throwback. West takes out one of the fielders. But Maximo, what a cricket shot this is.
Well, when Francois is in, he's in. That is huge, and there it was dropped in the 10.
Oh, that's a really good shot of it, and he's copping heaps over there.
Oh, he's leaving.
He's off. Anyway, great shots there from Spring Media.
Shot.
And a really good shot as well, using the pace really smart, in a smart fashion here for A. Cuts that one violently to the boundary.
There's a few people in the chat going, what's this start? What are VOC doing? But sometimes it just takes a couple of balls to get your eye in, and well, Full Ray's in now. If he bats for 4 or 5 overs, he can be on a massive score.
Yeah, really, really good shot. Good to see Mandrake back. Mandrake, hopefully you well. Great to see you in the comments section. Back to the action now, Mujadadi.
Great comeback.
Comeback. Oh, now they're going to take on a run. They never should have, and he's gone. He's run himself out for absolutely no reason at all.
Well, he hasn't run himself out. I think he's been barbecued by Franny. He called him through, Vinny. And in the end, TDK's got to go.
Oh, well, they've asked for the replay, so we'll check it out. But I don't think this is even close. I think he's about a metre out here.
I think he's gone.
It's a really good side arm kind of throw as well. It's not like an underarm.
Watch Francois here. He wanted. He called him through, and in Netherlands, you get called through. You listen to your partner. Unfortunately,
not the picture here.
Yeah, he's gone. But he was called through. Francois took a couple of steps and then went. And you got to listen to your partner. I don't think TDK's called him through.
Well, for 8. Will survive. Tim DeCock won't. Unfortunately for him, he goes for 2. He scores 16 for 1.
Niwas in the chat saying doesn't want me to hype VOC, but I think VOC deserve a little bit more hype in this competition.
Oh, to be honest, you've underhyped them for the last couple of years.
But this year they've got a genuine chance. Peter Recording coming out.
He batted well last night.
He did bat well. The tall left-hander. I think having a lefty in that top 3 always helps.
What a brilliant piece of work from Mujadadi, though, because he's running off the other side of the pitch. He has to cross in front of Tim DeCock and then gets it knows he has to throw quickly. So he improvises a kind of shoot from the hip type job. Recorded, won't be facing. In fact,
Yeah, he will be.
oh yeah, sorry, he will be facing. Because it's not quite the end of the over just yet.
Yeah, a couple of field adjustments because the left-handers come out here.
Okay. Oh, such a momentum buster when it looked like we're just getting going. You see the fact that Tim DeCott gets out actually drops VOC about 5%.
Yeah, okay.
They know who's out. Recorded, swings away. Well, this is hanging. This should be gone.
Oh,
He's
he's dropped
dropped it. Well, not an easy time of day to field there. Looking into the sun. Got the glasses, but they ain't sunglasses. Shanawaz Ahmad puts down Recorded first ball.
Pete had a little bit of luck last night with a couple of edges that flew, but he got there. You got to catch. Look, it's not easy, but in a big game, you've got to catch it. He gets a life on a golden.
4-8. Change of partner. Same bowler, Mujadadi. Last ball of his over. And he's going to get hooked down to the ground. That's the pace working against the bowler. Maximal to 18 and a run out off the second over. This game has been full of twists and turns so far after 2 overs. VOC run it up 23 for 1.
Well batted from Francois 4-8. And that catch as well would have been a dot ball and a new man on strike instead of Francois gets the strike back and he pulls it for 6. This is how the table ended up. Look, credit to BSC, they didn't drop a game. Gozo Zami, who won 2 games in the group, are already out. It's been a very interesting Group E.
Gozo Zalmi dropped a point to Starry Grad yesterday and that kept them out of the top 2. They're only 4 runs of net run rate away from making the top 2. Gozo Zalmi. Just shows you the value of the double chance. I mean, this is a pretty tense game, but at least the loser knows they're not out of the competition completely.
So they're going to go back to Chowdhury here early, and in previous games they've bowled him out at the death and it hasn't really worked. If he can still get the ball to swing, then this is the right option.
Also left-hander, just might be able to nip one away from him and nick him off. Third over, last over of the power play. Recorded, well he should be gone this time. Sun's a factor again, he's not going to catch this, no way.
Oh.
Didn't even see it. Recorded gets super lucky. Bonagiri, guess technically it's got to go down as a drop, but you can just tell he didn't pick it up.
Wow, what is this? BSC, Basil George was dropped on 0-1-2. Recorded dropped off his first 2 balls. That is a goober. And these opportunities, you've got to take them. Pete Recordian, if he clicks, he'll get going. The German fielding well behind the standards.
Yes.
He had a lot of time to get there as well.
Maybe risking permanent retina damage fielding on that side of the field.
No excuse. You can't give them that excuse. That went high. The sun's not that. No. That's a bad drop.
He didn't pick it up. He didn't pick it up because of the sun. I'm not saying it's an excuse. I'm just saying it's what happened. Probably could have protected the eyes better. 4-8 waits on this. Oh, almost going to lose another partner would run out. Oh, yes, no job there. Sorted out in the end. Tense at the moment.
Yeah, good
Tense.
game. Yeah, feel like we've got a good game.
Your day's very different depending if you win or lose this game. You go through fourths, you spend all that energy, physical energy, mental energy.
Oh,
Didn't feel right there.
shoulder just felt a little bit sore. Good spell so far from Chowdhury.
Should mention that whoever that was that dropped it in the crowd, they didn't get hit by the ball. Came straight off the hands.
And they left.
And they left, so we can't ask anymore. They'll be back. Oh, full toss misses out there for a... Funny why he would try and hit this leg side. I'm not sure. There's a long on, there's a deep mid wicket. He's probably asking himself the same question. Maybe because it's with the swing, but nobody back on the offside at the moment. We're still in the power play.
I think just maybe a little bit premeditated. His eyes lit up and it just dipped a little bit, so...
Lucky not to lose his off stump,
yeah,
actually.
very lucky, actually.
Hit hard. Straight down to Lookman.
Chowdhury's done all right, hasn't he?
Can't get him away.
No, they haven't got
Has
him away.
never conceded more than a single in his spell so far.
If you're Pete here and you've been dropped on 0, dropped on 1, do you
Almost run out.
Do you think it's your day? It's almost Basil George-esque.
Probably what he thought second ball when he skied one. I don't know. He just needs to get back to basics here.
Maybe just
Play fairly correctly. Yeah, I mean, if swing away from him, look over cover. They've got a deep point, long off, I should say. Covers your spot. So he tries to drag it leg side and sure, well, that's some sort of fielding. They'll get 2.
I don't think he actually meant that.
This might be a case of the ball fielding the fielder. As it backs, hits the heel of the fielder. I've got to get another shot of this.
Yeah,
Is this in the coaching manual?
well, is he on our screen? Just, I think he sort of just trod on the ball. In the end, he saves 2.
That's where that ends well. They get 2 though. VOC still hasn't gone to the boundary. If you can bowl 12 balls in this format, especially in the power play, and not go for a boundary, that is such a big win, even though he's wicketless at the moment.
This is going to go to the boundary now.
It may, but it may not. Should be another 2. But Chowdhury, that's a fantastic effort to keep his team in the game and actually get them ahead in the game, given that it's a fairly average-looking target. After 3 overs, it's 29 for 1. He finishes with none for 11.
Yeah, VOC just maybe a little bit guilty at the moment, missing out on some full tosses. There's a couple of balls there that could have been hit away. But in the end, good power play, you'd say, for BSC. Is this the first time that a German and Dutch side have played each other since the final in 2019?
That's a very good question.
Or did they
I feel like they might have been. Well, we had HMS Crownhouse. I think they were in the same. I'm going to have to go to the archives. That's a very good question.
Oh, thank you, Vinny. Do I get a bonus?
If you actually looked it up, then yes.
No.
I have a feeling that they have met since. I'm going to say VOC Rotterdam and MSC Frankfurt were joined in the same group.
That was, yeah, Lala, Big Afridi did. Yeah. Anyway, Ali Butt's got the ball in hand. Power play's over, so the field will spread.
Yeah, then last year they weren't in the same group.
Yeah,
Some of our crew from Spring Media. I've heard that, oh yeah, I'll mention this in a second. 4th over firstly, starts with a big wide down leg side. It's Ali Butt coming onto bowl. Now you are chasing one of the Spring Media hoodies, which you see the crew wearing. They look good, don't they?
They just look cozy. They look like a cozy hoodie. So Spring Media bosses, if you're listening, I would love a green hoodie.
Benita is the one apparently that controls the means of supply. Another big wide. So loses the mark. Getting good movement here, Ali Butt.
What happened if I offered to be the cameraman for a game to earn the hoodie?
Actually,
I'd be on it.
Would you?
Oh, yeah.
Which camera? You can. Sometimes you can do the one where you walk around.
I want to do the side one, camera 6.
Camera 6.
That doesn't move, does it?
You want to set it up.
Shot.
Launched. Absolutely launched. That one's out of here. Maximo. The bottom of the tree line. Francois might have gone through the 7 stages of grief after running out his opening partner, Tim de Kock, but he's got a job to do. But like Wallace earlier today, you feel like he's really important in the health of this chase.
Yeah, way too straight with the bowling. It's a half volley on middle stump. He just had to clip it, and he does exactly that. Goes with the swing. Good shot.
I think his butt has been pretty clear in what he's delivering so far. Big in-swingers.
Yeah.
So you can set up for that.
If it's that big, you start it a lot wider. There's the VOC camp. They're enjoying themselves.
Wants to go again and will. Fielder can't get there. Cuatro carreras más. Probably going from the consistent to the predictable here, isn't he, Ali Butt right now? And 4-8, gets 4 more.
Well, he's just doing the right thing. Standing still, the ball's swinging into his stumps, and all he has to do is clip it or get under it.
Even with the fielder back there,
no,
it's very hard area to protect. You're only allowed 2 fielders actually in that quarter of the field.
Doesn't want to get straight again.
Does. This one does slide past the inside edge, maybe a bit quicker.
He's lucky to get away with that. I mean, it's swinging that much. The LBW is actually quite hard to get.
Yeah.
So for 4A, he's just like, well, I'm going to get on a knee and try bomb it over the leg side. Good game of cricket. We've had a really enjoyable finals day so far. He's getting that ball to go.
He really gets it to talk.
He could start this on like 10th stump, outside off stump.
Definitely, but he's not. Now, it does go offside, sliced away, and it will be 6. Maximo! As 4-8 gets another 6 for the total.
Yeah, 6 more. Didn't go the direction he would have liked, but doesn't matter. He's a powerful guy. That was spliced, and 6 runs.
Just carries the rope.
Good over. They needed this over VOC just to steady them up again.
Hovering around the 50-50. With that shot, they jump ahead in the game. VOC Rotterdam.
Good comeback. Well, that's the first ball that he sort of bowled in a tidier area, and he'll get a dot ball. Good game. Good game.
Very good game.
It was like another one that could go right down to. You've still got Yelta to come. You're probably going to have James Leary. He's listed at 6. At number 5, you've got Musa Jamil. So there's plenty of batting to come for VOC.
But trying to stop this one going magical. And he will. It should only be 1. But with that, Francois will retain the strike. And at the end of 4 overs, chasing 138 for a spot in the final, VOC Rotterdam up 48 for 1.
Good batting that over. VOC still very much in this chase, especially with so many wickets in hand. And that worm is climbing the right direction.
Yeah, I bet they'd love to have to got back. It's their only blemish on the scorecard so far. Recorded super lucky. 2 chances in the first 2 balls he faces, but he's still there.
The thing is, if Pete clicks as well, I think last night it was a rapid 40.
Yeah.
So there's definitely batting depth.
Javed Rana, the captain, to come on in over number 5. A very interesting history. Except when he first went to play cricket in Germany, they said, sorry, we're full. Eventually found another club. And now here he is, captaining VOC Rehberger at the European Cricket League. And he's going to start by getting clipped away straight to the fielder.
Sorry, we're full. That's not what you want to hear.
Actually, another club said, yeah, we'll take it. Actually, pretty good. I love it. Great stories behind European cricketers as well. We do interviews with every team here. And a few that cycle on our 24/7 channel, ECN+. Looking for something to watch outside the match hours, which are a fair chunk of the day, admittedly. Recorded. Hits this, and he'll be safe. Kind of finds the gap. Oh!
I think that's hit Mujadadi in the face. I think he's okay. I think the ball stayed in, but that's hit him in the eye, and he might.
I actually think it's not 4, because I think it hits him while he's inside the field of play. That's a nasty one.
They're going to have to do a concussion test here, because that's hit him straight in the head.
Let's have a look here.
Watch this. Boom. Oh, it blew his glasses off.
It did too.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a concussion test here. Definitely. He's taken that one pretty hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here comes the medic, and that's sensible. He says he's all right. I mean, the glasses, glad they don't shatter and do him some damage.
Well, this is just the new protocols that we have, and sometimes you've got to be careful, but I think he saved the run, so hopefully he's okay.
So, yeah, we'll take a minute just to check out Nuruddin Mujadadi. Hasn't he been a really exciting player to watch as well during the competition? He might have flown through this concussion test, but look, it is something we take pretty seriously here on the network, obviously, with so much cricket going on, the hard ball being used. That was just kind of a freakish thing where the fielders work close together trying to squeeze that gap so nothing can get through. But they just kind of got in each other's way a little bit, and he didn't really get a good look at that ball.
Yeah, sometimes you get too close to each other and that can happen. But yeah, see, at the moment, their fielding's a little bit, I don't know how you say it, not great.
Their nerves, they are jangling
Tingling?
On finals day.
We're back.
Maybe a few people tingling. Anyway, guess what? Won't have to field this. He's got miles over his head. Maximo! Pretty well held down there, and goes Ozalmi. That's Shamrez Talib, I think, that takes that catch in the crowd.
I think VOC fancy themselves against some of this mean pace. Look, Pete Recording was dropped twice. Now he's here to cash in.
Now clips and finds the fielder.
Oh, direct hit. Might have been close. Well,
should have been that close.
Francois was on the treadmill just a little bit. Just the one in the end. What a good game of cricket we got on our hands.
See. It's going to be time. Now he's going to find the gap. That's going to be 4 as well. So 4-8. Playing a very good knock here. Takes them up into the 60s.
Well, if you bowl straight to this man, he's just enjoying clipping you around the corner. And Rana falling for the trap. Fouray's on 42 off 20 now. He's the key. And he's got plenty of batsmen to come with him.
They do say keep your eye on the ball.
Yeah. Well, they do, but that would have hurt a bit.
I think it's with Mujadadi. There's one guy could handle it. Probably him. Slow ball and swept up and out of here. Maximo as 4A moves to 48 at the end of the 5th over. FC Rotterdam pretty much bang on the rate at the moment. They're 68 for 1 after 5.
They're ahead in this game with 9 wickets in hand, and you bowl straight to 4A at your own pressure. You can't bowl too straight to this man. And that's a really, really nice shot for 6. He's on 48. He's looking at a big score here in this one.
So these two teams duking it out for a spot in the final. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Rutgers. I've had a few interesting messages, probably too many to name as far as medium paces. We talked about who. Give us your favourite military mediums.
Yeah, that was
We're still
good,
taking
we're
entries
over
for
that. Nah, I'm over that.
It's very game 1. But
Yep.
I will tell you as well, you can check us out on social media at European Cricket. And constantly more and more stuff being uploaded there.
What are you doing with your hands in that photo, Vinny?
I was getting ready. Someone's about to throw a ball at me. So I was just getting in a good position. Little fingers come together. Soft hands. Here's the one from earlier that we saw Mujadadi wear.
Ball saves 4 with the eyeball.
Bulletproof
Anyway, back
glasses.
to the action.
Here we go. 6. Really good shot as Farid Shah's an interesting little bowler, isn't he? He kind of just challenges you to make the pace. Recorded says, I'm up for the challenge after a shaky start. Pete's away. Maximo, 6 runs.
You drop Pete at your own peril. He was always going to bomb that straight for 6. And BSC, maybe not too much depth in this bowling lineup. And Pete recorded with the long levers. That's a gorgeous stroke.
Long levers. Good way to put it. That one flew out the ground.
Yeah, nice shot, isn't it? They're ahead in this one, Vinny. Pressure on the German champions.
Shah, use all this experience here. Recorded, 20% more sensible. Wasn't quite there for the shot, so he's happy to take the single.
And if you're not hitting the boundary, you at least make sure you work the one. 4A now, he's on 48. He deserves a 50. He's batted really well.
Oh, Eustace been timed out for come on VOC in all caps.
Moderators
He's
being,
got fire, you can talk.
moderators
5 minutes.
being annoying again.
Leave them alone. They do a very good job keeping it clean. Goes after this. Now it's a real big chance, a huge moment, and he's caught it. So 4A goes for 48, and he leaves the scene with over 60 still required. And guess who? It's Farid Shah. Did go for a long one, but he gets the big wicket of 4A, and it's 75 for 3.
Oh boy, he'll be super disappointed to get out there. He was batting so well. Maybe went a little bit across with it, but that's how he bats. Unfortunately, VOC will lose a wicket there, but the German champions, they're very happy indeed. They still feel they're in this game.
Just to correct myself, it's only 2 out. No need to be too scared. Well taken there. Pressure moment. Have a run up. Probably a good player to be under that ball. Shah does remove the big Dutch opener for 48, 75 for 2.
Good to see Ayaz Durrani in the chat as well. Hope you're well, Ayaz. Plenty of people tuning in for this one. It's a good game of cricket we've got in our hands. Well batted to Francois. They were disappointed though. He was looking really good. Jeltje Schoenheim will come out with the bat in hand. He'll fancy facing some spin. He's quite a bit more effective against spin than he is against pace. Still VOC at the moment, you would say. Ahead in this game, there's Franny. He'll be disappointed, but good innings.
Schoenheim takes it on straight away. 1. Probably could have got 2, you know.
I think they
if they thought about it.
Shah has picked up the wicket, but I think they fancy trying to take this down.
Okay. Left-hander back on strike, recorded. Look at those sunglasses.
Yeah, that's smooth.
Seen those down at the marina.
He's a smooth operator.
Caught it. Just punch it down for 1. Didn't fancy it.
Still wickets in hand. I mean, going at 15s for the last 4 overs. We've seen it happen quite often now in this T10 format.
Yeah.
Question will be, who do BSC turn to be the wicket taker for them?
Basically, tennis is this.
Oh,
he gets there. I think he gets there in front of Javed Rana. Never easy to jump forward, but Schoenheim has a life. teapot job from the bowler as we get to the end of 6. 77 for 2, walking sticks with 4 overs remaining.
It was like slow motion. The ball was slow, the shot.
Had that backspin,
slow, yeah.
like in tennis, you hit a backspin ball and it floats along. It just hung in the air long enough, didn't it, to get to Rana.
The way this format is, you got to take your chances, and well, both batsmen have been dropped, and that could really come back to haunt them. We look at that scorecard, see that you've still got, say, Jamil, James Leary. Admittedly, after that, you may be relying on someone that doesn't have as much batting experience. Steve Ramdas and Steve Addit and Tom, they're all more in it. Tom DeVitt can actually whack it. They're probably more in it for their fielding and bowling. So these two and the next 2 wickets are massive. But we got a good finish, Vinny. Really good finish.
Ooh.
Good cricket.
15 and over required. The recording's pretty important.
Yeah, he is. And he keeps that lefty out there, which changes the lines for the bowlers as well.
You remember you were telling us about when he played the twos finals, 7 or 8 over game maybe?
Yeah, 7 over game, and they had to chase 100, and he went bonkers, just bonkers.
Under pressure. Good under pressure.
He is good under
Learcat
pressure.
gets a bowl for the first time in the 7th. He gets hit very hard. That's 4. A clever shot recording. Just seems to be making good decisions, probably with the exception of the first 2 balls he faced in the innings. But he goes after this, he hits it hard, he hits into the gap, and he gets 4.
You don't drop Pete Recorded. The big man, Haydos, is his nickname at the club, actually.
Is that right? He actually got a bit of the old Haydos vibes. Maybe he needs to go to a couple more barbecues.
He's just a huge man.
Oh, he's going to get lucky, and it's going to be a French cut. He's got the kind of the setup, doesn't he? Well, this time, it's not just Peter Recorded, here's Pierre Recordon, as he'll take that one to fine leg for 4 more.
You've got to love a French cut, don't you? Things just going his way and going VOC's way at the moment. It's still 14 and over, which is pretty bang on par.
So yeah.
Well
Steps
bowled.
away from the ball. It's good comeback from Learcat.
Well bowled, Learcat. Good comeback under pressure.
Yeah. We got another good game on our
Honestly,
hands.
every finals day we've had some corker games.
Especially, this is one thing that ECL throws up that you probably don't get in other competitions.
Oh, that's huge. What a shot from Pete. Well, Haydos, he would have enjoyed that one.
Maximo. Well, someone tag Matthew Hayden in this stuff because he like his little protege here. Nothing too little about Peter, having said that. Learcat goes slotting a bit too straight this time. Disappears over the leg side.
One of those good cricketers. He just rocked up at the club one day. I've come over from England, speaks Dutch mother, and said, I'd like to join. And then like, playing good standard in England, just came in.
Say, sorry, we're full.
Oh, that could be close. What a shot from Haydos. Haydos is in, and he check drives that over the offside for 6, and that's going to be close to a no ball.
Yeah, Recorded. Goes large again. And we're about to see whether this is a no ball or not. I think they want to have a look at it
You don't drop
from side
Haydos.
on. Let's just check this one out.
That's the shot of the innings as well.
Yeah, and yeah, it didn't kind of force the issue. Let's have a look at it here.
It'll be close. They called for it straight away.
Oh.
Yeah, Haydos is tall, but I reckon that's a no-y.
Yeah, I think he is tall. I reckon it's a no-y.
I reckon that's a no-y.
He's hit it literally at waist height. And I think, because this is one of those ones 50-50, and I think they normally go to the batter, and this is no exception. So it'll be a 7-up and a free hit to come.
Yep. 98 now. VOC in complete control. Suleiman walking into position
Walking
still.
with the bowler. Oh, and he's going to get a little bit of panache about this one. He steps across and he flicks it for 6 more. Maximo. Beware early on if you don't get Recorded walking, because he's still there and he's taking his team close to the finish line.
People in the chat telling me not to get excited about VOC. They've got Haydos in the lineup. Haydos is a gun. 49 off 16. They put him down. He's looking at a marvellous 50 here. What a shot.
Yeah, and he knew it didn't matter if he missed it. Anyway, we're back to the action.
Oh.
Now he misses one. So 34 off 18. This game's far from over. Still 3 overs remaining, and the score 104 for 2. Coming up, of course, we've got the loser of this game playing Forfeiture and Qualifier 2. We're about 2.5 hours away from rejoining you here on the Costa del Sol. The winner of this game straight through to the Group E final. where they'll meet the winner of Qualifier 2. So join us just before 3 p.m. GMT, which is 4 o'clock in Central Europe, 8:30 p.m. in India. Or in Australia, it's 11 p.m. on the West Coast, and it's 2 a.m. in Melbourne and Sydney.
The biggest difference, VOC, is the two left-handers. Aidit Jain with the ball and Peter Record. The two left-armers, two left-handers have come into this lineup, and it's just given it a fresh zest. 34 of 18, they're in control. 86% chance on the supercomputer to take this win.
I love a bit of fresh zest in the morning as well. Schonheim
I know you do, Vinny.
only faced 2 balls, and he walks at this, and then he basically a standing sweep out to deep square leg where he gets one recorded on 49.
This is the over. Surely they feel like breaking the backs of the German champions. Pete's on 49 of 17. Nicknamed Haydos at the club. Much loved. Can he bring up a 50?
Again, there's that tension in the air. You can feel it at the moment. Credit to Shah. He's willing to toss it up. It'll be 50 though for Recorded. Brings it up off 18 balls. And a slightly curious start, didn't he, Peter? He celebrates and enjoys the moment, but he knows that the job's not done yet. Still 32 required for victory.
Drop him at your own peril. Big delivery. Yelta's going to try to tee this up.
And he will tee it up. Maximo! And it's a gutsy shot from Yelta as well, who came down the wicket, wasn't quite able to make it into a full toss or a half volley, but still judged it well. 6 more.
One thing for Yelta, I know it's hard to get analytics on club teams, but you don't bowl spin to Yelta. He loves spin. And he hits a ball a long way. Can he get another 6 and really kill this game?
Now he's... has he gone back there?
Might have slid back in time. I'm not too sure if they've even called for it.
Yeah, well, Twister world champion.
Yeah.
Yelta Schonheim here.
He is a tall man.
It's like a fake charge. So he probably knows at the time that he's missed it, and so he's time to start heading back. Let's have a look. Back foot ever. Yeah.
Well done.
Smart.
Got a proper slide back in, didn't he? 26 or 14, 2 more boundaries for VOC.
Well bowled by Shah. Challenging the batter. Batter wasn't up to it that time. This time he'll drag it. Could be a chance. He dropped it straight in the breadbasket of Sajid Learcat. You wouldn't expect him to drop that, but he couldn't hold on.
Both batsmen have been dropped twice, Vinny, and if they do lose this, they'll have to look back at the fielding effort. That was a simple one as well.
It's uncharacteristic, really, I think, for BSC Rayburger. That one, really. I don't think the sun's a huge factor. Sajid, experienced player, puts it down. Corden, can't contact this one. Still got a game on here, guys. It's 25 required off the last 2 overs. 113 for 2 after 8.
There's still a game, but I still think VOC are in control, especially with 8 wickets in hand. You're just 2 sixes away in the last 12 sort of balls to kill it off. They've timed their run really well. Despite the drop catches, they've hit the ball quite flush. And it looks like BSC might take a little bit of a risk here, and Bonagiri is going to come bowl some spin at the end. Oh, are you sure on this, Vin? Would you go to spin, or would you stick to maybe some mediums or some pace?
Well, I suppose they quite liked that last over. I know there was 1-6, but
I don't know if this is the option.
not wanting to give the pace back. Learcat, when we saw pace in the 7th, went for 27. Just with their waist height. Just reminding everyone the regulations on ECN, if the ball's waist height or above, it's received at the crease. So it doesn't have to be above waist height. Waist height's good enough. Here we go with the 9th. Start with a single from Schonheim.
It's high risk, but it could pay off. We'll have to wait and see. Recording's back on strike. They've got the man on strike they would have liked, VOC. 24 off 11. He's been a good touch since the earlier drops.
Bonagiri. The biggest over of the game so far.
BSC, they've had a lefty-righty out there for a while as well, and it's frustrated them with the fielding. They've had to do a lot of moving that they wouldn't usually do.
They're getting a rhythm. Oh. Goes leg side, it goes large. There's the long levers. Maximo! Recorded, gets VOC closer with a large strike over the leg side.
Haydos, you can't Stop bowl that to Haydos in the slot on a leg, and bang, 6 runs. One more of those and he really kills these German champions from winning this game.
24 off 11. Now he wants to go again, and he's going to get it. Maximo, back to back. What a knock from Recorded, who came in after the run out of Tim de Kock, his captain. Had an auspicious start, skying the first 2. A little bit like Wallace this morning. After giving up more or less a regulation chance, he's made the opposition pay.
You can't drop good players. Pete's a very good player.
Wants to go again, and he will. Maximo! And really now, I don't see a path back for BSC Rehberger. Different sorts of an innings, these 2 innings. The Germans never really had a decent partnership. They continued to lose wickets down the stretch. VOC have only lost 2. One of them was a run out.
What an innings. 68 off 22 from the big man. He's a club favourite. Can he finish it with a 6?
This won't be 6, but it will be 1. And we'll go back to Yelta.
Would have been nice for him to finish it with 1 big 6 there, but Yelta gets the opportunity.
Seems like a foregone conclusion right now, but anytime we go to the last over, if you can string together a couple of dots, the game can still change. Bonagiri just hoping to survive to the end of this over. Not the most convincing shot.
Has Mujadadi only bowled 1?
Yeah, I wonder if he's been
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
how he didn't bowl that over.
134 for 2 after 9, 4 runs required. Well, Mujadadi is going to come back. Tell you what, if you had one guy that you wanted to come and bowl now, you got Schoenheim on strike, who I think he's middle 1 ball. The rest he's squirted away. So now you're hoping, here's your draw card. You've got Mujadadi here. He's got next to nothing to play with, and I think you've got to bring the field in. You've got to try and keep Schoenheim on strike as much as possible. Don't want to leak ones.
I think, Vinny, to defend 4 with 8 wickets in hand would be the best last over I've ever watched.
I remember that the Swedes, Spain versus Sweden, a couple of years ago in ECC 21, similar sort of situation.
That was like 9 though, wasn't it?
Wasn't that many? About 5, I think. Anyway, Mujadadi, 1 ball at a time. Has to basically stack together 6 wins here, doesn't he? Love to get a new batter out there. 4 to win.
That's well bowled.
It's all right. Oh, his keeper's missed it. Recorder's not watching. And now he is watching, but it's too late. And now there's no keeper, and it's a dot. Well, not very ECN first ball.
And dot ball.
Just inside the line. Good call from Stefan Gooch there.
Oh, that's pretty funny, actually. I think Pete just turned his back quickly and didn't realise the keeper had missed it. It was a good ball. It was inside.
Stopped watching at the critical moment. You can see he's watching to try and ask for a wide. Now, Yelta will get a single. So this game's alive. I know. He's got a faint pulse here.
You're very good at selling.
No, but I'm just saying, 1 ball can change it. Think about a skied ball here. New batter coming out, needing 3 off 3. Mujadadi breathing fire. Probably going to bowl quicker now that he copped that one in the sunglasses earlier.
You can sell ice to the Eskimos, Vinny. If VOC lose from here,
they're thirsty.
I'm leaving.
Okay, right. You are leaving after this game anyway.
Hey, whoever
Thanks
in
for
the
your
chat was saying me before not to get around VOC, though, good chase. I told you.
Recorded versus Mujadadi.
Good match.
2 very, very key players. 3 required off 4. How does Pete play this? He will play it towards deep point. And it's a single, keeps the game alive. So you're saying, how confident are you here?
A million out of a
million out of a million.
Basically,
I would say you're overconfident.
I might as well take my headset off. VOC are winning this game.
I think you got to look to protect the single here. They still got too many back for me. They've still got kind of regulation. 5 outfielders, and the infielders are back. Anyway, 2 to win for VOC Rotterdam. And that'll do it. It's banged up and out of here, and the Dutch are through to the final. Maximo Schoenheim picks a good time to find the middle of the bat again, and the Dutch will be the first team through to the Group E final.
Yeah, well done. They deserved it. You were selling some good ice to the Eskimos there, Vinny.
You were getting thirsty.
No, they were in control. Peter Accordion, he'll probably get man of the match. What a special innings from him. He was dropped early, but when you get dropped, you got to take the opportunity, and he did that. And VOC deserved to be in the final. They played a good game of cricket.
Yeah, they do. But BSC Rehberger suffered their first loss at ECL 24. Remember, these two teams didn't meet in the group stage. They were meant to meet in match 1, but that was a washout. So, a very entertaining morning so far. We're about an hour and 20 from rejoining you at the Cartama Oval, and this is a pretty interesting matchup. BSC Rehberger versus Forfisher in qualifier number 2. So starting at 3 p.m. GMT, which is 4 o'clock in Central Europe, and 8:30 p.m. in India. VOC booked their spot in the Group E final. So we'll either have a rematch of that game or we'll have the VOC Rotterdam versus Forfisher clash. That would have been a pretty interesting one as well, given that VOC touched up the Scots last time they met just yesterday. Going back to the chase, well, it was an interesting one. They did seem to bide their time a little bit in the first over, but this was a drop catch in the crowd, followed by a walk of shame. He had a lot of time to think about it. Mujadadi, he created this first wicket out of thin air, really, or 4-8, called through Tim de Kock, but Tim never able to make it home, despite the despairing dive. Probert recorded to the crease, and believe it or not, he was dropped twice in his first 2 balls, but was able to fight back from that. Hit the ball pretty hard. That was a nasty one, really. Mujadadi copped that one to face, as there were too many cooks down there. Did stop the boundary, though. Right, was a very, very important player in the first half of this innings, particularly 48 off 22, set the table. That's a good catch by Javed Rana. It was the end to him. Brought out Schoenheim, who did hit 2 sixes, including the game winner, but it was recorded. His 70 off 24, ultimately the difference, I think, between the two teams. He was able to go on after a slightly concerning start and win the game for VOC.
Yeah, he batted beautifully, didn't he? There was a few drop chances. That was Yelter getting dropped, but the damage was already done. We got down to the 9th over. Peter Ricordi, really good, dangerous left-handed batter. Credit to him for that innings. He held his nerve and took VOC home to a really good win. Big smiles for the tall 2 Dutchmen. They did their job, and VOC will be very happy indeed. They'll be in the final tonight, and we're waiting to see who they'll be playing.
Yeah, we will wait and see. You can't take your eyes off the action. About an hour and 20 minutes away from the first ball of that one. Just the 2 wickets, so very different story to the first innings in the second half of the match. 4-8, 48 off 22. Tim de Kock, an early casualty thanks to some quick work from the bowler in his follow-through, Nuruddin Mujadadi. 17 not out from Peter Ricordi. Just 24 balls there, 8 big bombs and 2 fours in that knock. Yelter was a pretty handy contributor towards the end. Goes down to the 3rd last ball. Case of the haves and the have-nots, really, with the bowlers. Chowdhury, I like that they bowled him out in the same conditions. He went for less than run a ball. Fareed Shah actually bowled pretty well as well, 1 for 18. But apart from that, didn't really have the answers, did they? Everyone else went 15 and over or worse, and sometimes quite a lot worse. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about an hour and 15 minutes with the next game. And it's going to be the Germans and the Scots going head-to-head. Only one team can survive to make the big dance tonight against VOC. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Big thanks to Corey Ruckers and Rico Full, not too far away for the second half of Finals Day here in Group E. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back halfway through another frenetic finals day, Group E this time, and heading up to the next game now and qualifier number 2. It is a race to survive between two teams that have played some pretty good cricket at times during this group, and we've got BSC Rehberger of Germany taking on Forfarshire of Scotland in this one in Ramage a little bit earlier. Had the two captains. Let's see what happens at the Giant coin toss.
Rehberger, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Forfarshire, you're the away team, you will call. There you go.
Dream 11.
It's been called Dream 11. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss.
I will bowl first.
Okay, toss won by Rehberger, who will bowl first.
So the Germans, BSC Rehberger, have won the toss and Javadrana elects to bowl first. So we'll get to see the Scots with the bat. Wasn't Wallace impressive? I know he gave a chance earlier in his innings, but he ended up smashing 89 and smashing Forfarshire to this point in the competition. You feel like their top four have a big responsibility for the Scots. Let's see if they fire. Garden, he's another guy I think could click at any time. He's at the top of the order, got run out without facing a ball earlier on. He'll be keen to put in a good contribution. For the Germans though, I've got to say, Mujadadi, he's still a bit of a threat with the ball, so we'll probably see him straight away. One thing about the Germans, even though they didn't win that last game against VOC Rotterdam, actually it was their first loss of this ECL. They do bat long, and they just have a way, they find a way to get to competitive scores. They'll know what they need to do because they are chasing in this one as we welcome Rico Full into the comedy box for the first time today. Looking forward to the second half of finals day with you, Rico. I can tell you the Germans, BSC Rehberger, have won the toss, bowling first, so let's get ready for qualifier 2.
Hello and welcome world, welcome everybody. It is the 11th of March, it's a Monday, it's the start of Ramadan, it is also Commonwealth Day, and also you probably heard Happy Birthday being played there in the background. It is the birthday of our founder, Daniel Weston. Happy birthday to you, Daniel. I hope you're having a fantastic time. And of course, it is also a Group E finals day, and what a match this is going to be. Two teams that delivered us an absolute classic back in match number 9 of the group when, well, it was Rehberger that put 153 on the board for 9. Sajid Liaquat, 52 of 16, and Jafar Lukman, 21 of 11, helped him to get there. And then Forfarshire, well, they fell 4 runs short in chase, 149 for 4. And that was a match which is a weird one. The last over of the Rehberger innings went for 26, and the last over of Forfarshire also went for 26. They were almost there, just 4 runs short. That tells us one thing. This is going to be an absolute classic. It really is. And one thing, though, that today has been all about, is finals day. It's always a nervy day. The catching. Catching has cost teams matches. If you look at the way that the day went, and Goza Zalmi, you got to feel for Goza Zalmi. I really feel for him. They didn't have the run of the draw, did they? With the VOC Rotterdam pipping them on a net run rate to go and get that second chance. Remember, Goza Zalmi had, well, won one more game than VOC Rotterdam. Also had beaten VOC Rotterdam, but unfortunately, with the way the points and that the very crucial bonus point goes, they ended up losing out to them on net run rate. So I feel for them, but they didn't hold their catches, did they, against Forfarshire? They dropped the likes of Wallace, and that cost them. And then you could say the same against Rehberger. They also needed to hold their catches against VOC Rotterdam. They didn't. They dropped Francois Faure on 2 occasions, and he punished them. And Recordon also was dropped, and he punished them as well. So can they hold on to their catches? Maybe this is all about the team who hold on their catches, wins the match. And it's a nice start straight away from Chowdhury, so a little bit of a change on the opening attack. Chowdhury gets one through. Craig Wallace has been in good form. Probably holds the key, you got to say, for Forfeiture. Going all the way here. Scored a fine 89 in the win against Gozo Zalmi. And he's been their pick of the players, hasn't he? He's scoring runs pretty freely, but he needs some support from the other batters. It's not a good delivery, and it will be called a wide by the Sheriff himself, Charles Croucher, who is out there. And wide ball to start off with. He's got Suleiman Saeed. There's the square umpire. A good afternoon to everybody. Lovely to be here. And it's been a great day so far of cricket. Been lovely weather as well. It's hit in the air, but straight to the fielder. And the catch has been taken by the captain. They have removed Wallace for a 2-ball duck. That is huge. A huge moment in the match. Javid Rana holds onto the catch. It's a very slow departure from Wallace. Wow, they needed that wicket. Chowdhury outside the off. Craig Wallace, he's hit it pretty hard, but he's hit it straight to the captain Javid, who makes no mistakes. I said right before the start of this match, maybe it's all to do with holding their catches. They needed to hold this one. The ball does swing in, but it's been met pretty powerfully by the batter, but it's into the hands of the captain. It's joy, it's delight. Wallace is still making his way off the field. There he is. It's the slowest walk on ECN history to make his way up those famous steps. He hasn't got there yet, but he's got Derek waiting for him. That's the way the cookie crumbles. That is a huge loss. And back to the action here, and the more. Oh, there's that one. Just get through. Gets a bit of bat onto it though. Intense action here. I think that ball might have been bowled. As Wallace still hadn't reached the steps. Okay, they've got to dig deep here now. A lot of Scottish supporters, of course, here. Hello to John Tucker, who's giving me greetings. And he's saying he's looking forward to this. Jeffrey Mobbs and Dave in the chat as well. Hey to you as well, Dave. Taking on the single. They might even want to come back for two here. Decide against it. I think this is all about rebuilding, but you still got two batters here that can make a difference. Callum Garden's been joined by Scott Cameron. Oh, this is not far away either. Just that movement, the swing that Chowdhury is getting, you'll see this one coming a fair bit. And so, he's expecting the swing, but not as much as that. I mean, that is swung a lot. So Chowdhury, early swing for him. That just means that somebody like Nuruddin Mujadadi, when he gets the ball, what's he going to do with it? Good looking shot. And that's a good save. And diving to his right, makes the stop. And I think that was Mujadadi, the man I was talking about with the ball. And I wonder when he gets given the opportunity to bowl. I also felt that in that last match that Rebagay, they had the opportunity to bowl Nuruddin the 9th over. They left him for the last. I think that was a mistake. I think you bowl your top bowler before and then leave more runs to get for VSC in the last. Well, this is how the day has been panned out. I've been watching from the sidelines with intent. Like I say, feel for Gozo Zalmi. Unlucky, but didn't they play well? And they should go back to Malta with their heads held up high. I love the way that they played. And everybody really made a contribution. It was a real good team effort from them. I like the fact that we saw Lala get into his own as well. He's a giant of a man, Lala. I shook his hand when I got to the ground, and his hand is humongous. He can fit both of my hands in his one. You really can. So they went down earlier, of course, to Forfeiture. That was the Eliminator, and then in the next match we saw VSC Rotterdam book their place in the final. And VSC Rotterdam, remember, they've got a great history in this competition. They were the winners back in 2019, and I've got to say, the team that they got here, the blend in this squad, I'm liking it. And what a great bowling performance from Aditya Jan as well. 4 for 22, play of the match. Well bowled, young man. But it was those chances that got dropped. And Rebegate, they know that, and that's why they're trying to put it right this time around. Oh, that is spicy. Oh, wow. That is a spicy delivery. He's giving it a little bit of masala out there. And you can see the batter, Scott Cameron, saying, yeah, I'm fine. I'm all right. Ah, of course they're all right. They're Scots. They're strong. This was spicy. Look at this one. And don't forget, oh, that is quick. Quick and fast. And he's, well, shaking him up upstairs. And look at this one come back into him. And, well, that's like a blow from a heavyweight boxer. Here comes Mujadadi once more. That's the Yorker length time this time. And they will get a run. That's a little bit sloppy from the fielder. It's Ali Butt. Gotta really, that's a run they're giving away for nothing. You can see Mujadadi just looking at his captain there and saying, look, we can't, you know, as a team we do so many things well, but they let themselves down in the field. Do the German champions. Mujadadi once again, and that's well bowled again, and he's unlucky here. The pace of the ball challenging the fielder, who in true Spider-Man style gets to it, spins a web, stops the ball and throws it in. Loving these kids, loving the kids, and loving all of the activity and all the excitement in the fan zone as well. Fan zone is buzzing with supporters for Forfarshire, Scottish champions, and for the German champions as well, BSC Rebegate. This one's a bit of a miscue, but fortunately for the batter, the square leg has been pushed back on the boundary, so we'll get a single here. It's a slow start, isn't it? A really slow start. Of course, all starting with that wicket of Craig Wallace, and that sort of had them stunned into silence. It's well bowled. It's asking a question for what probably has to be an impossible decision to get for the bowler. The batter is on the move, and it's also, I think, hitting its impact outside the line as well. But what a good over it is. Nice and tidy. And the Scottish champions struggling at the moment. 7 on the board after 2 overs. And 1 wicket down, and it's a wicket that they've lost as well, Craig Wallace. But they've got to believe, look, you know, I know that Wallace has been the main batter and has been the main contributor for them, but they've got other guys there that can bat, and they've got to believe that they're able to do so. This is what we're looking, this is the spot we're looking to fill. Gina Brescia, Hornchurch, Old Victorians and Drew are there already, who will be representing a Group E. You know that VLC Rotterdam have booked their place in the final. One of these 2 teams will join them. That's been hit well, but once again the fielder comes across, and that's a good stop, sliding. And in comes the throw, and it is Nuruddin Mujadadi who is there. He seems to be everywhere at the moment. Remember Scott Cameron, he has produced with the bat before. Last year he was pretty key. Callum Garden as well was pretty key as well. So if these 2 can get going. That's another one of those swinging deliveries from Chaudhry. He's a fascinating guy to watch, because I think as a batter you're seeing some of these coming out of his hands and you're thinking, yeah, that's going to be a wide delivery. But he gets a lot of late movement to come back in. Chaudhry again. Plays into the ground. There's Cameron. He wants to take the single, and he'll get there. They're pretty quiet at the moment up there, and the Scottish supporters seem to have done away with the Vinnie Sandhu masks today. Maybe they felt that they didn't bring them too much luck yesterday. They don't see the oranges and the greens and the yellows and the Maximo suits. And that's a good shot. Well, speaking of Maximo, well, this one might be on the top of the studio. It is right on the top of the ECN studio. Well, Maximo was there yesterday, And he's not there today. He'll be joining us shortly, but that one is a Maximo, and that's exactly what they needed. Just to wake themselves up. Gets into position early, so he knows the ball is swinging. This is such a good shot, an intelligent shot. He knows that ball is going to be swinging in. He gets into a position where he allows himself to get in the right position to play that away. It's a quality shot. I'm just wondering here if Chowdhury now thinks, well, okay, if that's the plan, I might just hold the ball across the seam maybe, not get it to swing in. No, he still goes for the swinging delivery. It's hit down the ground. It'll just be a single. Sajid Lakat is prattling around like a cat as well as he makes the stop. It's just a single. Beautiful day here on the Costa del Sol as well. Big shout out to our partners, the Junta de Andalusia. We're in the Andalusia province of Spain. Goes for it. Has he got enough? Yes, he has. It will go all the way. Ginna zona. Shaka Lagia. And they finished that over with a bang. They needed a good one. They needed to start somewhere. It was the last of the power play. And it's 2 sixes in the over. It takes the score to 23 for 1 after 3. Well, we've got the telescope out because they're looking for the Maximo. Well, stop looking. He's here. He's in the box. Vinny, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, Rico, and hello, everyone. Such an exciting format with every third day of finals day, and obviously you've got 5 teams here. In Group E, 4 have made it to finals day, and only 3 have made it to this point in the proceedings. Forfeiture heartbroken with that early wicket of Wallace. He was their hero earlier on, 89, but doesn't score in this game. And here's a fascinating bowler, Farid Shah, who's going to bowl this one. He's not afraid to really take the pace off. Garden hasn't fired in the series so far. We've seen him do it before. Can he pull out a big one here? Start of the 4th.
That's a nice looking shot. Gives himself a little bit of room and cuts his away. And that's what you can do when the ball is not swinging around. So he sees this one from Shah. Not coming in, he gets into position and executes a brilliant cut shot.
Yeah, so it's hard to pinpoint where it's gone wrong. I mean, he was run out without facing a ball in the earlier game.
Yeah.
Callum Garden just plonked the bat over the line, but not quite in time. Forfeiture just need to find a way to get to that, I'd say 130 plus. Back to the action here as this is drilled out of the ground. Maximo, good signs here. Maybe this can get Callum started. He goes 4 and 6 off Shah in the first 2 balls. 2
very good shots. And if there's any doubt about the potential and the ability of this man, where you can see it there, that's a tremendous hit. So Callum Garden, he's played the cut shot, and now he's used his feet and smashed this straight back over the bowler's head. So he's under a little bit of pressure, I must admit. It's a bit of a weird choice for me to go for Shah here, Farid Shah, especially when you got the likes of Lakat in the side as well, who also could get the ball to swing around.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Hello,
They've gone for the change of pace, especially because the pace more or less seemed to be working up to that point, but they got faith in Shah. It's going to be tested here.
It's going to be another biggie. Manos, arriba, Vitro. But again, there was 6 más, and just like that, the crowd, the Scots are starting to wake up and they're starting to wave the flags.
Yeah, they are, and this would be a great time for Callum Garden to click. He just felt very comfortable there with the pace, has a good look at it, backs himself. Come back to that in a second, but right now, let's go back to the action.
No, he doesn't quite execute this right. I think it's the right shot to play. He goes back, wants to play it away, doesn't quite get it right. It is the right shot to play. Let's have a look at this.
See this one in group matches. Teams batting first have had more success, but in finals, 11-7 teams batting second, so more teams doing it chasing.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, you'd normally think it'd be the other way around, right? They always say, the old saying is runs on the board, create the pressure. Well, maybe not here at the Cartama Oval. The other thing could be that a lot of the times that the matches, the final matches, because of that pressure, they're not necessarily big scores.
Yeah, true. It might just be one of those things where it's a bit of an anomaly. Yeah, I suppose at least you know what you have to do with the bat. You can plan accordingly if that's what you want to do. This is what they want people doing their Shah, trying to overhit. Garden doesn't get hold of the last one, but 18 off the over and fourths. 41 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, he'll take that. That's good recovery. And I think he'll also take the fact that Garden is starting to play some nice shots there as well. Scott Cameron, we know, can also perform when he has to. I just think sometimes, you know, Vinny, when you as a team have one batter that's basically been giving you the results, sometimes when you're the other batters there, you sort of tend to be a little bit complacent. You think, Craig's there, don't worry, Craig's there somewhere. With him gone so early, it actually now makes those batters think differently about their role. And maybe these two might click as a result of that.
Yeah, well, the thing is, for me, top 4, very, very key. I honestly think top 4, any one of them could play that match-winning innings for you. So you've got essentially 2 and 3 here to try and make that happen.
Oh, that's a shot and a half. That is a shot and a half. I mean, despite the Spider-Man antics off the fielder there, yes, here, what a shot this is. It's a pull shot for 6. This is an absolute cracker.
Yeah, it's an uppercut. It's really well timed. Have a look at that from Cameron. It was a bit of shaken, not stirred earlier, if we're going to continue the 007 references, but that was more his pace, and he pumps it over point for 6.
And now he's going over cow corner, but has he got enough of this? Only just a desperate lunge from Mujadadi, but he can't get there. It's 6 more. So they're certainly opening up here. So Sajid Lekat, he does come on, and at the moment it seems to be they're liking the pace. So Scott Cameron certainly taking a liking to Sajid.
Yeah, and it's a game of fine margins, isn't it? It's a great effort out there to try and keep it in the field of play, but it's no avail. The result, 6 runs. Back-to-back boundaries, and the 50 partnership comes up too, and the 50.
Yeah, it's a wild swing there. One thing, my one observation in that last match that the German champions went down in, I think when you have got someone like Nuruddin in the side, Mujadadi, of course I'm talking about, when you need a wicket, you call him in. You call him back. Leaving him to bowl the last over like they did in the last match, for me, doesn't make sense. This is another one that is hammered out of here. It's big. It's out of the middle. It sounded good. It looked good, and it went a long way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 más. Así, boom, shaka la gaya. And I just think here, you know, as you said before, top 4. You've got one big wicket already back. You need a wicket here. You've got to go back to Mujadadi.
Cameron went fishing for the leg side ball before and got it. This time he goes offside and ups in the air. That's going to be even more well taken off the field. But Maximo, 4 out of 5, not bad. Learcat goes magical in the 5th.
Yeah, I mean, it's just swinging and using the pace against him. I think Sajid Learcat could maybe just vary his pace a little bit. So after an outstanding start, it's a good fight back in the last 2 overs. And the Germans, they've got to stay upbeat here. They've got to try and rally themselves around. They can't let their heads drop. And this one is going to be 4 runs. Good effort from Nuruddin, but he can't get the hand onto it to stop it going to the boundary. What an over that is. It goes for 28. And at the halfway point, it is 69 for 1. So a tremendous comeback from these two. We said it before. These two can make a difference. Anyway, welcome to all our viewers all around the world on, it is Commonwealth Day as well, so celebrations around the world, also the start of Ramadan. Welcome everyone.
Yeah, Ramadan Mubarak to all of our viewers observing that. Bit lucky there, Cameron, for me. If that was straight to the fielder, I think it's a catching opportunity, but the fielder had to kind of go sideways, couldn't even stop the boundary in the end. Great to have your company. Just a reminder to everyone as well, if you'd like to make the world a better place, we'd love for you to support the Share the Meal project by the United Nations World Food Programme. That QR code in the corner, if you scan it, you'll be able to donate, and it's very, very affordable. It can make a big difference. So anyway, we'll get straight back into the game, and it's over number 6. Give me much of a chance to say hello to you and welcome you back into the box for the first time today. And I know you were an interested observer earlier in the day. Gozo's Army bowing out in the first game. Like, went too far away, were they?
Yeah, I really felt for them. You know, I was looking at the tables last night, Vinny, and I was saying, you got a feel for Gozo because they had 1 win more than VOC Rotterdam. They also beat VOC Rotterdam, but it was VOC Rotterdam that pipped them to the double chance.
Then you could also say
it's a bonus point, right?
Yeah, VOC Rotterdam didn't get the opportunity to play against Stari Grad, which every other team weren't able to beat. Gozo's Army missed out on the 4-point win against the the Serbians as well.
They're aware of that. I was speaking to them when I got to the ground. Is this one again is testing the umpire. Is it going to be another wide? This time the umpire keeps the arms down. I mean, he's playing with that line, isn't he, Ali Butt?
Just inside, I believe. I'm going to have a look at it next to Spring Media. Yeah, just nips back a little bit.
Nicks it in. Wicketkeeper maybe standing a bit
The other
far
thing is, there was only 4 runs in the net run rate, actually,
Yes.
between Gozalmi getting second spot or not. That was last night. VOC did just enough, and now look at them. They're the first team through to the final.
Yeah,
They almost
they
missed
are.
the top 2.
And playing some very good cricket as well. Yeah, I mean, I was saying I spoke to Gozalmi, and they know. But one thing they all said, we need to be here, we need to play at this level in these matches, and we don't mind losing, and we don't mind losing in good competitions to good teams as long as we learn from it. And they said, yeah, we learn from it. We know that we had the opportunity to pick up 4 points and we didn't, and that cost us. So they'll be back stronger and better. That's a nice looking shot. And it almost gets away from the captain, Javid, but recovers well and keeps it to 1.
Yeah, just a single. So it's hovering around the 50-50 at the moment. It's funny, yeah, with all the Maximos being in yesterday, just to be clear, the Scottish team, the Scottish supporters, they normally have one dress-up day every time they come. So last time, you remember we had Mario and Luigi. Actually, you might have been off that day.
I was off.
But you remember seeing Mario and Luigi. We had a gin and a tonic. We had a few cervezas. We had lots of different things. Now they're a bit more traditional today.
Nice shot, straight down the ground. And that, believe, is going to be 6 runs for me. I'm pretty sure it's 6. We'll have to look at it again because they're very close to the rope. But I think it's 6. Let's just have a look and wait and see for confirmation. But it's such a great shot. This is, for me, the best shot a batter can play. Gets his feet into play, hits it straight down the ground, and that's 6 carreras. Manos, arriba, arbitro. Put him up in the air like you just don't care, Suleiman. Come on, let's do the party. Put your hands up in the air. 6 runs.
Straight field would have been handy there. We haven't really seen anyone employing it in the series.
And now this is going to be 4 more. Well, Nuruddin, he's been rocking and rolling and diving and doing the roly-polies over there, but he can't stop him. Cuatro más, good footwork, good placement. 4 more. Ali Butt starting with a couple of good deliveries, but now he's gets under attack as well. The runs are coming freely. They're picking up boundaries on average 3 and over now. 82 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, so 13 off that one. Yeah, still, I don't think this is a criticism, but very, very leg side conscious, but it's good enough to essentially pull that one in. This will be frustrate Mujadadi, who gets there. He was involved in quite a nasty one early. I'm not sure if you saw it, Rico, but 2 fielders came together. The ball actually hit him in the sunglasses when he was fielding, and he didn't seem too shaken up by it. But good to see him back and bowling thunderbolts. That's what.
But he's got to bowl. He's got to be bowling now. They need a wicket. Need to break this partnership. What are you holding him back for? He's your, main strike bowler. He's bowled well.
Kept him for the end before as well, and it was probably a bit too late.
Chance should be taken by the captain. It will be taken. So they get the breakthrough. And it's Kushal, I think, who does it again. He seems to have the knack of coming on and picking up wickets.
Yeah, it's Fareed Shah, I think.
Is it Shah?
Yeah, Shah's come back, and that's a very Shah-like delivery and wicket, I think. Just forcing Cameron to make all the pace. See here. Just loses that front side a bit, so he's fighting himself there, Scott Cameron. And the ever-reliable Javed Rana in that position hovers and takes his second catch of this one. But Cameron, a good contribution. He does his bit.
Yeah.
Can his teammates carry them up to that kind of 130 plus? And I think they'll need to be competitive right now. Forfeiture, 82 for 2.
Yeah, Javi, the captain, takes the second catch. And a wicket for Fareed Shah. So well done. So they do stick to Fareed. He was a little bit expensive in his first over. He did go for 18, but he's rewarded the faith the captain has on him, picking up the wicket. And, well, that sparked some cheers of delight from Maya up in the fan zone.
This guy has impressed me. Robertson. And Garden and Robertson build a partnership now. I feel like this is an important one.
Flicks this one away. Should be stopped by the fielder. Keeping it to 1. Yeah, Robertson, he has batted well, hasn't he? He's sort of been the shining light sometimes when they've needed him to perform. He almost got them home in that crazy match against the same opponents when they were chasing 154 for victory. Got to 149. What a match that one was, Vinny. The last 2 overs from each side went for 26. It was a crazy match. Nice use of the feet. Oh, that's outstanding. That, for me, is the Andalusian shot of the day. What a shot. Footwork, placement, exquisite timing.
Great option. I think it's a great option. Hit the ball where the ball's bowled to you, so you don't have to get that inventive. It's good footwork to turn it into a half volley. Oh, it does exact opposite the next ball, but he's going to get away with it. Won't get even two in the end. It'll be a long single. Certainly not wanting to risk a run out. We've seen a few run outs kind of derailing things at some key times today, Rico.
Yeah, we have done. Lyle Robertson, good all-rounder. Saw him take a 3-for against Stubby Grad as well. Gets a wide one and misses out on the cut shot. Applause for the dot ball. Well, dot balls, we know, or we call them dot balls, are like gold dust, and that's a good one.
Very interesting period of this game. Forfeiture have just fallen slightly behind. Last ball for Sharp.
It's a big hoik, but no. Oh dear, that's shocking. That's shocking. We've seen a couple of shockers in the field from Reberger, and that's another one. There should be no run there. They've allowed the strike to be rotated. It means that Robertson will still be back on strike. And the score at the end now of 7 overs is 89 for 2.
Shanawaz Ahmed earlier actually dropped record in first ball, and Recordon was essentially dropped off his first 2 balls he faced.
I was watching, couldn't believe it.
70 to win the game. You can see that we have qualifiers from Italy as well as England in the Hornchurch. Old Victorians of Jersey and Dreux, the defending European champions and reigning French champions. They're going to be joined by one of those top 3 teams in Group E. And of course, tomorrow we're straight into Group F as we get ready for Sajid Learcat to come back. Remember, his first over went for plenty, went for 28 earlier in this innings.
Yeah, it's an interesting move. I suppose he is bowling to Robertson. They may have thought twice it was Garden on strike. And goes for the straight hit. He hits it pretty straight, and he's going to get the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. I don't think he could hit this any straighter. Now, one thing you could be thinking about here, Javid Rana, the captain, maybe to deploy like a Southern Cross field, because there's been a number of shots that have been played straight down the ground as the fielders very kindly put the rope back. That's nicely. Well done, chaps. Well done. Good job.
Very good job. I was about to text 1-800 Blue Crew, but they've done a very good job. But unfortunately, couldn't stop the boundary. Again, haven't seen that Southern Cross field, that Southern
You're
Star.
right.
I just think that a lot of balls gone that direction. Robertson gets going.
He doesn't quite get this one right. A bit of a miscue, but he does okay. Gets the boundary, rotates the strike, gives it back to Garden. You don't want Callum Garden to be starved of too many deliveries. He's on 42 of just 15. Expected score at the moment around about that 134 mark. I think they'll settle for anything between 140 and 150 here, and that will help. That's a glorious shot, and what a way to be just too short of his 50 now. Absolute immense.
This is a bit more of what we saw from Garden when we first saw him on the network at the ECC in 22. Really a good striker of the ball. Maybe kind of the forgotten man, if you like, of this Scottish batting lineup.
But that's what I mean, all right? You lose Wallace early, and maybe sometimes you need that little shock. You need that little push to say, hey, now I've got to perform. And, well, Callum Garden and Scott Cameron have certainly done it. Robertson, who batted well earlier, is there as well. Okay, this is a chance. And, oh, it goes for 6. It's spilled by the fielder, Ali Butt. He can't keep it in his hands. Well, Butt becomes Butterfingers as the ball goes over. Seis Corridas, and Callum Garden gets 50. 54 of 17 deliveries. Hay suerte, mucha suerte por Gardín. Pero Butt no puede coger la pelota.
Yeah, but it's a tough one because he couldn't really get off the ground. He couldn't jump because if he jumped, he thought he was going to come up over the boundary. So he's forced to kind of just stretch with his toes on the ground. Now Garden smashes this one down to long off, but only for a single. So, I mean, I think he got the technique right there, Ali Butt. But, yeah, difficult to... I mean, they stick or they don't. And once hit the top of his hands, it headed over the rope.
Yeah, it's always difficult when you're trying to catch him above your head.
If he had unlimited space, he's jumping, and I think he's taking that a lot more safely.
He's powerfully struck as the fielder there, Jaffa Lukman. It's been pretty busy, but yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm just having a look at the way these two are striking the ball. For me, is no-brainer. I'm having that Southern Cross field, without doubt. It's the end of Sajid's spell, and it's not a good one He goes in the end for 47, I believe, off his belt. So 47 off the 2 overs for Sajid Learcat, which means Forfeiture are 108 for 2 at the end of 8 overs. So this is where they want the push.
Ordinarily, though, you'd say, look, yeah, 8 overs, you've got 8 wickets in hand, go for it. But there's a kind of a feeling that once you crack through the top 4, the batting falls away. And I'm not saying that in a real negative way. I just probably mean in the format. They're trying to middle order players are a different kind of players. This first one will be a wide, just misses the mark.
Yeah, it's a sheriff. Charles Croucher. And then from Czechia says, yeah, that's too wide. He calls it. He's been on a bit of an expedition, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been down under.
3 months down under.
He's come back in. Really good, Nick. Must be him hitting the beaches there.
And he's come back nice and fresh. There's the sheriff. That's better delivery. But still looking to go straight, you see. This is why I think that's Southern Cross field. So I'm having a look at the field here. You've got the man at the point boundary. I'll just move them all around slightly. Move them all around slightly. So even if I have a long off a lot straighter, move them all around a bit. Ali Butt, good start. Short, okay, catchable. Fielder can get there, comes in, gets under it and drops it. And it's going to be a chase on now. And he just stops again to the boundary, so it's another drop. Well, I tell you what, this time now is Sajid Learcat. Now, I know he dropped a very expensive one in the match against VSC as well. You wouldn't expect that from Sajid.
That was regulation, really. Maybe the breeze pushes it towards him a bit more than he thought. In the end, he almost parries it for 4, doesn't he? Better get back to the action, though, because the next ball sneaks past the outside edge. Butt's been without luck here in the 9th over. We say it all happens in the 9th. That was just a regulation mistime pull up in the air. It was always blowing towards the field. He actually came in too far and couldn't readjust.
I'm surprised they run 2. The next ball is the dot ball. I would think that Robertson, who gets dropped on 8 there, take the single, leave Garden on strike. Because Robertson is playing and missing at these on the off stump. He's not getting across. Okay, he'll get a single here now. I don't think that's a bad result, but I just think there's a couple of balls there that Garden misses out on.
That's the thing. But you don't normally shield away from your number 4. You know, that's the thing. And Robertson is very capable. This has been one of the innings that it's just got to struggle to find his timing. Garden, though, wants to put the foot down. 8 balls to come in the innings. Still on for 130s according to the expected score.
Well, yeah, I was going to say it has to be a wide for me.
This is actually,
touch
I
anything.
know a lot of people will say, oh, that's very harsh and this and that. But at least we need to have black and white wide rules, I think, in ECN cricket. Because if you call that, then you're having to, and you don't call others that are similar. I think everyone knows, even though it's harsh on the bowler, but Ali knows if that doesn't hit the stumps, that's a wide. So it makes the game a lot more easier to manage. The Garden, in a sense, he'll feel he's unlucky not to catch up with it, but he's lucky probably to still be there.
Okay, that's gone big. Oh, that is a monster strike. That's a brutal hit from Garden. That goes a long, long way. And that's the difference there. That's why I was saying that Garden, stay on strike. I know what you're saying about Robertson, but he's come in the tail part of the innings. There's balls are running out. You've got to have the batter that's in, getting strike and hitting the boundaries. What a shot.
I think I can safely say this now, but Tracy Garden, Callum's mum, it's her birthday today, so happy birthday, really? Tracy. I know we've got a few birthdays, but it was Basil George's birthday. Still is, I guess. Also,
Ramesh Sathithan's birthday.
Ramesh Sathithan's birthday. It's Dan Weston's birthday, of course. Mentioned that a few times, I think. Just enough.
That's got to disappear. And it will. Saves mass. But this is all about getting into position early. Callum Garden has done this so well. Just watch his positioning here. He knows more or less what the ball is going to be from Butt. He gets into position early and he just helps it along the way. That's a top over. And now, well, maybe that 140 plus is on.
Overdone the Yorker. Turns out to be a top of the pad high full toss. And adios Pelota. That one's under the stage. 125 for 2. I think it's safe to say this now, but Tracy, his mum, watching him, he keeps getting out cheaply. She went out the back. She won't have seen any of this.
Is that
really? She said,
no.
I don't know if she's still there or not.
Somebody get Tracy.
No, I mean, after 9 overs, I feel it's probably fair that she could come back. Also, Lindsay his dad turns 50 on Thursday. So happy birthday to his dad, Lindsay. Right now, it's Robertson in the hot seat. Mujadadi comes back, 10th overtime. They brought Mujadadi back, and Robertson, I think that is one when he's only looking for the one.
Yeah.
This is going to be a cracking contest. Mujadadi was brought back for the 10th. Late in the piece in the previous game, but it was a bit too little too late on that occasion.
Yeah, he's got Mujadadi here. I think you know that Callum Garden is going to take that step across outside off. He's going to be trying to get right under it. Mujadadi's got to go really full here. There he goes, there's the step, but he doesn't go full. And if you're going to leave that area exposed, it's going to be boundary every time. Got to think about this. And now I think he's doing that. I think he's saying, right, you've got to come in, Javid, and put a man at square. Because this is a shot that Garden's been playing all the way through this innings.
But now you watch, you'll probably try and hit the next one over cover because the fielder goes back, but it is a tough place to protect. Really fast hands to get out in front. He has a very high back grip, something we've talked about a couple of times. So just did very, very well to get the hands through there.
Yeah, that's better. So it's fully, you see, because he can't. Now they run there, but I can understand what he was thinking. I think he now bangs himself on the head because he thinks, I maybe should have stayed there. He sort of runs and thinks, I should have stayed. But by then, both batters have committed.
Maybe. I still think you're looking to take every run possible at the moment.
Robertson, 11 balls for 12.
Yeah, but he's number 4.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he could hit the next one for a boundary, but he struggled a little bit outside the off, and that's what Mujadadi wants to be.
They say on Bloomberg, past performance is no predictor of future performance, although at the moment it's looking tough.
I'm telling you, he struggled with this line outside the off. So, you see, this is the thing, and for me, I'm counting 3 balls here that Garden should have been on strike for. They missed out on.
And with Robertson, it's not like you can just say, hey, take a single here, because there's 2 balls left. You kind of want him to swing away.
Yeah.
At 131. Looks like we're going to have another 130s chase. So far, we've had 2 of them. They've both been cracking contests. Robertson, can he find his mojo? The big Mujadadi.
Yes, because that one is over pitched. It's a half volley, and he sends it back in. That is a biggie. Que guay, que genial, que grande ese golpe. Es más dulce de tarta de chocolate.
That's why you take it. I mean, because of what he's capable of, and to turn it down, there's no guarantee. Then Garden's in a tough spot if he misses the next one. So well done to Robertson. Takes that one deep. This over's worth 12 now. 137 with the ball to go. That's probably not one of his better ones. It was a cutter. It was kind of in the slot.
Yeah.
Very correct shot, though, from Robertson. Great good
shot.
Straight hitter.
Great technique. But, yeah, it was in the slot. He needs to go wider, short and wide. And that's what he does here. Yeah, that's where he needs to be. And it's, Mujadadi is asked him to, I mean, it makes no difference to do this.
He dares him to throw. I don't know if we got this on the replay. Dares him to throw and hoping that maybe they can get one off the rebound of the stumps, but the ball never hits the stumps. So, look, in the end, 12 off Mujadadi. Probably take it. Gets you to high 130s. Check out the old cloak and dagger tactics here as well. There's the old good old-fashioned Mexican standoff. He says, you want to throw? And then Garden wasn't reading the room. He was already tapping his bat in his crease. A little bit sad that he did run that one. But in the end, they do get the maximo off the second last ball. So a 6 and a 4, single and a leg by off that last over. Plus 2 dot balls makes 12 and 4 for sure. 137 off the 10 overs. Well, earlier on, we saw them chase down 132 successfully with 2 balls to spare. And another cracking contest coming your way in the second half of this one, with 2 teams with a dream, but one will be unseen at the end of Qualifier 2.
Yeah, and it started with sheer delight for the Germans as the main batter for Forfeiture, Craig Wallace, smashed one straight to Javid Chowdhury, who took the catch. They were flying high for the time being, and they had struggles. Mujadadi bowled a brilliant second over. It was 7 for 1 after 2. Then Chowdhury, his second was a little bit more expensive. 23 came off that, but there was those chances. You don't take the chances, you get punished, and that's exactly what Forfeiture did after that. Some great efforts there in the field, but really the one thing that's letting down the BSC Rayburger side here is their fielding.
Yeah, probably something that doesn't come as naturally to them as some of the other teams, just because a lot of them have grown up in fielding in different conditions. So you know, to get down and dirty, not necessarily the most natural thing, but there were some good efforts in there as well. I just think that at some key moments, they let some chances slip through their fingers, literally. This was one that went through the fingertips. Hard to criticise Ali Butt too much there because he was right on the edge of the the playing surface. And this one, though, was a bit more regulation. Learcat put that one down. It almost cost him a 4. But really, Callum Garden, he stepped up, didn't he? After not facing a ball in the Eliminator this morning. He struck 71 of 22, so that's strike rate 323. 8 Maximos, 4 4s in there, with some help from Scotty Cameron, 43, and Robertson at the end. Well, a bit underwhelming, but I suppose does get that Maximo second last ball. He finishes 18 not out, and it'll be 138 for the Germans to make it through to the final. Just want to put it this there, but no team has topped the table and gone through finals day unscathed yet, including the Germans who lose qualifier 1, but they'll be hoping to chase this down. Still in the balance for me. I think the power play is going to be really important early.
Power play is very important indeed. It wasn't the best of power plays for Forfeiture, but they got 2 batters that got a good partnership going. And I think what that showed there is Callum Garden and Scott Cameron, they took the first sort of 8 to 10 balls a little bit cautiously. They started to build and then they got going. So there is time, there is a time and a place just to build your innings. But again, is that sort of score is going to be an absolute cracker. Have a quick look at the bowling figures there.
Yeah,
I think Imran Chowdhury didn't bowl too bad. He really got the ball to swing early on. But yeah, I just think Nuruddin Mujadari is a great bowler, but you got to use him when you need it. There's no point having a loaded gun there and just sitting there when you need to knock a few over. So, yeah, I think that's an error there once again from the Germans. Forfeiture, though, they've got the runs on the board. It's going to be an interesting one.
It will, yeah. Mujadari only conceded 3 in the second over. Then the next 3 overs without him went for 16, 18 and 28. So that kind of set up a pretty interesting total. 69 off the first half, 68 off the second. So 137 is the 10-over total for Forfeiture. And both teams playing for their tournament lives when we return. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you after a short break for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Well, supporters from both sides, from Germany and from Scotland, well, they are very nervy at the moment. You can see Maya there waving the flag for the German champions, BSC Rehberger. And a lot of forfeiture fans here as well. The team representing Scotland. This is going to be a tense qualifier. Remember, there's a place in the final at stake, and it's very evenly balanced. Forfeiture 137. Put on the board. It's the same score that BSC Rehberger got against VSC Rotterdam, but it wasn't enough. VSC Rotterdam got there on one, and they did it with just a handful of balls to go. And is it going to be a double whammy for them? And that score, well, this time they've got to get to that score. They've got to try and get past it. 138 is the target. They believe that they can, but they want a good start. It's going to be Scott Cameron who will start with the ball. Didn't he bat well in that very important partnership after losing Craig Wallace early? And a lot of support coming in from the supporters. In comes Scott, bowling to Ahmed. And Ahmed, he gets enough of this. He gets it fine over the man who's on the 45 on the leg side. So cuatro carreras to start as Shanawaz Ahmed, he gets off and going. So short delivery, latches onto it. And once again, I think it's all about being brave here. You've got to be brave. You've got to be looking to get a good start. They've got the batting and they've got depth in their batting, haven't they? We have seen that. Okay, toe end chance. Bowler will want it himself, and he holds on to a cracking catch. Brilliantly done from Scott Cameron. That's a great catch. It sort of hits the toe end of the bat of Shanawaz Ahmed, and you can see the bowler, first of all, is not thinking if it's his catch. Is it his, is it not? He looks around him, he realizes that it's got to be his. He's the closest to it. He's running backwards, and he takes it as the ball almost goes over his head. It's a cracking catch, and the same way that forfeiture lost a wicket early, we see the same here for the German champions as well. Toe end of the bat, and he's got to go. It's not the right shot to be playing, though. He needed to be going straight down the ground. So 4 for 1, Rehberger, as we welcome back Vinny Sandhu into the commentary box.
Yeah, what a start. So it'll be 4 and out for Shanawaz Ahmed. Yeah, just tried to hit across. And that is something that the Germans do as a bit of a habit. They got tape ball style, like to get outside the off stump, like to get deep in the crease and work away. Anyway, Chafa Lukman comes out and he misses the first one. It just sneaks inside. So Scotty Cameron, he was captaining the side last year. Now those responsibilities have gone to Jack Hogarth. But power play super important. It can make that 138 look a long way off or quite an easy ride.
Yeah, I suppose he doesn't chew up any deliveries the same way that Craig Wallace didn't. He at least got a 4 before he departed. Firmly hit, and that's going to be 6 runs. That is out of the meat of the bat. That sounded impeccable around this Cartama Oval. What a hit.
That's an incredible shot. It's almost like a straight pull. It's just flat bat, and he probably has a fair idea that Cameron likes banging it in, likes that kind of armpit height near the tram line. But you've got to get that just right if you're going to hit it, and that was sweet.
Yeah, sweet out of the middle, sweeter than a birthday cake. And we've had plenty of birthday cake today on a day that is all about birthdays. That's a nice shot. It's risky. He's in the air, but he times it and gets it in the spot, in the gap for more.
This is where I think it's funny sometimes, because you can actually see someone like Lukman. I mean, that's a classical cricket shape and cricket shot. Just kind of high elbow, checks the shot, makes great contact, isn't worried about keeping it down, knows that if he gets any piece of it, it's flying over the infield. Brilliant cricket shot. Cameron's gone for 14. Last ball of the first over.
Oh, this one goes straight through, and it could have clipped the top off peg.
Oh, see? Put those two balls side by side. Anyway, that'll be the end of the first over, and it's 14 for 1.
Yeah, that one was so close, and you can see the reaction from Scott Cameron. You couldn't believe it. We'll get a chance to see it again from this angle. Let's have a look just how much it misses the stumps by. Not a lot, you can see there. Not a lot.
I think he's pretty happy there to not hear the death rattle behind him, but Lookman survives, and we'll see Yasser facing up first ball the second. Of course, 14 matches since a golden ball. That's a whole group. Because we had a Q1 golden ball, didn't we, in the French Derby. What a classic that one was. And the VOC guys just having a relaxing afternoon in the Spanish afternoon sun.
Yeah, they totally deserve it as well. Yeah. All right, early call from the captain, Hogarth, to bowl the second. And he's going to go the distance. As this will be 6 runs. He just flights it up there a little bit. It's always a risk, isn't it, with the spinner coming on? Because I think basically you're challenging the batters here. You're saying, right, I'm bowling some spin. I've only got 2 men out. Let's see if you're going to take me on.
Yeah, and he's actually slightly late on that, but he goes through with his shot. Yasser and Hogarth. Probably the one thing I'd like to see him try and do is actually get some more side spin. Just put that in the batter's mind. They're pretty much just playing him on length at the moment, and speaking of length, that's one's gone a long way over the trees. Maximal, 2 balls, 2 sixes for Najibullah Yasser.
That's disappeared up the top of Grizzly Hill, hasn't it? That's gone. Is that the other side? A really cracking hit. He clubs it. A lovely jubbly, like Captain Caveman style.
I mean, yeah. Have a look at this, by the way. I had a question about how about night matches versus day matches. Well, interesting, in night matches, there's been more successful defences than successful chases. And during the day, it's been pretty even.
Yeah.
Not much in it.
Shot. Oh, well, oozing with quality. This hitting from Yasser. What a hit this is. I mean, we've seen 3 sixes on the spin here. So Jack Hogarth, the captain's come in. He's taken a gamble to bowl his second over in the power play. It is not paid off, Vinny.
Just like a bowler can be out of form with Hogarth. This guy was very effective in the power play formerly. He's had a couple of tough trips to Cartama, and this one is going to be more runs. That's going to be 1 bounce 4. So 6-6-6-4 as this one goes magical and the Germans get ahead in the chase.
Yeah, I mean, this is the risk, you know, when you've got your normal fueled set. That's a catching opportunity. It's a miss hit. It doesn't quite get it out the middle, but you're in the power play.
Back to live action.
That's going to be more, and that's going to be 4 as well. 1 bounce 4. So every ball so far has gone to the boundary. It's game magical. It could go supersonic.
5 balls, 5 boundaries. Doesn't get much worse, to be honest, as a bowler. This one dragged down. We saw him even bowl one that probably slipped out, but he bowled one about twice this morning, then a higher one. He just hasn't got his control. It's a tough thing as a leg spinner when you don't have that confidence in your stock delivery. Last ball, the over.
It may not be. It's going to be a wide. Have to bowl it again. So that's the other thing, you know. Even I know those balls have been hit for boundaries, but if you look at 2 or 3 of them, they were probably close to being called wides anyway. So he hasn't got it right. And finishes with a dot, but yeah, it's the ones before, so that didn't pay off. The score races to 41 for 1 of 2.
Now he's captain and he finishes pretty strongly. In most forms of cricket, that means he would get a second over straight away. But anyway, 41 for 1 of 2. Germans get the flyer there. 27 coming off that one. Just need a good over to counteract it, don't they? It looks like they're going to go to Robertson here in over number 3. This is where we're at on finals day. VOC Rotterdam just snuck into second place by the skin of their teeth, but they're the first team through to the Group E final. The winner of this game will be their opponents. Of course, the loser of this game, it's the end of the road in ECL 24.
And, well, they like it. And they're going to go upstairs. Well, he's very, very sure of himself. Here's the keeper, Callum Garden. They're celebrating, and the batter's not convinced. He's waiting.
I think he's out. I think he's in the air, and he doesn't get down. I think Callum Garden having a really good game. I think he gets the bails off in time. And the sign on replay will tell the story. We'll wait for it here.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, there's that. It's up. He doesn't get down.
Yeah, gone. He's gone. It's a poor technique, isn't it? Because he seems to be in no urgency to get back. And maybe because he's too much weight on the front foot. But
look at that. Yeah, but he doesn't slide back, and the bat's so high he can't get the bat down. He's not even close. And Garden, he knows it. He sees nothing behind the line. And so that's the first wicket down, well, in this over at least. And the decision to go with Robertson, different type of spinner, pays immediate dividends as Lookman gets stumped for 10. It's 41 for 2.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, maybe it's just that ball is coming from a different height. I mean, Robertson much taller than Hogarth, but again, I don't think Hogarth really got it in the right areas. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're going a little bit quicker or if you're giving it a bit more flight. If you're too wide or if you're too much down the leg side, you're going to get punished. That's the difference. So good start from Robertson, and they go with Mujadadi to come in there.
Mujadadi, geez, he batted well before. They had a kind of, an innings of cameos, if you like, when they played earlier on against VOC Rotterdam. Mujadadi top scored with 43, batting at number 6. That's the lift to 4 in this one.
Well, that's why. And maybe they've just decided that Mujadadi...
Oh, what a catch.
He is the daddy when it comes to spin.
Oh, what a catch. That's Peter recorded. He's such a good... He might be holding a drink with his other hand. Have a look at this.
Okay, now you got me interested.
Have a look at this one. I hope we got this. We got time to see it. Here comes Peter. He goes one-handed with his other hand. Anyway, this is a long chase. Fraser Ross, brilliant fielder, you know, covers the ground very, very quickly and keeps it to 1.
Yeah, so Nuruddin Mujadadi, maybe they decided that he's the better option against spin, so they've thrown him up the order. They've got a lot of depth, though, in their batting, haven't they? That thing we do know. Robertson, it's well bowled. This time that foot does stay planted.
Yeah, Robertson is going really quick through the air here. Get Garden, he's a good keeper. I like that. So often he keeps his eyes in line with the ball as much as he can anyway.
Shorter. Oh, wow. That is gone. Well, this Grizzly is going to be traveling our planet for years to come. What a super sonic blast. That is a biz away. Super 6.
Yeah, well, that was a monster. Robertson crosses the line into full fast bowler mode here. He tries to surprise him with the short one. The only surprise was how far it went off the stick. It was still going when last we saw it.
Wow.
32 off 8 for Yasser now. What a start for him.
That was huge. Well, Nabi, forget it. You're not number 1 anymore. That one takes top prize of the furthest. That's further. That is further. I know you love Nabi. I know you got a poster of him up in your bedroom.
To be fair,
that goes bigger. That was huge.
We have no idea where either of them landed because they were so big. Last ball, the over.
And it's going to be 6 more. So, well, the Germans, they keep on rocking and rolling. And the score moves to 60 in the power play.
Oh, I said the power play can kind of make or break your chase, and it's been a good one despite losing the 2 wickets. We know the Germans bat deep, and it's a magical pace, 20 and over. Again, just too short from Robertson. That's not making a lot of errors on those horizontal bat shots. They love it there. I think you've got to try and do something different. I think you've got to try and get fuller, to be honest.
Yeah, he started well, I've got to say. The first 3 or 4, the first 3 deliveries, I know there was 1-6 in the first 4, but he got a wicket, 6, then 1-0, but the last 2 were just too short. And if you're too short against these guys, they will smash you. All right, it's time for a bit of King. So
he's been good in this series, Jamie King. What can he do in over number 4?
That gets worked away.
What a shot.
Yeah. Hey, I've got to ask you a question.
Yeah.
If I said to you Modern Family,
yeah,
do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, you think he looks like Mitchell of Modern Family?
Doesn't he?
I said he looks like Vincent van Gogh.
Yeah, well, you brought that up.
He's got a great face.
He has.
Yeah, he's got character.
It's going to be too wide. Well, they might want to check if this hits the pitch or not. I think the umpire's not sure, and he'll want to replay this.
Yeah, I mean,
this could be an OE.
Nah, this is on the pitch.
You reckon? Let's see.
See?
Yep, on the pitch.
But
Good take.
He's a magnificent specimen, Jamie King. It's great to have him as part of the ECL for the first time.
Yeah, that's Mitchell. Where's Cam?
Well,
Going to be another one. I hope we're not putting it off.
I'm gonna go out there and say, put it to the comment section. Who's your favourite Modern Family character? I know it's not random questions yet. It's quite a serious game. Do you have a favourite? I mean, I'm a bit partial to a bit of Gloria, but maybe Phil for
Field.
I like Phil.
It's adios pelota, es a pelota nova, es uno otro que va por la playa. Well, it's a good day to be at the beach, and well, that's where some of these Grizzlies are ending up. That's another biggie. 6 more.
The cutter's been pretty good to King, but I think the batter sweats on it again. Gets that horizontal bat shot. Jeez, I know he's batting with Mujadadi, but this is Yasser handing out the big daddy sixes at the moment.
Yeah.
That was huge. That's 100-meter territory plus, you know.
They're getting excited. They're trying to compose their excitement. But they know the game is not done yet. It can change in an instant. We know that. Going very much Rayburger's way at the moment, but it can change pretty quickly.
Got it down to 10, so you're just hoping that they blow the innings up now, really, themselves. This is where, in a more traditional sense, you could be a bit more selective. I don't think that's the way the Germans bat, though.
Nah.
They're going to go for broke. Yasser on 44 off just 10.
And now he gets a bit of luck, and that hurts you. And Jamie King, the arch is over as he feels the pain of this. And now the question is, what's the pain going to be? We know it's a boundary. Is it 4 or 6?
Yeah, it's been called 4. So it must have landed just inside. We'll check it out. Thanks to our friends at Spring Media. Up it goes, and here it lands, just inside the boundary. So he moves to 48 off 11. But look at this strike rate he's got going. 400 plus in what's essentially a sudden death matchup.
Oh, well, that's the slow delivery. And maybe we haven't seen too many variations, but that's a good one.
He tried that one earlier, but it was a fraction shorter, and I don't think it's landed yet. It was the one that got pulled over mid-wicket, or kind of mid-on-ish. That's an interesting one. It's not the cutter. It's kind of like
a knuckle
yeah,
ball.
it is. It's a knuckler. It's a beautiful view. Over a little mini jungle in front of the fan zone. Brave bowling this, because he takes the pace off and he's hoping for a slight misjudgment from Yasser. He gets it. Well, Yasser moves to 49.
Okay, well, you know that Yasser is causing a lot of issues. Maybe he can knock over Mujadadi at the other end. He's come in. He's hit one big boundary himself. 8 of 3. King wants to get a wicket here for Forfeiture. And he might just. And he will. It's a good catch. Mujadadi goes. Once again, it's a slow delivery. Actually, this one, he loses it in the air because it's a slow full toss down the leg side. You would expect the batter to put it away. Hits almost like the back of the bat and ends up being taken. It's a great catch.
Well, I know we've got a few birthdays happening, but this is a giant present that Forfeiture are very happy to unwrap, because Mujadadi misses a hanging full toss outside the leg stump. Really nice catch by Tom Knight, who judged it well, but well, that's just a bit of luck, I think, that you need if you Forfeiture at this stage, because Mujadadi only hits 1 out of the park. He goes for 8, and it's 74 for 3.
Well, the King comes on to bowl, and the Knight takes the catch. And the young Thomas Knight, great to have him playing here as well. And what a great occasion it is for him to be part of this Forfeiture side, playing in the Champions League of cricket here at the Cartama Oval. He'll go back and tell, of course, all his schoolmates all about it, the young man.
Big moment. Did very, very well. 4 over 74 for 3. We've certainly seen chasers go off the rails before many times on the network. Yasser will be facing up, though, in over number 5. So King, in fact, he got hit for 2 giant sixes. He's over and he goes for 14. Lewis James is going to bowl over number 5. I've got a couple on the Phil train. Andrew Belchilder as a Phil fan.
Phil?
Yeah, Phil's pretty funny.
How about Haley? Haley just cracks me up. This one gets played away. And it could be the fielder.
Well, you have a daughter about the same age.
Yeah.
Now, that's 50 for Yasser, by the way, and he brings up a 14 balls. I think right now Forth's pretty happy to see him at the other end. As Goso Salmi, fortunately for them, knocked out in the Eliminator this morning in a tight one. Learcat will face up for the first time. This is where different cricket mentality. You might just take one, give it back to Yasser. I just don't think that's the way that the Germans play their cricket.
Learcat hasn't had too much success with the ball this time around as Sajid. Let's see if he can make a vital contribution with the bat. Oh, there. Gets an edge, and the chase is on.
I actually think Garden gets a piece of this and slows it down.
Must have done.
It's not really a genuine catching chant because of how much it deflects.
Yeah, otherwise this would have raced to the boundary. I think this has definitely caught something on the way through.
You can't really do anything about this. But yeah, I suppose Does save him a couple, 3 runs in fact. Maybe a tiny fingernail.
Okay, miscue, big moment. And taken. That's a great catch for a number of reasons. I mean, the pressure is on because he's the man who's on 50, yes, here, but also you're catching it in the sun. The sun starts to come down. You can see the shadows. He gets into position. Maybe he goes a little bit too far forward because he has to make an adjustment and then take it over his head. But that is a huge wicket. Forfeiture are back in this match.
It's such a good catch. I mean, you're always wrestling with the sun on that side of the field in the afternoon. And Cameron has been solid. Really, really solid. Played club cricket in Australia. Actually played for my club, believe it or not, in Australia. Yeah, a couple of years ago. He calls it. He loves to take him this way as well. Fingers pointing to the sky. He's got the shades. Perfect technique. Just backs himself to take it above the eyes. And Yasser with a brilliant 50 takes his team so far. But he'll have to watch the rest from the dugout as he goes for an even 50. The score is 76 for 4. Chowdhury comes to the crease. He went 6 and out this morning.
Okay. Chowdhury, they need to, I mean, all right, they, as you said, they brought that rate down. At one point, they made it down to 10 required per over. Just nerdled up to about 11.
Well, they were 90%. 9 times out of 10, they win from there. But now it's back to just 2 and 3.
Okay, they're trying to be a bit more cautious here now.
Chowdhury played a ridiculous flick for 6 off stump first ball. Maybe one of the shots of the day. I know he's got some competition. But then found a way to get himself out the next ball. Push that up above to a ball again. Just win the little battles.
Yeah,
win the little battles.
And Jamie King started off,
to do.
Jamie King starts off with the last over now. Lewis James. Okay, this is another opportunity. And taken. So huge moments. So Sajid Learcat now goes as well. So it's a funny game, isn't it? The earlier batters were sending these miles over the conifers up at the top of Grizzly Hill. New batters coming in, trying to do the same. Can't get the same power, can't get the same timing. And Forfeiture are in this match. And now I would have them in front.
Yeah, well, let's see what the computer thinks. I mean, yeah, it's a funny game, but right now the Germans aren't laughing because they've lost 2 in 3 balls. Again, they've got that boundary well protected with 2 of their best fielders out there. Fraser Ross takes this one. Again, had to keep a very, very close eye on it. That's Learcat is going to have to go for 1, and it's walking 6 and time to walk. 77 for 5.
Yeah, that's such a good catch. That side of the boundary now with the, if you have a look at the fielder, but look at the shadows there. The sun is in your eyes. You can see, at first he doesn't pick it. He comes running in because he knows he's got to be there somewhere. He doesn't find it straight away. 50-50 now, Vinny. He can't go into a cage, though. Tiki-taka ain't going to win in this match.
That's true. I don't think we'll get too much tiki-taka out of this. This Rayberger team as we get to the end of the over. 78 for 5. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. You know, long time ago now, almost 5 years ago when I first started commentating 10-over cricket, the one thing that amazed me was how quickly the game could change and how many momentum shifts you can get in the one game. I thought being such a short game, it'll be kind of a straight line A to B. Nothing could be further from the truth. Now, just quickly, we'd like to mention the Share the Meal initiative by the UN World Food Project. The QR code's just there. If you'd like to contribute, it's less than £1 or €1 or an Australian dollar to help someone in need. Normally, I like to go in multiples of between 5 and 10 because I like to share the love. I know that you're a pretty generous guy too, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can all understand when we look at some of the images around the world that hunger is a big issue. So why not today? Today of all days on Commonwealth Day. Make a difference. Scan the QR code, find out a little bit more, and for as little as 70 cents, you can make a difference.
78 in the first half, leaves 60 in the second half, so exactly to a ball. I won't get that ball back as King comes back and gets the dot. Sometimes you got to win ugly, and it's had its ugly moments for Forbes so far in the second half. It's probably the same for BSC Rayberger, with the exception of Yasser. Struggled to get contributors in this second innings. Late on this one, Ali Butt. He will get a single.
Yeah, they just need a little bit of momentum go their way. They need a little bit of a partnership. Well,
fielding though, you talked about the fielding, the Germans.
Yeah,
bit of an off one. You got 2 really, really important catches. Fielders staring into the sun. Pressure moments.
Wow. They're loving this at the moment. A defensive shot now from Chowdhury. So Chowdhury, don't know what's going on in his mind. Well, I got to say, they must have some good plumbers in Scotland, because it is International Plumbers Day, and Forfarshire have found a way to plug the leaks, because now they're on top here. That slower delivery, it's been hit well though, and that's what Chowdhury's waiting for. Waiting for one in the slot. A couple of batters before him haven't picked the slower one, but Chowdhury, he picked it, he gets it, it's out the middle. Hello to the Gozo Zalmi boys. And haven't they played well? I know they made a lot of friends around the world who've watched them play. And really, you got to say, they haven't played bad cricket, and yet still didn't make it through.
Always knew it was going to be a tough group though.
Into the deck, and they take the single. So that rate starting to gradually creep upwards. It was brought down to 10 and to 11. It's around about the 12.
I just think one batter and over you can eat if you're Scotland, but it's that second one which is trouble.
This is out on this one. It's the Yorker attempted by Jamie King. Ends up on the pads, and the batter would have liked to have flicked that away. He's not able to do so. It's the end of the over. What a good spell. 1 for 22. And the score at the end of 6, 87 for 5. Like for like, I can tell you. At this point, Forfarshire were 82 for 1.
Oh, we said we'd have 4 great games of cricket. And we've had just over 2.5. Been gripping. And you wouldn't expect anything less out of this top 4 either.
It's a great group, and the other groups to come, by the way, are going to be just as exciting.
The other thing is, I know the Serbian club, Stari Grad, credit to them against tough competition. They only took the field 3 times. They took points in 2 of those 3 and actually had their own kind of impact, because I suppose you could say they're responsible for keeping Gozo Zalmi out of the top 2, and that meant an early exit for the Maltese club. Good take by Garden first up. The go back to James makes sense. Took 2 for 4 in his first over. He comes back straight away.
Yeah, great keeping though, isn't it? I mean, it makes a huge difference having a world-class keeper behind the stumps.
I wonder if he got a bit of glove on that. That slowed it down from going for 4, because then it changed it, because Yasser got out the next ball.
Yes.
And since then, it's been all Forfarshire.
And just a little bit too short. Got to go back Fuller, and he knows it as well. As soon as he bowls it, as soon as that ball is struck, he's going for 6. He turns around and he sort of punches himself in the hand and says, "Nah, I can't be there. Can't be there. Too short."
Sometimes it's tough to know where the line is between kind of like heavy length, like the ball before that, and too short. That one is too short. You see, he gets a good look at it. Pretty good on those horizontal bat shots. They've made a couple of mistakes. 50-50 at the moment.
Okay, that one is going to drop safely, but where's it dropping? Just inside the rope. Excellent fielding, teamwork to perfection for Forfarshire.
Yeah,
nicely done.
Goes the old 2-hand shovel pass, doesn't he? They probably want to have a little look at this one, but he looked pretty clean to me.
Yeah, he comes across and he knows exactly what he's doing, the fielder here. He doesn't want to chance the one hand, so he gets the 2-hand lunge on it forward.
That's okay.
There
Feeder in.
Perfectly done
Ball's
and well
gone.
captured by Spring Media.
We'll get 2 though. Oh, another tense finish coming up. Go get my medication.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. You see, if you're bowling it just slightly wide of the off, then it's not at the batter. They're not able to heave it away in the leg side. So good comeback after bowling that loose delivery. So a couple of, just a 2 and a dot here now. So this becomes important.
These
couple of
two are big
deliveries.
hitters. They played within themselves a little bit. They're going to fire a shot at some point.
This is out in the off, fielder chasing after it. And it'll just take a single.
13 and over. Last ball coming up. James has been great. He'd be saying to himself, just give me one more ball. Give me one more ball that stays on the park.
Yeah.
And obviously would love a wicket, but yeah, Chowdhury is a genuine bat. He's 8 off 4. Last ball is 7th coming up. 42 off 19. Can Lewis finish his spell well?
Well bowled, great delivery. So really, only the one bad ball that got punished in the over, but all the others were spot on. And he gets well congratulated there by King. And looks like straight away, the captain, Hoggy, after having a nightmare of a second over when he bowled a second and it went for plenty, is going to bowl this one. Interesting choice, right?
Yeah, well, look, he's one big reason they're here. You know, we've seen him playing for the Scottish 11 in the ECC. This is where we're at on finals day, by the way. We've got VOC Rotterdam waiting for the winner of this game. Of course, it's curtains for the loser. Yeah, but Hogarth was taken down by Yasser before, wasn't he? Conceded 27, I'm going to say, 27 in the second. But he probably feels ball's a bit softer now, maybe a little bit easier for him to do what he does. Huge over, a bit of a gamble as well from the Scottish skipper.
And that's blasted just over the outstretched hand of the fielder. There's going to be 4 runs. And you can see the fielder and Hoggy putting their hands at the top of their head, so close. But Lewis James just not able to get anything on it.
Brilliant shot. I mean, really good shot from Ali Bart. He's the right man for the job, wasn't he, Lewis James? He's tall. He can't get it. Nobody can. Look, he can kind of handle one boundary in the over, though.
And that ends up being a good stop. Is at the base of the bat. It hits the keeper. No run.
That'll do.
Better delivery also from Hogarth. I think in that first over he was just a little bit wayward.
Yeah, I see what he's going for there. He's hoping maybe the batter chases that. Or it's an uncontrolled shot. There's 2 fielders waiting for a thick edge. I'm hoping that maybe the batter spores a wide, but he receives it.
So hit down the ground. Should just be a single. Fielder comes across, makes a stop, keeps it to 1.
Hogarth, normally you consider him quite an attacking bowler, so one that batters are scared to go after, but it hasn't really worked out that way in this series. I think they're fancying him. He'll be happy just to get out of the over.
I like to see him just slow it down a tad. Just slow it down a tad. He squeezes that one in, so that they're asking here.
I reckon
Hogarth doesn't go for the appeal straight away.
This is a really interesting one because it's super wide. I mean, obviously he doesn't think he's hit it. Does he move early? Oh, see, I don't think he does move early. I reckon that is super lucky. But anyway, take the luck you can get, I reckon. Because this is why it's tough. The umpires have to look at the foot, but they also somehow need to know where the guy is at the other end. He takes a big step, but he's entitled to step towards the ball. So Forfeiture gets super lucky with that call, I think. Hogarth just praying for a good result last ball, the 8th.
And it's hit firmly. Is it in the gap? No. It's just going to be a single. Cool and calm work there from Scott Cameron. Surely Scott himself must be coming on to bowl pretty soon here as well.
Just 7 off that over, Rico. Just 7 off the over. And so PSC Rayberger, 103 for 5 after 8. It really pushes the rate up now. So they need 35 off the next 2 overs to stay in the competition. And Hogarth backs himself.
Yeah.
Like I said, everyone would have been questioning it if it had gone badly. So let's give credit where credit's due. He delivers. I still think he probably shouldn't have bowl 1 more ball in that over. We'll never know what would have happened on that ball. But anyway, 12 balls left, and we have to say goodbye to another team here in Group E.
Oh, it's so tense, isn't it? It's so tense. 35 required of 12 deliveries. That's the equation here. And the man who's got a very important over to bowl here is Lyle Robertson, who bowled a very good first over after an expensive one from his captain.
All right, so another last over finish on the cards here, I'm sure.
Just
Robertson, yeah, they go kind of back-to-back spinners again. Hogarth to Robertson. It's what they did earlier.
They're making a change here. Maybe the fielder who was on the boundary having issues and probably said to the captain, hey, maybe it's because of the shades, no shades.
Yeah, but see, Ross is normally your man down there, but they obviously think there's more balls getting hit straight, so he's at long on, right? So,
yeah,
all right, 12 balls, everyone. Stay calm. Let's go.
And all right, could this be a magical moment for the captain?
Great effort.
Great effort. Well, they just made a change to that fielding position because I think Jamie King, with no shades, decided there's no point him being there. Somebody's got the cap and the shades. They make a change. Hogarth could have. Well, I think, first of all, let's see the catch.
I think it hits him. You know, look at that. It hits him. It actually goes from hand to head and over the boundary. Right off the floppy. There's a good shot of it. Not great for the Forfeiture fans, though. Can't really see it.
He gets it.
And it hits his shoulder and goes over the boundary. Otherwise, it was heading back inside the field of play. 6 to start.
And this one is going to be 4 to 10 off the first 2 deliveries. Oh, wow.
Chowdhury loves flicking things away. Like he dreams of it. So we've seen that done twice. And I just think you got the deep point back. I think you need to not bowl so straight to him. He loves flicking it away. You can hope for a mistake, but it might cost you a bit. Yeah, and see, this is one he does step early. So, no yin to the yang. This is one he definitely steps well outside the off stump before the ball's delivered.
Let's have a look at this here.
See, there's the early step and it moves the line. That's why it's not a wide. Back to live action. Next ball is going to be hit pretty firmly. But Ross, they feel that's a hot spot. That's all I can think. Because Ross and Cameron, that's their two-man wall. And they've moved their wall straighter down the ground.
What a match. Well, I was talking to Corey yesterday, and I said to Corey, I think there's 2 more golden balls to come. This one has got the makings of one. All right, in the air, catching opportunity. Huge moment, and it's been taken. It's a wicket for Robinson. What a cool catch that is from Lewis Robinson. And they remove Butt for 16. Oh, this contest has it all.
It does, and what a good catch under pressure. And it's Lewis Robinson out there that takes it. So the Robinson-Robertson combination are going to bring a new batter to the crease, but 16 off 12. Put maybe a bit of a higher price on his wicket than we're used to seeing, given the game situation. So close yet so far at the moment. 24 off 7 required. Paras Chowdhury will be the new batter.
What a lovely moment that is for the fielder there, Lewis Robinson. Takes a catch, and it's superbly taken. Great footage of that from Spring Media, and then turns around and celebrates with the Scottish supporters. 114 for 6.
Talking about maybe you should have just given the shades to King, but I mean, also you wouldn't want to leave him in the sun too long down there.
King is a little bit taller. He may have been better.
I wonder what would happen.
This is a huge delivery. 1 ball to come in this over.
I reckon you're swinging at it as well.
Got to. 24 required.
Even with a 6 here, 18's a lot to get off the last over.
One of the you say that. Remember the last time these two teams met, the last over in both innings went for 26.
Yikes. All right, last ball in 9th.
Swings hard, catching opportunity. Oh, he goes down, and they don't run.
Probably doesn't actually cost him anything. I mean, okay, it would have been another wicket, but they don't run because obviously Imran Chowdhury pretty keen for the strike. So we're going to the last. It'll have to be a magical finish for BSC Rehberger, who topped the table without a loss in the group stage, but they could go out with back-to-back losses potentially unless they get 24 off this one. It's 114 for 6 after 9.
Oh, wow. 24 required. Remember what I just said, the last time these two teams met. I can tell you the scores, 153 to 149. It was Rehberger that won. Both the last overs in that match went for 26 runs.
A whopping 3 days since our last golden ball. Like London buses, we say sometimes, and we might not see one for a while, but then they'll all come at once. Golden ball tiebreaker. If it is tied at 137, BSC Rehberger will get 1 more ball to score 2 or more to win. Otherwise, they lose.
Scott Cameron is a man that gets given the ball. He bowled a cracking first over. Went for 14, picked up a wicket.
Just quickly, if you don't have the confidence in Paras Chowdhury to hit 6, then are you even running here? So, I mean, 1's an awesome result for Forfarshire right now to get the new batter on strike. Got the number 8 who...
Are you surprised?
Make too much contact with the first one.
Knowing how Chowdhury bats, are you surprised that square leg is not back?
True, but it probably won't matter if he hits it well. Here we go, 24 to win, last over.
And he doesn't run, Can't
run there because it's not even an obvious run. So I think Cameron, if I was him, I'm guarding against getting flicked away, and I'd rather even go that low full toss outside off stump. Sometimes Imran Chowdhury's made an early position. He's one guy that I would follow him rather than go at the stumps because I think he's that good at flicking it away that he'll probably catch up with it. 24 off 5 now. 4 big Maximos will do it.
Well, that's one of them. He gets his out of the middle and he silences the Forfarshire fans. That's 6 runs, but there's still plenty more to get.
Yeah, Maya's happy with that. Credit to Imran Chowdhury. It's a great shot. I mean, Scott Cameron just misses the mark. It's probably 1 metre too short of block hole. And instead of kind of hitching his wagon to the flick, considering the square legs up in the circle, he just backs himself. Now I don't think you care where the fielders are.
Yeah.
You're just trying to hit the ball over the ropes and choose the right option. 18 to win, 4 balls left.
Oh, he wants the wide. He ain't going to get it.
He won't get it.
He ain't going to get it. It's the footwork.
He moved just before the release, and this is probably on the tram line. So if you're moving the line at all, you don't get the call. Have a look at this. Look at the little step. See, just before delivery. And that's what cost him the call in the end. So now, hey, Maximo or bust. They need 3 sixes to win. If this ball stays in the field of play, it's pretty much a done deal. Last chance saloon for BSE Rebega in ECL 24.
And it's a dot, a forfeiture. They surely will know. They surely will be feeling now that unless the bowler here, Cameron, bowls a no ball with which then disappears for 6, that they are there. The fans are ready to celebrate. Forfeiture are ready to do battle in the final against VOC Rotterdam.
Oh, just like your regulation garage scheme, you just got to keep it legal now. 2 balls left, got to keep it straight.
Okay, that's up in the air. It could even go over the fielder who comes across, takes a catch. Catching has been superb. Has to be said, that's probably been the difference between these two sides. The level of fielding, the level of catching has been better. And as a result of that, the Germans, they are going to lose out. They will not make it through into the group final. Forfeiture have booked their place in that final with a ball to go.
Nicely taken by Tom Knight down there. Had a long time to think about it. I suppose just needed to keep it in front of him. Not the kind of pressure we saw a little bit earlier, I think, on some of the high balls. But I think you sliced and diced it perfectly, Rico. You know, 2 teams that not too much between them in the format, but the focus on the fielding. You know, some of those key catches taken out there on the leg side. This time it's offside. Gets a pat on the back from James Sim from his trouble.
Lovely moment for the young sensation. I read a lot about him. He's pretty handy behind the stumps as well, I've been told. Thomas Knight. But I tell you what, with hands like that and catching like that, I'll have him in the field anywhere. Well, there he is. He's doing a little bit of a dance for us now as well. But well done. Great catch. And a lovely moment this for Forfeiture.
The Germans have lost more wickets than almost any other team in the competition. They're averaging about 7 wickets per innings. It just shows you, just haven't been able to get their key players batting long enough. Here's the last ball.
And it's going to be a dot, and that is it. Forfeiture have made it through and booked their place in the final. Just look at their spectators. The fans are up and about. Yeah, there they are. They're loving it. They were pretty quiet, it has to be said. They were pretty quiet, especially when their captain, Jack Hogarth, was smashed with 27 in over number 2. The power play score was 60. But then Jamie King, it has to be said, for me, bowled 2 cracking overs. Lewis James as well. They just quieted it round. And then also the captain himself, after maybe being the villain, came back and he bowled a cracking over in the 8th. Which only, I think, went for about, they go for about 8 runs or so, 7 runs, I think. That made a difference. And after that, Forfeiture did not look back. And only one man stood in their way, and that was Chowdhury, who hit the ball pretty well. He made a good contribution. But once he went, it was all done and dusted. Forfeiture, the Scottish champions, are in the final, taking on the champions from the Netherlands, VOC Rotterdam.
And it's pretty much 2 hours, almost 2 hours exactly, until we'll start the Group E final. At 6:30 p.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe, and midnight in India. Let's take a moment just quickly before we go to the highlights. I mean, the Germans, they really lit up this group. Really enjoyed having them back on ECN and showing what they can do, which is, you know, bomb 6s and play a really attacking brand of cricket. Occasionally that's going to backfire. I suppose the fact they just couldn't build some of those key partnerships. I know we talk about not overvaluing wickets. I don't think they do that. But yeah, I guess no one ever stood up and said, hey, this is our chase. And I'm going to make sure that we get us home. And to be fair, the Scots capitalised on some of those opportunities. Garden had a really good game as well. That was a quick bit of work to force the stumping. That was after he put on the half-century in the first half. But yeah, just a few key moments there. The high catches on the leg side. Hogarth coming back after getting bombed first over and bowling a very good second over. Means that Forfeiture will be in the group final again. They'll be hoping to erase the demons of exactly 1 year ago.
Yeah, well, that time round, it was Drew that stood in their way. And they lost out in the Group D final, didn't they? 154 to 124. This time round, they're looking to erase those memories, but they know they're up against a team that have done it all before, and they have lifted that famous trophy, VOC Rotterdam. But you know, for me, I mean, I'm going to say well played to the likes of the German champions, BSC Rehberger, and also to someone like Gozo Zalmi. But one thing I will say is that we know that the game is changing in Europe so much. You know, the teams that you wouldn't expect, i.e. the teams from Germany and here, the teams from Malta, are going to be up against the big boys. And what we've seen is that they can compete. They are competitive. But we also know, and we've seen quite clearly here, where the difference is. The difference doesn't lie in what they do with the bat. It doesn't lie in what they do with the ball. It does with what they do in the field. The fielding has to be a big focus of attention, because in both of those matches, if Gozo Zalmi, and in this match as well, BS Rehberger, if they held their catches, the result would have been very different.
Yeah, probably. It's a funny one, isn't it? Like I said, it's a tough one for the German club. I mean, that's the last 3 ECLs. I remember after Germany were represented in the very end of the ECL 19, the final, SG Findorf. That's 3 consecutive years in this format that they haven't been able to make the final. MSC Frankfurt crashing out in 22 last year. Darmstadt CC weren't able to make the Group A final. And for a 3rd consecutive year, the Germans won't be at the big dance. Tell you what, Forfeiture supporters, they're thrilled about it, as you'd expect at the moment. As we look back at the scorecard, well, BSC Rehberger had Yasser with 50 off 15, but not a lot else. Chowdhury flew the flag late in the piece, 26 for him and 16 for Ali Butt, but they fall 17 runs short in the end. As far as the bowling, got to say that Scott Cameron was brilliant, 2 for 20. Had to bowl with the game on the line as well. Lyle Robertson thought he was handy as well. Came in a tough time. 2 for 30, his figures. 2 for 13. Lewis James, though, outstanding work. Jamie King did his job very well. Once again, 1 for 22. And even Hogarth, his first over went for 27, but his second over only 7. And that takes real fortitude, I think, to put yourself in the spotlight in that situation. So it'll be the Dutch or the Scots that will progress from Group E. We're no closer to finding out right now. We'll be back in around about an hour and 45 minutes to start the pre-match festivities, including the anthems of both nations. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Well, don't go anywhere. If it's getting late in your part of the world, put on another pot of coffee, because we'll be back shortly with the final match of Group E at this European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Group E has been for excitement, and what a final we've got for you tonight. VOC Rotterdam from the Netherlands, former champions. They won the first ever European Cricket League in 2019, but we've never seen them in Championship Week in the modern format. Forfeiture, exactly 1 year since their hearts were broken under the lights. It was the Dreux team from France that went on to win the whole thing. So get set, this is going to be huge. Only one team can survive. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket League Group E final, and it starts right now. To you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge night in European cricket. It is Group E finals time in this European Cricket League, the Champions League of European cricket. Two teams desperate to stay alive in the competition, both with some ECN history as well. And the Group E decider will see VOC Rotterdam of the Netherlands taking on Forfeiture of Scotland. So expecting a lot of excitement tonight. A little bit earlier, I can tell you, we had the coin toss in the middle. Ian Ramage had the two captains.
VOC, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Forfeiture, you're the away team, you will call. There's the coin.
European cricket.
It's been called European cricket, it's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss.
We will have a ball.
Okay, a toss won by Forfeiture, you will bowl first.
So Jack Hogarth, the Forfeiture skipper, has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. Pretty interesting one for me, because we did see Scotland, their club Forfeiture, defending pretty well in the earlier game. This time last night they were under lights. VOC failed in a chase against Gozo's Army, who have since been eliminated from the competition. Well, it's exactly 1 year ago tonight that we saw Forfeiture sensationally bundled out of the competition by the eventual European champions, Dreux Cricket Club, and they're waiting for them in Championship Week. So there's plenty of things that can happen here. VOC, though, they won the title, don't forget, back in 2019, and since then have had an underwhelming return, though they have been at every single ECL that we've ever had. So watch out for Tim de Kock at the top of the order. I think Francois Fauré, he looked very, very good earlier, and Peter Recordon has just added a little bit of zing in that number 3 position. I know that we'll get up to the commentary box after the anthems, but I'm curious to think what Rico would say with these two teams, because there's not too much between them. I think maybe the win predictor might slightly favour VOC, but for me, not a lot in it for a lot of reasons. I think that both teams rely pretty heavily on their top 4 to score, and really, it's a toss-up for me. Whoever performs under lights, both teams will be desperate to stay. Well, I've got the crowd here. Are you having a good time so far? You know that they are. Maybe not quite as well dressed as yesterday, some would say, but I will say it's great to have so many supporters, and I'm sure there's plenty at home as well who can't wait to get going. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll welcome 5 new teams to the competition, including one-time champions Pakaicair Badalona, and then we'll have Group G on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, and then I suppose by Monday we'll know exactly what the top 7 looks like. Let's get ready now to welcome the teams onto the field for the Group E final. To the Group E final of ECL 24, the Champions League
of European cricket. Leading the two teams on the field, please welcome our on-field officials, Devin Gooch from Estonia and Charles Croucher from Czechia. Followed by the two teams, VSC Rotterdam representing the Netherlands and Forfeiture Cricket Club representing Scotland. Five teams started the Group E journey on Saturday. 4 survived to finals day. Only 2 make the group final. Only 1 can return in just under a week's time for Championship Week. Ladies and gentlemen, please be standing now for the national anthem of the Netherlands. VSC Rotterdam, the 2019 champions, led in this Group E final by their captain, Tim de Kock. Please remain standing now for the anthem of Scotland. Forfeiture Cricket Club of Scotland, last year's Group D finalists, tonight's Group E finalists, led in this final by Jack Hogarth. 2 teams to play, but only 1 can stay. Let's get ready for the Group E final as we head up to Rico Full in the commentary box.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu. What magical moments there for the 2 sets of players. VSC Rotterdam, of course, representing the Netherlands, and Forfeiture representing Scotland. This is your Group E final. What a group it has been. It's been absolutely sensational. The only thing that ruined it was well, those 3 matches that had to be abandoned because of the rain, but that seems a long way away. We've had 2 exceptional matches since then, and today has been no exception. It's been fantastic. VSC Rotterdam, Francis Fouret, he certainly found his form, didn't he, in the last match. Tim de Kock, the captain, will be key. 52% to 48, VSC Rotterdam the favourites in this one. But you know what I'm going to say. This is very much 50-50. Interesting that Jack Hogarth deciding to put VSC Rotterdam into bat. I think that's a lot to do with the fielding. I know that some of the Scottish players have been saying that they found it difficult to be fielding underneath the floodlights. So I think this is a decision based mainly on that. They feel that they can bowl and field better when there is still a little bit of natural light still there. These two teams have met before. Remember, they played in match number 7 yesterday when Forfeiture, well, it was a real low par performance from them after the previous night, scoring 206 against Arigrad. They came out and scored only 86 against VOC Rotterdam. VOC Rotterdam knocked those off with 27 balls to go. Only Craig Wallace was instrumental for them with the bat. And for VOC Rotterdam, it was their captain, Tim Dearcock. All the umpires will wait for our official time parter, Norkane, to give the nod for the first ball of the Group E final. The umpires are Stefan Gooch and Charles Croucher. Third umpire Sulman Saeed. Here we go. A battle between bat versus ball. And this could be out, you know. It will be out. He plays this one that's going down the leg side, gets a little bit of bat onto it, and that is a huge wicket. Yes, it is, because the in-form Francis Warre, who scored 48 or 22, well, he goes after this one on the leg side. It's going to be a royal duck to start. Well, you can see the royal colour of the Forfeiture side, the royal blue, and we're going to see a royal duck, number 13 on the back there of Francis Warre. 13 is going to be unlucky. Oh, well, that's not a good sight. But we've seen it. Don't forget that earlier in the last match, it was, without scoring, was the Scottish main player, Callum Gardner. He went so early. And this time round, it's the other way around. It is VOC Rotterdam that lose a wicket early, but they'll believe they can recover. But both of these teams, it has to be said, have relied predominantly on the top 3 batters to perform. One of the top 3 has to get going. So that's a huge scout first up. And Scott Cameron strikes. Cameron once again now to Recorden. And he started shakily, remember, in that win against BSC Rayburg. He was dropped on 0 and also on 1 before he went on. So got a big score on the board, made 70 of 24. Excellent start for Forfeiture. We've got one of the key batters out early. Cameron once again. Okay, pretty straight. It maybe thought Tim de Kock of getting the pull shot in. He just checks the field now. Just saw him take a little look at the leg side field. He sees that nobody's on the boundary. Square leg starting from the 30-yard circle and coming in. So just sort of checks his shot there. I think he would have fancied it, but maybe that loss of the early wicket makes him decide otherwise. And this one, well, this is on the lid. This is on the lid, so goes upstairs, does Scott Cameron. And, well, Tim de Kock gets a knock, gets it on the lid. And I think we'll see a little bit of a concussion test here from the 2 match officials to the captain of VOC. This cat's in pretty sure on the side of the lid. There you go, right at the bottom of that guard. And that's shaking him up for sure. And the medic will come out. There we go. I think that's might be Elsa. It comes out there and does a quick check. Yeah, it is indeed. And, just checking, there's no issues there, and like this move as well. And a little smile, there you go, all's okay. And Tim de Kock says, thank you very much. I feel much better now, thank you. There's some of the Gozo Zalmi boys sitting and watching. Gozo Zalmi here, also some of the Starry-Grad boys as well as BSC Oberga. Time for those guys to sit and enjoy this final. And what a final it promises to be. This time it gets played away. That's going to be 4 runs. Just a little bit short. It's a good comeback. He says, you might knock me, but I'm going to hit you back. And that's exactly what Tim de Kock does. Cuatro carreras. He knows now, really. And he's got to put a big innings in here. Big shift from him. It's his 3rd ball away for the boundary. Cameron looking to finish the over well. 1 for 5 so far. Goes short again, and it's another miscue from the batter. And he misses out on it. It's the end of the over. It's a cracking start for Forfeiture. You heard Maximo talking there, say that it was a year ago that they suffered that defeat in the Group D final to draw the French champions, putting 154 on the board. Nabi was in good form that night, and Forfeiture finishing on 124. This is how the teams got to this position. It's been an interesting finals day. It really has. A lot of people have been saying that probably it's been the most exciting so far. And couldn't argue with you there. It certainly has been plenty of excitement. And one of the earlier issues in the group with the weather seemed a long way away from what we've seen the last couple of days. Bit of chat here, taking the time to think about who's bowling. Remember, they went with Jack Hogarth to bowl the second over against the German champions BSC at Rehberger. It didn't really go well, so they're staying away from the spin at the moment, and I think that's a good shout. If pace is working, then you go with pace. And this is a man we didn't see in the last match, as Bryce Lachin is being given the ball to bowl the second over. And he's a little bit leg-side-ish, and it will get played away. It's going to be, I think, a no ball signal here as well, so I think this is the foot fault. So no ball, that's going to be a minimo. I don't know if we get a chance to see this, but he obviously is overstepped. So that's going to be 5, 4 to the batter and 1 for the no ball. So call early by the umpire, Charles Crouch to the sheriff. So Bryce Lachin gets it all wrong. Free hit. Goes high in the air, but he can't be out, remember. And it'll just be a single. Well, tell the spectators that. They're wondering what's going on. Why isn't he out? What's wrong with that? They'll say, look, they're clapping, they're applauding. He's not out, folks, he's not out. Calm down, calm down. And a free hit it was. So they'll get the single. And look, all the ones on that on the board. You never see that, very rarely. 11 for 1 after 1.1. And changing the field, and a fine time to welcome back into the commentary box for this Group E final, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, good to be back. Say, keep calm, but although it's been quiet at times today, I don't think I've ever described it as calm. There's a lot of nerves around, big prize on the line to come back for Championship Week. Here's Alchin. Back in the side, trying to race the demons. It was Alchin who bowled that 9th over. Nabi went bananas in the Group D final last time. 5 consecutive Maximos. Took them, I think, 119 to 149 in the 9th. Good to see Bryce back. He's a competitor. Tim Cook has maybe just cracked his bat here, but it gives us an opportunity to just kind of analyse a little bit further this group final.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's cracked his bat. Well, earlier it was his helmet that was taking the knock.
Yeah, well, it gives us a chance to maybe just talk about a few key players. I mean, one guy that I do want to feature as well, Callum Garden. I think he's so crucial behind the stumps, and also with his batting. Kind of forgotten man a little bit of the batting lineup, but he sure showed us what he could do that last game. Now, new bat, and it'll have just enough. Maybe holds up. Yeah, very good fielding. That was a hallmark of the Scottish play earlier, as they got past the Germans. In fact, we were kind of saying it might have been the difference between the two teams.
Yeah, it certainly was. The fielding spot on here. I think a lot of the teams would have given this one up, but it's chased hard, and it's a good flip back. That's Lewis James, big tall man in that prominent part of the field, and a lovely flip back there. Excellently done. Saves 2 runs.
Nerves jangling all over the place. Consistently edge of your seat stuff. The 4 teams, they're all very even. I'm not sure if they're checking something here. There's no problem with the stop. Don't think he ever goes across the line.
Yeah, no issues at all, I think. Just waiting for the umpire. The umpires now get the okay. The all clear. Here we go.
Anyway, back to Alchin. All right, in the air. Now this has to be a chance. Oh, it's a tough one. Over the shoulder, dropped. What a difference. A little bit of time can make Wallace, who's caught very, very well. He's battling the twilight, the artificial light, the ball going over his shoulder, running back with the flight. A tough chance, but it is a chance, and De Kock survives.
Yeah, it's a big one as well, because we know that today has been the story of your drop catches. Players, good players, have been dropped, and they go on to punish you. So that is a big opportunity that goes down. Wallace not able to hold on to the catch.
Corden gets it back. It should be gone. And this one's been dropped.
Oh.
Hoagie had most of it, went up and almost got another bite at the cherry, but 2 balls and 2 drop catches. That's how Recordon started earlier on today. He gets super lucky. And the Scottish fielding under lights just going to pieces in this over.
Oh, and look at the cuddling for the bowler there. I mean, that's Hogarth who puts it down. That's you. They made the same mistake, didn't they, before? You can't be dropping good players. Now these two will be looking to punish. Both dropped on 6.
Slower ball. This one won't escape the infield. This will be the end of the over. So Orchin, very unlucky there. He'll end up going for 10 in the over. Doesn't take a wicket. 15 for 1 after 2. I mean, Orchin, I know we talked about the final last year, but he actually bowled really well during the series up to that point.
Yeah.
Has a good mixture of kind of off-speed deliveries. Tonight's an exciting night. First ever Monday night finals on the network, and we'll add a name to that list. We know it'll either be VOC Rotterdam of the Netherlands or it will be Forfarshire of Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, who will have their name up in lights? Who will go and feature in Championship Week, starting, of course, on the 18th of March. But, I mean, the big talking point there, those 2 catches going down. You could see that Orchard, he was devastated with both of those. He needed the likes has got Cameron to come over and just compose him and say, look, don't worry about it, it's a game. But interesting for me, I'm pretty sure there was definitely a deliberate ploy here for Forfarshire to want to field first, because they wanted the best of the natural light, because they felt that they had issues and have issues in the field under the floodlight. But once again, even taking that gamble hasn't paid off here.
Yeah. So, yeah, 50-50. I suppose this game's toed and froed a few times already. We're only just getting started. This is hit straight back. Should be handled. It will be. Fraser Ross does the work.
Lyle Robertson bowled well the in the last match. I mean, after that very expensive over from Jack Hogarth that went for 27, he came in, he steadied the ship slightly. I think he can sometimes be a little bit short, and that's where he can be punished. And Tim de Kock can certainly punish the bad ball, but he bowled a good line outside off.
This is lifted up though and out of the ground. Good shot by de Kock, living on borrowed time. Puts that one into the jungle. Maximo, the first one of this Group E final.
Well, he puts it in the jungle, and there's the rumble in the jungle there, up there on Grizzly Hill. There's that one, is out of the middle. Boom, shakalagia kinasona. That's 6 runs. You don't want to be bowling it there. He's got to be a little bit wider outside the off stump to him. New balls, please, I think, because that Grizzly is going to take some finding.
Not easy in the dark. Yeah, Robertson just gets a bit straight there. And de Kock works it away nicely. And the Scottish side were a long way behind in the final, actually. Even with a few overs to go, were able to turn it around just in time. Not really anyone's game. I think VOC started slight favourites. We've seen already the team switch favouritism a few times in the first couple of overs. This one basically spoils the wide, almost carries. I don't think it carries all the way to Lewis James, but he does make a good stop.
He saved some runs out there already, hasn't James? He chased one down to keep it to 2. And then that one absolutely blasted, and he gets down. And it's just a single, so I think that's 3 saved for me.
I don't know if that's a chance. He kind of yorks him, reaches him at the same time as hitting the ground. Back to live action. And this is hit towards the same fielder. James does the job this time, sliding to his left.
One thing we've learned, Vinny, is the Peter Recordon, the more time he spends out there, the better he gets. He showed that in the last match, the win against the German champion, so they want to remove him pretty quickly.
Brave on this format. I like that. Actually spins this one. Have a look at how much this one turns. It's a bit slower, and just gets a false shot out of Tim de Kock.
Yeah, I think
really puts a bit of left to right on this.
Yeah, if it goes straight, he'd be in trouble, you know. I mean, if it went straight on, that might have even beat him.
It went straight, might have hit 6. Anyway, that one is the straight one. And it will be kept in the infield. Fielded like a baby giraffe by new cult hero Jamie King. That'll be the end of the power play, and Forfarshire get the better of it. It's 25 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, they do. Remember, things have changed. Remember Forfarshire themselves, when they were playing in that all-important match against the VSC Rayburger, they were only 23 for 1 off the first 3. but then they got the acceleration on, didn't they? So it's been the sort of story of the day. Remember, today has all been about scores around about the 130. Sometimes it's been profitable, sometimes it hasn't.
Remember they won that last game, Forfeiture, even having that horror over from Hogarth, went for 27 in the second. So they avoided that this time. As Orchard comes back. Fresh haircut, I think, for the tournament. Got tongues wagging last year. This will be a wide first up. Good take, though, from Garden. He's important behind the stumps.
Yeah, Orchard getting a good bit of movement there. But, just catches a bit of that line, and the Sheriff calls the wide straight away. He was unlucky he wasn't in that first over. He could have removed both these batters. So I like the way that Jack Hogarth, who himself put the catch down to remove Gordon on 6, goes back to him.
Bad spot to miss. Now, false shot. It is, but it's going to be runs. It's going to be 4 runs. So De Kock will just get enough bat on that to take it over the infield and almost carries all the way, but Cuatro Carreras, VOC, reached 30.
Yeah, young Thomas Knight chases that into the night, doesn't he? And gives the signal to the umpire, say that's Cuatro Carreras, but he's been good in that area. There he is, the youngster. He's taking some good catches there. But that one eludes him. They opt to keep the third up. It's always a gamble. We've seen so many catches taken a deep third.
That's true. Might be worth a thought the way these guys are swinging. There's a slower ball, and he almost chops it under his stumps, chops under his foot. Survives. Good change up from Bryce. Again, brave bowling. Hey, I want to say a quick hello to a few people in the chat. Good to see Leroy Cunningham watching from Jamaica. And Dave Beeson there. And a few of the Hornchurch crew in as well. I'm going to single out Arthur George, who says it's his son's first birthday today. And how's this for a name? Happy birthday, Legend. His name is Legend George. Named after his father? Good take. Garden really loved his keeping. Also well bowled by Orchard. But Garden, I mentioned earlier that he's very good at kind of keeping his eyes square with the ball and just gets a good look. And that's how you can give yourself the best chance of dealing with a bit of extra bounce like he did on that occasion.
This is quality keeping. To be standing up under the floodlight, this is quality. This is world class.
He's a natural keeper, Garden.
Happy birthday, by the way. He's a legend.
Legend. It's a good one, isn't it?
Love it, huh? Legend.
Slower ball, picked and hit, but not hit that hard. Orchard's done a very good job coming into the side here. I know there's still 2 balls to go. And you know, we had to talk about magical overs. We had a magical ball before that went for 20. 7 up, 6 off Hogarth. So I don't want to call it too quick on poor Bryce, but he's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, he's kept it. Well, good thing about him is he's kept his composure. When you're a bowler and you've seen in a final, and you've seen 2 catches dropped off you 1 over, it gets to your head. He hasn't allowed that. He stayed composed, and yeah, he's putting a great shift in for his captain, for his team here at the moment.
Sunglasses at Night, good song from the 80s. Couple to come. Oh, good keeping again. Just not reading that out of the hand. I actually think you talk about, you know, fielding at this time, but I think batting at twilight, I mean, in all cricket, since night cricket's been a thing over the last, say, 40 years or so, the picking the ball up at this time of night when the natural light is fading and the lights are taking over. We've almost lost the natural light now. You just tell they're not really picking it up straight out of their hand. And a few errors in judgment that are uncharacteristic of these 2 batters. This one, not so much though, because he's going to smash it into the fan zone. Maximo! Time to take cover as recorded. Goes large. As well, hopefully everyone survived that one. It was a missile. Orchard, though, still good figures. 22 come off his spell, and VOC 37 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, he's bowled okay. Well, there you go. Take cover. And yeah, as the DJ tells you, everybody, be careful and be looking, because those Grizzlies are coming your way, especially when you got a powerful left-hander out there. That's a good hit from Peter Recording. Good way to finish the over. 37 for 1 after 4.
Kind of swallow 1 boundary and over, and it's not the end of the world. That one had 2 boundaries, but then apart from that, there was only a single and a wide. So only 12 come off that over. All-Chin does a good job coming in. And I think one of the reasons they picked All-Chin is that this guy was really effective in the last game. And in a way, they're similar bowlers. They will bowl a lot of off-speed stuff, but they have those variations. King bowls a lot of cutters, but he can also push one through. Starts with a cutter and it's hit. It's hit really well by De Kock, who stands tall and pierces the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, a little bit too short for King. It'd be interesting this because when Jamie King didn't get it right in the earlier match, things that changed it round for him, and I think also changed it round for Forfeiture, is when he went to the knuckleball, the slower delivery. He bowled a couple of those in his first over and his second, and they were successful. And this time, that is the slower delivery, but he gets it wrong. It'll be called a wide.
Once he had that kind of outswinger and well taken by Garden, who decides to keep back to King. I think partly because King's just a fraction quicker. Feels like more likely to get outside edge.
Yeah,
held.
I think also it's the consistency of the bowler. I think as a wicket keeper will know, you've got a bowler that will bowl wicket to wicket. You've got a chance, even though the length might be different.
This is driven pretty firmly. Should be handled out on the boundary. It is. Had a question. Who did Bryce Orchin come in for? It's James Sim, who misses out. Just giving themselves another bowling option, which I think you can understand.
I think also they probably decided here that the extra seamer will probably be better off than the extra spinner, and that's what seems to be working here at the moment. They haven't really gone after the seam. When they do, I think they've got the several options there with the spin. Jack Hogarth himself, I think, will be pretty key in this one as well.
Recorded's been a revelation. Corey was saying how for VOC's second team, he put in an incredible performance in a 7-over game to bring them the flag. Right now, he plays a beautiful looking shot, smart shot really, because there's no deep cover. He just gets down on that back knee and he strokes it away for 4.
It's a very good shot, very intelligent. I mean, he gets a whip, but rather than be tempted to hoik across the line, he waits for it and he smashes it over the short cover. It's an intelligent shot. You can see that he's got a good idea of where the field positioning is and what he's going after, what the shots he's playing.
Often we see batters trying to drag that to leg side, but that was a smart shot. Now he does take this off the stumps to leg side. Because a lot of the time, the fielding side are forced to choose between, say, a deep mid-wicket and a deep cover. And almost all the time they're trying to bowl it outside the off stump. So if you spot that, if you're comfortable elevating over cover, that's the percentages, and Recorded played it beautifully there.
Yeah, and that's that slower ball as well from Jamie King. He executes that really well, and well played in the end, well dug out.
Back down the ground, but just 1. So 12 off the over. I think 12 for me feels like a draw. So probably say no one wins this over unless we have a boundary off the last ball. And King could probably win the over with a wicket. I think that'd be pretty handy at this stage. Still half of this innings to go. 126 expected. Keep an eye on that during this innings. He's bowled him, and the cutter does the job. Recorded's out of luck, and King's fired up, gets it right on target, and York's the big lefty, and VOC lose the second wicket on the stroke of the 5th over. It's 49 for 2.
Well, King doesn't like the sound of the record, and then he sends him back as well bowled. It's that slower delivery again, well bowled, good variations. This is where he was key in the last match, and he does it again. And just watch this, it's an absolute beauty. Is in the slot, the batter loses it, plays the shot anyway, gets beaten. Look at the reaction from Tim De Kock at the other end. You can see he's absolutely gutted. He said, oh no, because he don't want to lose his wicket, because I feel now, really, the last of the recognised batters go in there. It's the end of the over, 49 for 2, as Peter Recorded goes back for 20.
Yeah, it's not a bad innings from Recorded. I mean, had a life on 6, don't forget, he goes for 20 off 11. And it gives us an opportunity maybe to welcome you into the commentary box here at the 5-over mark of this Group E final. The players will stop to take a strategic timeout. Probably a good time as a new batter will come to the crease. Pierce Fletcher out in the middle, having a couple of words. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. I've got Rico Full with me. Very interesting. 2 teams I think that have relied a lot on their top 4 and with similar bowling attacks. That's why I think it's such a fascinating matchup. Forfeiture get the best of the first 5 overs, but plenty still to be written in this Group E final.
There's plenty to come. I get the feeling that in this contest between these 2 teams, because they're so similarly balanced, even a 110-120 is going to be a very, very exciting contest. I've got that feel about it. Whatever happens, whatever the score, is going down to the wire. I can tell you that now, it's going to the wire.
I think also, wickets in hand seem to matter more for these teams compared to the Germans, who actually had a fairly deep run in the tournament. I know I didn't have them on finals day.
Yeah.
But you know, they were losing 7 wickets in innings, but still consistently putting these 130, 140 scores on the board. I just don't think these teams necessarily have the firepower down the order to be able to do that. 49 for 2 off 5 as that is Yelt Schoenheim that comes out. Won't be facing because it's the end of the over. And going to go to Lewis James. So he's another bowler in the mould of a King or an Allchin. Just bowl your medium pace and hopefully get it right. First one a little bit off, will be called a wide. Yeah, that one from Recorded that he misses. Again, maybe just doesn't pick it up straight away. It was the cutter, or maybe he picks it and just plays down the wrong line. He'd given himself a little bit of room, so he was in a great position. He was forced to play slightly away from his body.
Yeah, just watching Lewis James running in there, he just never had the rhythm. I'm surprised he continued with the ball. He didn't look like he had his run sorted.
Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, and it's out of here. It's a pretty good shot from De Kock. He becomes super important. Don't forget he lost his opening partner for a royal duck off the first ball of the match.
Yeah.
As Foray got strangled down the leg side. Tim De Kock, though, is a class act, and he moves into the 30s.
Good shot, hitting this on the up. That just shows you how much power that he has. That's an incredible stroke off the back foot.
Yeah, gets it away from the fielder as well. Comeback ball for Lewis. Last one, he gets it wrong, and it's strong from the batter. Just came into the leg stump, and De Kock put it away into the jungle. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, now Lewis, he's definitely under pressure here because that one's not a good delivery. I think it's a slower one, but he gets it wrong. Doesn't look comfortable with his run up here. You know, I wonder, you know, sometimes, sometimes the bowler can be put up by the keeper standing up as well. I wonder if that's an issue. He just doesn't look comfortable.
Yeah, he bowled well earlier. I think it's one of those things. Run seems to be a bit off at the moment, though. This should be a bit of a settler for him as it's just punched down to deep point for 1.
Yeah, be happier bowling here to Schoenheim, who's the new batter, comes in. He has to adjust here, but yeah, I've got to say, Tim De Kock, he certainly looks in good form. It looks like he's got his eye in. Looks like he's enjoying himself out there. It's a bit of a chat with the umpire, Charles Croucher, who helps the new batter, Jelk, get his guard. Okay, let's see how he starts here.
It's a veteran. Oh, and he's almost bowled. Just the extra bounce, took that straight over the stumps, well taken by Garden, but Schoenheim keeps the foot down.
Yeah, see, that's the difference. A batter that's been in there, adjusted to the light, so he's set, and this is key. What he doesn't want to do, though, is be losing partners at the other end. It's not the best of shots first up, is it?
Garden, great take. See that one just climbed over, back to the live action. Oh, this one swings a bit too much, it'll be called a wide. Good take behind the stump. All right, let's have a think about where we're at in this game. You know, see, we've kind of hovered around the 40% mark for a while. De Kock's a big fish. They want him to bat deep into the innings. Schoenheim can hit a long ball. Saw him hit a couple of 6s earlier. Now, this will be another 6 for Schoenheim. Lifts it up and over the leg side. Maximal! It's funny, Lewis James just seemed in rhythm earlier. It seemed like he was owning the game right now. It just seems like he's lost his rhythm, losing his run slightly, and there's no real momentum as he gets into the crease. Schoenheim puts him away.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, what he's bowling, he could be bowling of about 3-4 steps. He's got a bit of a run up. He's bowling from the 30-yard marker, but if you watch him running in, he's got a ball to bowl here, going for 21, gone magical already, but he's shuffling around. He hasn't got his run up sorted, and when you haven't got the right momentum going into your delivery stride, you will struggle.
Last ball of the over. And gets a dot, so it's a weird over really. Goes magical in the end. James goes for 21, and after 6 the score 70 for 2.
70 for 2. I wonder if this is going to be the opportunity perhaps for the captain to maybe think about coming on, introduce a bit of spin, or maybe he'll wait one more over.
Sticking with them in Hogarth, they've got up their sleeve, but they probably feel, you know, in these conditions the seamers seem to be doing the job. Even though that one did go magical, it was more about James not getting it right than anything else. He's always got Hogarth as an option there. Bowled a very good second over last time. Maybe you should bowl this second over first. Tim Vergosen, I'm loving this in the comment section, as we see some of the crew having a good time there, including Brian Damage. Yeah, some very good looking individuals and others in the crowd tonight. Slow ball first up from King, totally diddles De Kock. You see, he hasn't picked that one up at all.
Hasn't seen it.
Tim was saying, let's see if De Kock and Schoenheim form just as formidable partnership here as the open bar at the Coppercan wedding last month, of course. And we've seen Arthur in the action, although he's 12th man in this game, Arthur. Maybe he's still recovering. Here's Jamie. Yeah, it's a pretty good looking cut shot there. Finds the fielder.
It's good. He's bowling good areas, isn't he? I mean, what he hasn't done so far, I think just the one delivery where he's pitched up and he's got punished. He's actually keeping the ball a good length, short of a length. And when he does pitch the ball up, it's the slower delivery. So it's one of those, the batters think, right, this is the one. It's pitched up, I'm going for it. But it's the slower one, and you get done. And that's how you got recorded. Oh, this one's a no.
Yeah, I reckon
definitely.
that's the knuckleball that goes wrong, I think. Yeah. It's a difficult ball to bowl. In fact, it was only just invented a few years ago. One of my old teammates, AJ Ty, actually, is claimed with, he reckons he might have been the first to get it done. That's one that you want to swing at if you know it's high. I
think he was going right in the middle of his forehead, so he decided.
You also want to live.
Decided to take the safer option.
This feels like a big ball here because VOC could get something going here if they could put this away. Goes to the cutter, and he picks it, and he smacks it out of the ground. Maximo! So King pays the price for the knuckler slipping out the wrong way, and that one will go over the ropes for 6.
That's his shot though, isn't it, Schoenheim? We've seen him execute that in the previous over against Lewis James. If it's there, it's going and it's disappearing. So you've got to keep it out of that zone. You don't want to be going for the stump for him. Your better option is maybe trying to get him cutting.
Schoenheim, a couple of danger shots. I told you there's some very good looking fans out there. This is the ball, would have been wide, but it's towed down the ground by Schoenheim. That's probably a win for Forfarshire.
Yeah, that's what he tries to do here. He says, well, I'm not letting you play that shot again. I'm going to bang it in.
Just the difference in the lighting, and it takes some getting used to, I think you're right. But those little things you're normally looking for. So a bowl like King, he's got quite a pronounced difference when he bowls his cutter, which is like a fast spinner. That's the one there. Garden does well to block this on the second bounce. But yeah, because batting's such a split-second game, if you're a tenth of a second slower to react, that's actually a fair bit of your reaction time. Yeah. So that's why I think you see there's a couple of the shots just not being what you might see during the day at the moment. Recording obviously lost his wicket to a cutter that banged into his stumps. Now, this is the one that is pace on, and you see, because he's bowled so many cutters, that certainly catches Tim De Kock by surprise, and well taken by Garden up over his head.
That's a great delivery. We were having talks earlier in the last match about Jamie King. A few people were saying that he looks like various people. I said he looks like Mitchell out of Modern Family.
Do you know what? I told him both, and he said he loves them. He's happy he's not getting Ed Sheeran. He gets Ed Sheeran all the time. Anyway, this is a pretty good shot. Again, found the outfielder, De Kock ticking and tacking, but he wants to be whacking. And he's got 3 overs to do it, because at the end of 7, VOC Rotterdam, the 2019 champions there, 81 for 2 in this Group E final.
Yeah, those two, they look pretty confident though, don't they? They've got smiles on their faces. I get the feeling that they got a plan. You've got to have a plan, haven't you? You've got to have a plan. I think they've got a plan. They believe that a 130 score here will be enough. That's what they're looking for. As we are looking forward to, well, not only the conclusion of this final, but what starts here tomorrow.
Well, we've got one former champion team in action tonight. We'll have another former champion team in action tomorrow, because Paco Care, Badalona of Spain, are here, but also Donnerstadt. They're another one of those so-called lost teams. Yeah. They qualify, but it was one of the pandemic years, so they'll get to play in an ECL for the first time, despite qualifying before. Got Talent Stallions there from Estonia. As we see the first ball of the 8th disappear, they go back to Robertson, and that one's gone miles. Maximo! De Kock moves to 47.
Well, Lyle Robertson comes back on. His first over wasn't a bad one, only went for 10, but that has gone for a huge 6. It's in that slot though. Look where this is, and yeah, it's too short. It's Gundy. He's going to get punished. He's got to get fuller and wider.
Yeah. Shot. Does get fuller and catches De Kock on the crease.
Much better.
So yeah, Donnerstadt of Austria will be here. Indies will be back for their second ECL. Of course, they were part of Hornchurch's Group A last year. So were the Talent Stallions, by coincidence, of Estonia.
That one is so close.
This one, actually fumbled in the circle. If he picked it up, there's probably a chance to run out Tim De Kock there, but just a single. Talent Stallions, unfortunately, no Saif ur Rahman, who captained last year. I'm sure quite a few people remember him, the Baltic boss. unfortunately, visa issues. As this is an under edge, beautifully knocked down by Alchin. Keep it to 1. Syfe then took it out on the local opposition, hitting 279 not out in the T20 after he just found out that he wasn't able to come to the ECL. Let's see if someone can step up for the Stallions. The other team there, Isle of Man representatives, Crosby.
Yeah.
Of course, Serbia, Slovenia and Isle of Man, the 3 countries added for ECL 24.
Good stop there once again. Alchin saving runs, and that's what it's all about. Another one that could have maybe gone all the way down to the boundary.
Yeah, well bowled in the end. Put some pace on it there. Robertson gets the dot. They're all valuable at this stage. Expected score still kind of hanging around the 120s. It's been there throughout the whole innings, really. Well, I suppose since those early wobbles. Well bowled. Gets full. You suggested it, and it works out. Robertson, good couple of overs from him. Only goes for 19. So he wins the battle with 20, and it's 90 for 2 after 8. Akmal is in the comment section asking, hey Vinny, is Mohamed Ihsan playing tomorrow? Well, I believe so. I know that Ihsan had to go back due to a family emergency. That's why we didn't see him in the second half of the Barcelona series, but I do believe he's here, although we'll have to find out tomorrow. Also, don't forget Paco Care have the services of Daniel Dorcaye and also Sebastian Bratt, who's captained the Netherlands 11 to an ECC trophy before.
Yeah, 2 guys that play together, and so it'll be interesting to see how they play. Also, it'll be very interesting to see what Sebastian Bratt brings to the Paco Care battle on the side, not just as a player, but also as the team dynamics will change as well. Talking about team dynamics, he'll only get the 1 over this time, Vinny, so maybe he is bowling his second first.
Interesting, and I think this is because Lewis James got the treatment, so it will be something different. Again, you'd imagine Hoagie would be tougher to pick under lights because they'll be struggling a bit to pick him. I think they'll be swinging more than sticking around. The first ball's hit down the ground, and De Kock will bring up his 50 with that stroke. 32 balls, so he's been a workhorse, and you can see he's more interested, I think, in the next 11 balls and celebrating too much at this stage, but still well batted.
Yeah, well batted indeed. Well batted indeed.
Okay, high. Now Garden's going to have to get there. He's going to go a long way, and he can't quite go. Didn't want to get off his feet in the end. I think a full dive, he may have just reached it. It was so high, they'll get 2.
Yeah, I mean, he's called it early. He's called everybody off it. He says, it's mine, I want it. And in the end, I think he might just get fingertips. I think you're right. I was expecting to see a dive forward. Maybe by this time, when he loses it, don't forget he's gone with it with the lid on as well.
I think it was his catch. I don't think anyone was able to get there, except for him anyway. Next one, clipped away. Long chase down there, and ultimately a successful chase. Great work by King, but again, the batters will get 2.
Yeah, just think about, folks, think about the runs that have been saved from the very first over when we saw it was Lewis James himself making a stop. They have saved already, for me, around about 10 runs in the field.
Hogarth straight back into his work. It's a bit of a slider, tries to drag it. Actually turned that one a little bit. Hogarth said, yeah, this pitch not really giving him too much sideways movement. This guy bowls with a lot of overspin naturally.
I love the way that Hogarth is able to change his style depending on the type of batting. I mean, against some of the hard hitters before, he was flying it up. Here, he's bowling a lot quicker and a lot flatter, and it seems to be working right. He's going to be tight.
Well,
and
well, okay.
They don't hear you.
Well, I guess I'm not keeping him commentating.
But you don't mind
now.
that. You don't mind singles. You don't mind
True.
singles.
I mean, if he'd gone to the bowl as probably an overthrow, although I'm sure the boundary rider was hustling in there, Fraser Ross. Anyway, just a single. Yeah, okay. So far, so good for Hogarth. And still pretty good. I think he's only bowled the 1 over here, but he'll be very happy. And that's what good players do. He backed himself in a situation earlier where he did get whacked around, but he's bowled 2 pretty good overs in a row. Only 8 come off that one. No dot balls, but no boundaries either. In fact, 11 balls without a boundary now. As we head into the last, it's 98 for 2.
Cracking over from the captain, really is. I mean, remember, hasn't had always things go his own way, but once again, that's how adaptable he is. He sees the situation, he senses this a different type of batters, very different to the batters he's had to bowl before, so quicker and flatter.
If you want to think about it, I mean, Hogarth bowls an over for 8. The expected score came down about 10 runs in that over. So now Cameron's going to bowl the last, We saw him lid De Kock earlier. It's a strange innings because it's not that like, they haven't been attacking enough. I think they've had to do with some pretty good bowling.
And good fielding.
And good fielding. And yeah, they've only lost 2 wickets, but they're only 98. Last over coming up. It's a pretty good start from Cameron, who hits his Yorker. De Kock turns for 2. I don't think he can go for 2 here. We've got De Kock on 51. I suppose, yes, he's 51, but Schoenheimer's going at a better strike rate. He's been in for a while as well. Don't think they necessarily want to have a new batter out there unless they really, unless it's really worth the risk. De Kock going for glory here. Oh, Cameron just misses his spot. De Kock had backed away and showed him a fair bit of the offside Goldilocks zone, but he couldn't hit it.
He sees the batter move away, so he knows he's giving himself some room, and I think he just wanted to try and squeeze this in. It's the right thing to try and do. You'd rather do that than not make any change and get smashed for a boundary.
Oh, well, acrobatic stuff. That almost goes, you know, but a good stop. Really, really good work down there from Lyle Robertson. Hands it off. So again, the defensive pressure has been excellent from the Scots here. I know there's a couple of cats that have gone down, but they haven't been goobers. Maybe Hogarth is bordering on it, but haven't really been punished in a big way.
Yeah, it's more saves in the field. Great bit of strong together fielding from Forfisher.
De Kock's looking to get under something. Got to hit the block hole again. Doesn't he? Goes. He likes that one as well, short and wide, kind of call it like top corner, which is probably armpit height and just inside the tram line, but just misses for width here.
Yeah, he just drags his body down too early, doesn't he?
And stick to the Yorker. The Yorker's been working. He's been bowling it well. You don't risk a wide. De Kock is kind of frustrated. He's faced a lot of balls. He'd hope with 34 balls he'd be a lot more. Just hasn't been an easy innings. And this one surprises him, and he's going to be gone. So great catch by Cameron. Second time we've seen him take a caught and bowl today. It gets big on Tim De Kock, and it's right up towards the handle of the bat. It just loops up. Cameron does the rest, and finally Tim De Kock is dismissed with 3 balls to go. It's 103 for 3.
Yeah, I think he surprises him here with a short delivery. I don't think Tim De Kock was expecting one to be banged in short to him. Remember, he did wear one on the lid earlier, but this time he's down and out. Because the man who goes down and gets dirty, takes a catch, Scott Cameron, that's a great caught and bowl for a fast bowler. He does extraordinarily well to get there. It's the end of what's been a really good innings. He's held the innings intact, hasn't he, Tim De Kock? I mean, all right, maybe he's going at a slower rate than he normally would do, but he had to do that because they did lose the top batter for 0 of the very first ball of the innings.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it gets him to something on the low end of defendable. It wasn't easy out there, I will say that. So he fights for a 50, and who knows, this could still be a winning score yet for VOC Rotterdam. Said Jamil comes out with the big hitting responsibilities. At a bare minimum, he needs to get 1 here. Schoenheim shown he can clear the ropes in this series. First one's a swing and a miss. They think about running. Garden has buyer's remorse as he throws it, wishes he didn't, because if they hit the stumps, they probably get a single.
Yeah, I don't think you want to do that, but yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one for Jamal who comes out. I mean, he's got to try and hit this, you know, he's probably thinking, I could just get bad on it and give a single, but I reckon I can get a boundary. Now he fails once. He feels more obliged to try and get one now. 2 balls to go.
Cameron gets that one just inside. They're going to run, and they'll probably get a run out the other end. Oh, it's really close.
I think he makes this, you know.
I'm just
signalled as well. Signalled wide.
Oh, it's wide, is it?
Yeah, it gets signalled wide.
I'm going to go with just out.
Are you? I'm going to go with it.
Just.
Right.
This is
Here we go.
50-50.
Empanada's on this.
This is at 1 empanada, although they're closed tonight, so I'm actually... so this is the whole ball. I've got to say, it's a pretty harsh wide call. It's borderline. He does well, Jamil, to just stay at home. Here we go. And empanadas are on.
Ooh, well, Empanada's on. Ooh, this is really close.
I told you it was close.
It's really close.
He is... Yeah. Oh, he's just in.
Yeah.
You've done me.
Spicy chorizo, please.
Luckily, they are closed. I never make those bets with Corey because I know he's never going to pay. Anyway, they sneak a by. Still 2 to come then. 105, Schoenheim wants to bomb it. He misses. And now Jamil is going to, well, could go for a run out here. All right, double or nothing. Here we go.
This time out. This time out.
No, hold on. You can't change now.
I'm saying out this time. What do you mean I can't change? It's a different situation.
No, the rules are of commentary and Panada bets. You got to give me a chance to win back. I do think you'd rather have Schoenheim on strike. I love it's like a race to save your average. And here we go.
Going, gone.
So let's just say it's Rico 1, Mr. Maximo 1.
No,
after that.
I don't like these rules.
I'll wind the tape back.
This is Clarkson.
I can edit that in a way.
This is Jeremy Clarkson rules, no.
Jamil does a lot of running, not a lot of scoring, unfortunately. He'll go with the ball remaining, 105 for 4.
It's interesting that he wanted to take Schoenheim off strike there. That's an interesting decision. Schoenheim says, no, I'm staying here.
He was hoping maybe they could sneak another run, but I think it's worth giving up the chance of a run to get Schoenheim to face the last ball.
Yeah, so I said 110 here. And
well, you're picking a 5. Okay, I'll take that bet.
I'll tell you what.
Last ball.
And he goes for the shot. Is he going to go? Yes, so look. This is what I'm thinking about. So he's called 6. It's the slower delivery doesn't go right. They're going to get to 111. It's going to be the Nelson on the Group E final. I said 110 would be a real test. Would be a real battle between these two sides. It will be a bit of a tug of war. I reckon we're going to get a tug of war here, Vinny.
Yeah, look, to be honest, it's a very defendable total under lights. I think we normally say the par probably comes down 15 or even 20 under lights. Look, I think you've got to give credit to the Scots. I mean, everyone will say, oh, you know, why didn't they score quicker and blah, blah, blah. But I think you got to give credit to them. They were pretty wily with the ball. They were fairly accurate while still throwing in those variations and keeping the batters honest. As we go back and we look at the highlights of the first half of the Group E final. Two teams desperate to make it back to the big dance, and what a start it was for Forfarshire. A wicket off the very first ball.
Yeah, and it's one of those, isn't it? It just happens. Well, sometimes this happens, sometimes as well, as this one crashes into the side grill of the batter. Well, he was shaking, wasn't he? But Tim de Kock says, you can hit me, but I'll always get my revenge. And he certainly did. Made a fine half century. Remember, he was dropped as well. He was dropped on 6 by Wallace. That was a big drop because that did cost him. That cost him plenty of runs. But the record and also being dropped by Hogarth, it didn't cost him that much. This was the first one. That's the one you really needed to take. That was the top.
It was a tough one though, you know. And then pretty much I think it was the very next ball. We saw Jack Hogarth put one down. That was recorded. That was put down. So both he put down on 6. De Kock kind of put in a shift, didn't he? 53 off 35. So he's going at 151. To give you an idea, that's like if the whole team went that fast, you get 90 plus whatever extras they hold. So it's not setting the world on fire, but I suppose the question would be if he didn't do it, then what would have happened? And there was the chance they might have got kind of rock and rolled, because we do know they rely pretty heavily on their top 4 in this series. Hogarth came on and actually did a pretty good job. And again, you love the fielding efforts here. There was this big run with no boundaries, and it actually went 16 balls. There was a boundary off the first ball of the 8th. We didn't see another boundary till the very last ball, and just feel like that might come back to bite them. That's where they kind of went from that 125, 130 or so down to 111. This was towards the end. Maybe a harsh wide call there, but then you and me were just debating the run-out decisions.
Well,
there were a couple.
Let's just say I got 2 empanadas coming my way. Let's just leave it at that.
If it means we get to go, then I'm totally happy with that. Last ball just gets it slightly wrong. Tries to go the block hole. Schoenheim, again, justifying the decision to stay on strike. He does put it away, puts it out of the ground. 1-1-1 is the score. Oh. And look, yeah, they're ahead right now, Forfarshire, but we've seen games switching favouritism all day. You feel there's still a few twists and turns left in this one. Tim de Kock bats the majority of the innings for 53 off 35. 4 6s, 3 4s in there for the skipper. 20 for Record and 27 not for Schoenheim, who finished the things with a bang. He hit 3 6s in his innings. And with 11 extras, that's about normal as well. They end up on 111. As far as the bowlers, I think, okay, James got taken out in his over, but that's why they held Hogarth back as an emergency option.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I think, aside from that one magical over, they're all pretty similar in economy rate. They all do a pretty good job. 2 wickets for Cameron. He's been outstanding today with the ball. Jamie King really liked his job as well. And Alchin comes in, does a good job. Not easy coming into the side after sitting out I thought he bowled very, very well. Take a break, Rico, and plenty still to be written in this second half. 112 runs between Forfarshire and finals week. Remember, it's exactly 1 year since they weren't able to progress from the group that contained eventual European champions. Drew, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Stay tuned. Back soon with more European Cricket League.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. And yes, together we can make a difference. Click the QR code. You can find that on our website, europeancricket.com. Just click the website, find out a little bit more about our charity partner, Share the Meal. And together, as a cricketing community, we can help to make a difference to the millions of hungry people around the world as we rejoin the players in the middle, led by the umpires Charles Croucher and Stephen Gooch. For the Group E final, it's the second half of the final. VLC Rotterdam have had a bat, and under the lights, they put the Nelson on the board. 111 they made for four. There's Tim de Kock. He was the main contributor with 53 of 35 deliveries, and then we saw some good hitting there from Schoenheim towards the end, 27 not out. It's, I think this is really going to be a real epic. I called it a bit of a tug of war. I think that's what we're going to see here. And interesting to see that they are going to go with a little bit of spin to start off with. So not going with the young Aditya Jain to start off with, who's been bowling brilliantly well. Here we go. Here's the first ball. And just doesn't feel right, does Jamil. So it goes back to his mark. I'm Rico Full, and with me in the commentator's box is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Well, it's one way to make sure the first ball's not a wicket. Don't bowl it. Anyway, big swing and a miss. Wallace off a globe this morning. Less than convincing start. Jamil's been met a little bit when he's bowled in the middle of the innings, so they give him the first over. He was Hoismarks last year very, very effectively, actually. He's got away from that plan a little bit this year, probably because you've got someone like Aditya Jain who can do a good job with that new ball. Now it reaches and he gets it just enough. But probably glad he didn't hit that better, because it'll just be a single, so Wallace gets off the mark. And Callum Gardner, didn't he come good in qualifier 2 for Fisher?
You can see there that Wallace just having a word there with Gardner, probably just saying, hey, this is what's happening, keep an eye on it. And yeah, he'd be happy to get off the mark after he's stuck in the last match. But normally, good batters, when they have a failure, do come back strong. So he'll be looking to do that. And well, Gardner, you're right, he was in exceptional form.
High grip. Probably not a wide. He knows it too. Just bails out of the shot because he steps early. Jamil actually getting a bit of turn with the new ball there.
Yeah, he is. Just watch this go. So he steps early, so it's not, the line moves with him.
Pretty much went over the actual line and it wasn't going to be called a wide. Yeah, it's a good shot, but field pretty straight. Just a single. I like that they put that fielder straight.
Oh, they want a cheeky one here. And I wonder if they'll, well, we will have a look at this side on. It's a quick hands from the keeper, but the batter looks comfortable, but we still have a look. Maybe just trying to rattle him with the appeal. What do you reckon?
Looks pretty comfortable there. It looks like a regular smile, not just a nervous smile from Wallace.
Trying to get inside his head, maybe. We will get a chance, maybe, just to see
quick
this
work
again.
from the keeper, Leary. Where's this bat?
This is, well, they're asking the question, but I think this is a bump. Once again, Wallace doesn't seem too deterred. The bowler asking the question.
That was the last one. Been a long day. Let's get back to the action. Now one slides past the outside edge, and it's a brilliant start when you're defending something that's modest. And it's great to sneak through and over. That's what Jamil does. And it's 2 without loss after 1.
Oh, well, it's a fantastic start. I told you it's going to be a tug of war, remember? That when VLC Rotterdam, their first over, it was 5 for 1. So I suppose at least they haven't lost a wicket. 15 matches since the Golden Ball. Remember my shout when I was here yesterday, Corey? I was saying that we're going to see 2 more before this European Cricket League is done. We've seen 2. Are we going to see another 2?
I'm trying to think if we've ever had more than 1 Golden Ball in a Cartama tournament before, and actually I think it's always been just the 1. So I think we've already made history. We've already done 2. Now, how about this guy? How about this guy? Not even having his 16th birthday yet. He's such a big talent, Adit Jain. He's going to bowl over number 2. It's a perfect result for VOC first up. Going back to the tactics we've seen used before, using the spinner in the first over and getting through it.
Okay, it's an interesting one though as well, isn't it? Because the captain, I mean, you have a plan and they're going with what their plan is. But the captain would be probably very tempted to go with another spinner, right?
Yeah, but I don't think you want to leave this guy too long because he's very, very good with that new ball. Here he is in the second. And he gets hit back over his head. Probably not quite out of the screws, but it'll be for Garden. Very quick to get on the front foot there to try and maybe counteract that movement. We know also that Jane does like to pitch the ball up to see what it'll do. A nice shot by Callum, gets 4 runs.
Yeah, remember when Callum Garden made that 71 of 22 against BSC Rayburger? And I was saying then, a lot of the shots he's playing is straight. And we were talking then, how about a Southern Cross field to him, or 2 men pretty straight, because he does like to play that shot.
It's been a good week for shoes off, hasn't it, here at the Cartama Oval? We saw a few blowouts. We saw the shoe phone come back.
Yeah.
From Wahid Abdul 3 nights ago in the Group D finals day.
He was dialing your number a lot, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He gave me a call.
Gave you a call. Said a quick hello.
Had it on silent, but I still saw it. Anyway, Garden wins the first exchange with Jane. Oh, now gets himself in a bit of a muddle. Probably looking to flick that away.
Yeah.
Jane beats him for pace.
Yeah, he does. You're absolutely right. He expects it to be slightly shorter. It was. That's why he gives himself a little bit of room so he can flick it away. But he gets tucked up. He's got to be careful as well. There is a man on the 45 for that particular shot. So if he's going to play it, he's got to get well under it.
Jane's already pretty tall, and you'd imagine he's still growing. He turned 16 in a couple of weeks.
I'm telling you, Vinny, this guy, you're watching somebody who's going to be pretty sensational. Oh, that's gone over the stumps.
I think it's a wide.
You reckon? I see that going over the stumps, Vinny.
I'm going to have a look at it.
Okay, well, me and you undecided again.
I got a feeling it would have hit the stumps. It would have knocked him over if it was on the stumps. Let's have a look. Get a good look at him.
Okay, I'll take it back.
See, now I changed my mind.
Yeah, it's over the stump. That's what I mean. I take your apology.
Was any of the ball over the stump hard to call?
That's a couple of tight calls.
True.
Slower ball, well bowled.
A bit like the odd couple this time. We just can't agree. I mean, everyone knows that rule, though. If it misses the leg stump for width, that's the thing, for width.
You got to remember also that the umpires, they're standing the closest to the action, wicket to wicket, and they've got to give it the way they see it. So you can see why it's called. And don't forget, the umpires don't have the luxury of the replay as well. And they've done a top job, so we're not going to give them a hard time. The men in black, they've been brilliant.
Wallace, 1 off 4. Got himself into a bit of a corner here. And he's bowled. Now, I don't know if Jane saw it because he fell over, but he heard the rattle, and Wallace goes for just a single. Big wicket here. This game very, very much alive. Forfeiture lose Craig Wallace for 1. It is 8 for 1.
Well, only a young man can bowl a ball like this and do a forward roll in the process of delivering it and knock the stumps over. That's sensational. And Adit Jain, I told you, this guy is going to be something special. I mean, it's knocks the stumps over, he goes over, and then the raw. But it's a bit of a false shot, though. You would expect him to put that away. He expects the ball maybe to be a bit higher, and maybe he plays for that, so he plays all around it. But look at them. They're all over Adit Jain. That is a huge wicket. It is, once again, Wallace is going to go early, so they're going to have to do it without him once more. And it's another slow walk back up those famous Cartama steps for Craig Wallace.
Big, big moment. 8 off 10 balls bowled in the innings so far. That's why they like Jane. For sure, that swings back. Wallace has a trudge up the stairs. 111. Starting to look pretty competitive. I don't think anyone really wants to face Jane, especially under lights and with the ball talking a little bit. Cameron, good player. coming in at 3, 2 to come in the second. Yeah, just happy to let the ball go and knowing the threat that Jane is. This is one of the rare times to be a bit careful.
Yeah, I mean, he's a dangerous player, and maybe that the new batter got Cameron is thinking, okay, maybe if I see out this over, this delivery, we can work around some of the other bowlers. But don't forget, Jamil's over was pretty sensational as well. I'm sure he'll come back and bowl the third.
There's the cutter. That one is picked, hit straight to the fielder. So another brilliant over. Started with a boundary to Garden, but then Jane won the rest of it pretty comprehensively as we get to the end of 2, and it's 8 for 1.
Oh, what a cracking final we have here. It's going to be a thriller. Scores in the hundreds, 111 for 4, VLC Rotterdam, the Nelsons, 112 required for victory for Forfeiture. And at the moment, I'd just say the Scottish supporters are pretty quiet as we have a look at some of our upcoming events, Finn.
Yeah, of course. Portugal, the next stop on the tour. If you don't realise, actually, we're on the air 49 consecutive weeks of the year. We started all the way back in mid-January. We'll go almost until Christmas. So why don't you join us if you'd like to enjoy the free cricket pretty much all day, every day. You can just subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and every day we get a little bit close to 400,000 subscribers. We'll have to work out something to do for that, won't we? Anyway, here's Yelt Schoenheim. Let's get start with the big wide. No debates about this one. Just feel like one big over could get Forfeiture back on track here. I mean, game hovering around the 50-50 again. So many of these games have been like that today.
Yeah, it's one of those where I think if I'm out there, I'm thinking, what you're holding Jamil back for? Give him another. But they've got bowlers, and I suppose when you have, he has no idea where that has gone, the batter.
Yeah,
no idea.
Right off the end of the bat, the Q end, he's threw it early. Yeah, I suppose the thing with sneaking it over, it's a sneak job. It's a sneak job. They're saying, all right, we got through it.
Yeah,
maybe second over, they'll get after him.
Yeah, I think what they're thinking is, look, there's only 8. If we're going to use somebody that we may use now and again, let's do it now. Slower.
Yeah.
Oh, could have gone anywhere.
Bowls that one well, Schoenheim. The thing is, the lights are the same for every single finals night. So it's different though. Sometimes as a batter it can get in your head, and I think for both these teams, both the top order, they just have had that look of, like, I'm not seeing this. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, and it's going to go a long way back. Anyway, umpire almost all the way back on the boundary there. Is that Charles?
Oh, what a throw.
Yeah, brilliant throw, but they'll get back for 2 pretty comfortably. Cameron gets off the mark.
Yeah, well, this is luck here more than anything else. He doesn't have control of this shot at all, and I think he, as well as everybody else, is pretty surprised how far back it goes. And
yeah,
well, it was nice to see the umpire back paddling here as well.
Once you got in your head that you're not really picking the ball up, it plays tricks with you. But some batters don't have that. We've seen them make heaps of runs under lights. This will be a wide, straight over the line. You know, and if you say, you know, it's too hard to bat under lights, just we've seen True put on 189 under lights against a very good team. Obviously, True last year in the group final against Forfeiture, chasing 150s on that occasion. Actually got reasonably close. This one bites back and it's a little under edge and it's going to run away for 4. So that's a bit of luck for Cameron. Good hurdle job as this game twos and fro's. It's coming, it's going. We're still no closer to knowing who's coming back. Big thank you to Andaluthia, who give us a lot of support, the local council. And it's just a tense atmosphere considering there's quite a decent crowd here.
It's on a knife edge. It really is. One good over, either way, can change things.
Slow ball, and he hits it. Brilliant fielding. Really good fielding there by Tom DeWitt.
Yeah,
he saves 3 runs.
Fantastic. That looked like it's going to be 4, so we know that Forfeiture probably saved up to at least 12 runs when they were in the field, and they took some great catches. VSC Rotterdam, well, their standards are just as high.
He tempted to go back to Jane, you know, in the 4th. Use him while the ball's fairly new. This one's a fairly clear wide down the leg side. What do you think, though? Hoisenbach's got absolutely smashed before.
I'd go back to Jamil.
I still think they trust him.
I'd change the pace again. I'll go back to Jamil. Keep them guessing. So they've had spin. You've had a pace, real pace, a seamer. Go back to spin. Keep changing it around.
Slow ball again. He picks it, just doesn't get the middle on it. It's pretty similar to the first innings, actually, what we're seeing right now. as that'll be the end of the power play in Forfeiture. 20 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, you'll see here on the graphics that they're 5 runs behind where VOC Rotterdam were, and both teams at the same stage had lost a wicket.
Yeah, have a look at, okay, that one over we talked about went magical in the first half, but all those other overs are kind of alarmingly average. First one only going for 5, everything else like between 8 and 13.
I think we're going to see another new bowler here, so they're not going to go back to either John or Jamil. Looks like we are going to see here now is Hosingbacks is going to have a bowl.
Yeah, okay. So they're going with spin. Asif actually was the one last year we saw bowling the first over quite a lot for VSC Rotterdam. Pretty exciting as well. We have former European champions tonight in VOC. Tomorrow morning we will too. When Pakai Care turn up, of course, in the last group we had Trur, also former champions. So the 3 previous champions all playing in consecutive groups. Anyway, Hosenbucks over number 4. One bites in and Garden will take 1. Feel a bit of tension and a bit of valuing of the wicket here, but which you can do. We actually saw the Germans go through a little bit of a phase in Qualifier 2 where they did this as well, and they fell behind and never really got back on track. Forfeiture still favourites in this game though, but only just. Hosenbucks has struggled kind of uncharacteristically with his length on occasions. This time it's a full toss, but he gets away with it, just a single.
Yeah, I think this is where the 2 batters here, they probably, again, similar to VSC Rotterdam, they probably realise that they haven't got as much depth with their batting. So it's pretty key that one of these 2 clicks. So this is just a moment for them to try and get themselves in, steady themselves, start feeding the ball onto the bat, playing some shots, stroke it around, and then one of them will be looking to then go big and get the acceleration.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the longer they bat, you imagine the better they'd get.
Yeah.
That's the 50-50. I felt it would happen after that ball. 50-50. But see, de Kock never really accelerated. Again, so it's very kind of T20 style at the stage, which I wouldn't say slow, but just say that they're happy just to score off as many balls as possible, gain a bit of confidence. But it's a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, it is, because the other thing is, got to keep an eye on that rate required. They're over 13 required. I think when it starts to get about 15 in the night matches, then you may struggle.
Oh, that's a huge moment. That's a 7 up, and it's gone miles into the night. Maximo, 7 carreras, and Hosenbucks completely loses the handle on that, and a free hit to come.
This is an amazing shot. I mean, I thought it was going to hit him. I mean, watch this, how quickly he reacts, and he smashes that. So that's a 7 up. And I think when you look at the 2 batters as well, you had a look at Scott Cameron saying, right, this is it. This is the ball. This is the one that can change it. They got 7 there, free hit, license to go to full Monty, get another boundary here, and you feel the balance start to change.
Yeah, Hosenbucks got away with a full toss earlier in the over. That one was a dirty one, and it got hit out of the ground. Garden picked that up all right. How about this one? Low full toss this time, and he can only get a single.
Yeah, he was looking to get under it, wasn't he? And he may have, probably a better option may have been get ready to play the sweep shot, but we'll get just a single from it. So I suppose Hosenbuck gets away with it.
Thrilled to get out of this over with, say, 13 or so. When he's at his best, he's kind of on you a bit quicker than you expect, and it's block hole. But he just hasn't hit it consistently enough in this series. That's been the difference. About there. And it gets through the keeper, but they won't get a run. And in the end, it's a dozen off the 4th over at Forfeiture. 32 for 1.
Yeah, it's not the worst of overs. They still probably like for like stay just ahead, but they'd like to break this partnership.
More shoot your shoes for Garden. Tying up those laces, there's an idea. They seem to just be slipping on and off like it's a, what do they call those shoes? Loafers.
I think there might be, is he going to have a shoe change?
Well, we saw a bit of a wheel change, didn't we, earlier? I think you might have been off that day, but we had shoe gates where we saw one shoe changed, and it was the wrong shoe that went on the ball. I changed it with the field, and then next ball changed the other one, changing in installments.
Well, we have seen a player wearing different shoes as well, don't forget.
Jaspinder.
Yeah, Jaspinder Singh.
Yes, we even saw it on that occasion, but only for one ball.
Yeah.
He actually went. He actually changed his right foot. His right-hand bowler changed his right foot, which wasn't even his front foot. Anyway, similar trajectories these innings so far, and they do go back to Jane now, so they only wait one more over. You know, it's funny over from Hosenbucks. I know we got away with a couple that only went for singles, but that 1-7 up hurts. Although free hit only going for 1 as well. I think all things considered, you'll take 12.
Huge over this. You can see why they go back to Jane here. VSC Rotterdam feeling the need to break this partnership. These two just started to rebuild, and Callum Garden, of course, the man who was in great form earlier, scored 71 and 22. They want to see the back of him.
13 and over required from here on, and there's a huge over. I still think you still want to attack him, but you don't want to over-attack him. I think that's the thing.
Yeah, look at the field. Remember what we were talking about, how Callum bats? They've been watching. Look at the field here to him.
Well, they totally messed this up. They've got 5 infielders, or they've got 4.5. They're saying, hey, we can have one more back. Do you want me to go back? They said, yes, please.
Yeah, so you've got almost that Southern Cross field very close to it.
Almost, yeah. You got
very close. Look at the 2 men straight.
Yeah, you got pretty much 4 protecting the straight boundary from deep cover to deep mid wicket, and they've gone with the deep backward square as the other outfielder. Here's Jane, 5th over. You can see they're a bit careful the way they play him here. Be happy to get 1 boundary and kind of work the rest and maybe end up with, say, 9 or 10 off this over, and then you know what you need to do in the last 5. But Jane's bowled out. Still hanging in the balance. I mean, the win predictor 50-50 says it all, Rico.
Yeah, it certainly does. This is going to be tight. Once again, no change in the field, so they're keeping it the same. Look, that gives you an idea of where this field is. 2 men there on the offside, pretty straight, and then you've got 2 on the leg side as well, pretty straight as well, straight down the ground.
Short missed out. Kind of died on the keeper as well, James Leary.
Yeah, these are the sort of deliveries in a tight match like this. You get that one away, so get the uppercut, get that in between the very fine third inside the circle and backward point, goes for 4. It gives you a sigh of relief. You've got a boundary. But when you miss out on it, it's frustrating. So the batter now, Scott Cameron, is going to be very frustrated. He's going to be frustrated. He's 10 balls, 9 runs. He doesn't feel at the moment like he's helping his side.
Now, snaps the hands through it when he gets a single. We'll add Cameron to the list of batters that are top order batters tonight that just haven't looked that comfortable at the crease. And now he'll feel like he's invested a lot of time in getting his innings going. So it's kind of counterintuitive to then take risks. He's like, why to take risks? I've gotten this far, but
yeah,
you know, has to have confidence in those blonde if he does get out. It's not the end of the world. You've got Robertson to come in next. Probably missing off. They run. Bit of a specious one, and they'll get a leg by.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the batter. I mean, this is very similar to how I think in the end Craig Wallace got out. Same sort of, wants to go across to try and play Adit Jan. I don't know if it's the right shot to play. I think you're probably better off staying still and trying to whip it away, because you always take the chance of, well, going too far across, the ball go through you and get bowled, because he bowls pretty full.
As goes Ozami.
Go, We've got
some disappointed teams here today, and that's understandable, but great to see them again. There's the cutter, and he hits it out of the ground. Maximo! Well, just at the right time, Cameron picks that cutter. It was a little bit short. It's shorter than Jane wanted it. He pays the price, 6 runs.
He needed this one badly, did Scott Cameron, and so did Forfisher. And maybe that shot there could just be the difference that they needed, just to sort of, get rid of some of those shackles.
So 9 off this over now. I said you'd take 10. I don't think he's going to go after this unless it's really asking for it. It kind of does, and actually with the pace of Jane, that's going for 4. So I feel that could be a little momentum shift at the end of the 5th. Rather than essentially seeing Jane out, they go after him, they get 6 and 4, and it's 45 for 1 after 5. Neck and neck, these 2 teams in the Group E final. Strategic timeout time, and that gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the box. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Big thanks to Corey Rutgers as well. I know that he's watching with interest in this clash, and yeah, really in the balance. What a final. Different kind of a game. I know we talk a lot about the crash and bash and all this, but yeah, it shows it's not always so easy.
It's not. It's now, when you look at it now, so we're at the halfway point. If they go at the same sort of rate, they're going to fall short. So this is where now the 2 batters are probably thinking, right, okay, look, we're both set, right? We're both seeing the ball pretty well. One of us has to be just a little bit more aggressive. Because you said it quite right. You still got other batters to come. Lyle Robertson's been pretty good. So I think maybe someone like Scott Cameron is the one who sort of says, right, I'm going to be a little bit more risque. I'm going to try and go for the big shots. If I get out, okay, I'm gone. Lyle Robertson comes in, but you've got to stay here, as in Callum Garner, because I don't think they want to fall further behind the rate, and you don't want to be taking it into the last.
Yeah, I kind of think that in this situation, you're looking at certain balls that you want to go after. There's certain you can go after pretty easily, like the big full toss, that's an easy one, put it away.
Yeah.
It's those balls in the middle that you can take a risk and try and hit it for 4 or 6, or maybe 6, and risk a dismissal, or just kind of take a fairly easy one. Now they're the ones which I think we'll see a bit of a difference in this second half of the innings. So 66 required off the second half. Credit to VOC. I mean, a fighting 111 on the board in conditions that they didn't look particularly comfortable in with the bat.
See, I suppose the other way of looking at it is, I mean, one way is what I've just said, but the two batters could also be saying here. So, you know, Callum could be saying here to Scott, hey, look, we know how hard it is. We've had to be out here, what, 10, 15 minutes. We're only just adjusting to the lights now. If one of us goes and a new batter comes in, they've got to start all over again. And we can't afford that. So maybe they're thinking the complete opposite. Maybe they're thinking, if we're going to win this match, me and you, I'm going to have to bat all the way through and do it.
Yeah, it's a dangerous mindset though, because if you pass up potential aggressive opportunities, they might never come back at this stage. So 55-45, they're ahead, and Huizenbachs have just got it wrong once in that first over. Badly. He's going to come back and they're going to bowl him out. So, well, it's the run home as 6th over gets underway. Goes after it, and he gets just enough Garden. Maximo! One thing about Huizenbachs, doesn't really turn too many away from the right-hander. He's happy to slide in. Garden reads it, and he smashes it over the fence, 6 runs.
It's always pressure on a bowler when the first one goes for 6. Now he's thinking in his mind, is this the over? Is this the over where we might lose this match?
Now gets a big filthy full toss, and he'll be filthy with himself, Garden, because he couldn't put it away. Has to settle for a single.
Yeah, he will. The thing is, though, both batters are in, they're seeing it, so he'll still be thinking, all right, maybe I don't, but I do rotate the strike. I get a run off it. We've got 7 off the over so far. 7 off 2 balls, that's okay.
Can't quite, oh, he can't do the fielding, actually. Recovers, and a dot ball. At the moment, every ball's an event.
Yeah, you can see he just drags Scott Cameron out of his crease there. And he'll be thinking about that, think, okay, if he's going to come down the crease, maybe I'll just go a bit wider. Could see the keeper, Leary, in play here.
Oh, well bowled. That's going to be 4. Yeah, the little bits of luck that just might be the difference in the end. I think Huizenbachs gets it right, and Cameron just throws the hands at it. If it was a thicker edge, it probably goes to the fielder, but instead, it goes between the keeper and the pretty fine third, and it's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, no chance of the keeper here at all. And that's unlucky. Mala suerte for VOC.
Leg side, it's going to be a wide. Doesn't get any of the pad on the way through, but you can see that movement that Huizenbachs gets. Oh, tension. I've never heard it so quiet for such a big crowd.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you've said it about forfeiture. See this delivery first. Oh, that's so close. That's so close. Well bowled. You said it about forfeiture. They've been here before. They lost out. Don't forget, Vinny, their supporters, they've been here before.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
they're just as nervous as the players.
He sweeps at this, but picks out the fielder on the bounce, luckily for Cameron, who survives another over. And at the end of 6, it's 58 for 1. A thriller under lights, just 4 overs remain. With 9 wickets in hand, it's been a strange game because not a lot of wickets have fallen, but the run rate has been underwhelming, to say the least. A pair of 25s out there, 58 for 1.
I think because you've got 2 top teams battling out, 2 top teams that are playing it wisely. They know it's not easy for new batters to go out there and go boom shakalaka. It just doesn't work. So, you know, they're saying, look, we've got to make the most of what we got here. Lose a wicket here now, and we can lose the momentum. And I think that's certainly in the mind. Look at both those batters, both on 25 apiece.
Upajaya comes in, he's a bit of a closer. VOC Rotterdam again, he's got some variations. It seems that batter's not picking up straight out of the hand tonight. That's probably all I can put it down to. There's nowhere to hide really out there, if I'm completely honest.
I've liked Ramdas. When I saw him bowl the other day, he picked up 3 wickets. He's a game changer.
We're out, first one up in the air, catching opportunity, and it's taken. And Peter Record has been catching well today and in this entire series. Cameron holds out. Rummy gets a wicket first ball and it's 58 for 2.
Well, there you go. I said he's a game changer. I'm not going to say he's the best ball he's bowled, but it's no pace on it. And Scott Cameron, he's hit it pretty hard, but not hard enough to get it over the fielder. This one also comes into him a little bit. It's pretty wide, starts to come back in, and a good catch taken. They get the breakthrough, they get the wicket they wanted. And now, well, it's going to be a difficult one because the new batter, Lyle Robertson, has got to come out and literally get his eyes fixed in straight away.
Yeah, Cameron again has to fight for his runs tonight. 3 4s and a 6 in his 25. 58 for 2. Nice take by Peter Recorded down there. Look, so a lot for me. I mean, this is kind of heaping the pressure on Robertson, but luckily he can't hear me. I feel like a lot matters, or it matters a lot if he clicks or not straight away.
Yeah.
Because somebody could come out here and just go bang, 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 and make everyone else look silly for not smashing the ball around all night. Okay, will that be Robertson? I guess we'll find out. It's a lot of tension in the air. You felt that was an important moment for VOC as Upajaya strikes first ball.
Yeah, massive moment from a guy that's been here, done it all before. Oh, chance! Oh, just out of his reach as he throws himself to it.
I don't know if he actually gets a finger on it. It's pretty spectacular. With that wicket, forfeiture just fall behind in the game for the first time in a while, according to the supercomputer. Garden, no, he's still there, batted so well earlier. Goes after this and he bombs it. Maximo! Brave shot, good shot, Garden into the 30s.
It is a good shot, you know, because I didn't quite think it was there for that shot. But he's obviously got himself in a good position early. Look, he has a little shuffle across, but I don't quite think he's right there. But he's got the power, and he knocks it over the boundary for 6. Huge shot. Garden, is he deciding to unleash here?
Full toss, and that's going to travel as well.
6.
Maximo! Oh, it's an error from Upajaya, who goes at this dumps. You can understand that, but he overpitches only just. Back-to-back 6s changed the game again.
Oh, this game. It's a tug of war. It's a seesaw, isn't it? It's a roller coaster. Up and down. It sways one way, then goes the other. Well, there's been a few on the leg side that have been missed out on, but he doesn't miss out on this one.
Upajaya with the right of reply. And this could be 6 more, and it is 6 more. 1, 2, 3, Maximos. As Garden finds his hitting boots at the right time. Upajaya under the pump, as this one could go magical in the 7th.
No hay dos sin tres. Shaka, shaka time when we do it the Caribbean style. 3 out of 3. And throws himself at this, goes over the leg side boundary. Acrobatic effort there, but can't get anywhere near it.
If it was a chess match, you'd definitely trade Cameron for 3 6s. It's effectively what's happened here. Last ball of the over, Garden takes one, keeps the strike. ECN Classic loading. It's 78 for 2 after 7 overs. Upajaya does go magical in the end. 20 off the over there. He doesn't take that wicket. Coming up tomorrow, Donnerstadt, the Austrian champions, will get things going against the Talon Stallions of Estonia. Packer Care, former champions, of course, based here in Spain, taking on Crosby, first ever Isle of Man club to compete in an ECL. Indies of Guernsey make up Group F. Another 3 days begins, another journey. Rico, I know you'll be here in the morning, so will I, to start things off at the same time, 10 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 3:30 p.m. in India. Looking forward to that group.
It's going to be absolutely sensational. I'm looking forward to the new look of Packer Care Ballon. And of course, there's still want to know if Ishan is going to be there, what a top player he is. And of course, not just a great batter who scored over 4,000 runs on the European Cricket Network, the only batter to do so far, but of course outstanding behind the stumps as well.
Now here's a big over, Jamil. He snuck through the first. There's no sneaking now because he's going to bowl over number 8. You just feel Garden is a massive momentum swinger if you can get him now. Robertson fairly new to the crease. Jamil only went for 2 in his first over. Garden has to take him head on. I mean, 11 and over still does take some doing. Here we go with over number 8. Just moving the sweeper on the offside a bit more towards cover. Big gap at kind of dead point if he does get a bit too wide here, Jamil. Oh, it's probably a wide. He does take a big step, but it is quite a lot outside the tram line. Jamil doesn't like the call.
Yeah, I can understand him not liking it,
Yeah.
but I think it's one of those where it's a lot wider than just a little bit off that line.
That's the thing. So he has to go straighter and does get a dot. Thing is, even if you move the line, remember, on the lines are wide. So even if you've got a tiny bit of that, I mean, it's hard enough when the line there, and then you're talking about a line that's in your head. But normally the batter does get the benefit of those wide calls. Trying to encourage negative bowling.
Important stop behind the stumps from
Yeah,
Leary.
very good keeping by Leary that time. Oh, probably lucky he mishits this one, Garden. Otherwise, it could have been
Slow
Curtis.
running. Very slow running.
Shades of Inzamam Hark there as he just ball watched. I think he was stressed out, wondering if it might carry to the fielder, but fortunately for him, it doesn't.
This could be a good result here for Jamil now. He's got the new batter, Robertson, who, well...
Over cover is Robertson's zone, and they're going to move the field around slightly, but there's still a pretty big back gap over cover. Field fairly well spread in the outfield, though. Goes straight. Should only get a single. 2 a ball required. Ticks just over that rate now.
Oh, what a finish we're going to have here.
Every game,
what
Rico.
a finish.
Oh, every game's been thrilling. Schoenheim saying, yeah, I want the ball. It's always a good sign.
Get the feeling he's going to go after this, you know. He's going to go after it. Oh, he gets a Gandhi one. Well, we're going to have a look at the height on this. Well, there's no doubt about it going for 6, but how many? Is this too high? I get the feeling it might be too high. This could be a 7-up. This could be game-changing.
Well, live I thought it was just okay, but I know it's close. I think it's gone for 6. First things first.
I think it's too high for me. That's too high. It's too high. He's deep in his crease. I think this is going to be a no. He'll be very surprised if it's not called. Oh, are they not calling this? Are they not calling this?
Yeah, it would be worth a second look here, I think.
I'm very surprised. He's
have a
deep in his crease. That's got to be called for me.
Oh, slightly bent. Yeah,
Well.
they're having a very good look at it.
Ah, it's called.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I tell you what. I know our men don't get it right. They've needed to look at it a few times. It's going to be a 7-up. This could be match-changing. Free hit coming up now.
50 for Garden, by the way, brings it up off 22 balls, and he's got bigger fish to fry at the moment. Yeah, that one, if it's hitting the waist, it's a no ball. It's not the tallest, Callum Garden. And he's going to put this one out of the ground as well, so it's 13 off that ball. And it puts Forfeiture well ahead now. 18 required off 14. Jamil, second over, not going so well. They waited to bring him back. And right now he's having a tough over. This has gone for 16. There's still 2 to come.
Callum Garden. I mean, I know he won't want us to be talking about his 50 because the job ain't done. There's no point scoring a 50 or a 60 and not winning the match. He's focusing on winning the match. But what a knock it's been. A lot of people were talking about him saying, what's happened to Callum Garden? Why hasn't he clicked? Well, you know what I'd say? The big players come good when it matters. Has he come good when it matters? He was there, 71 of 22 to win against Wayburger. Can he be the key here for Forfeiture to come back here in Championship Week?
Forfeiture well ahead now, but does this game have one more twist? Garden, 57. Oh, another
That's
ball.
pretty high as well, you know. I think they're checking this one as well. This, I mean, all right, this one may be dipping. It's going to be a difficult one for the umpire to call. It could be. They're looking at it.
Nervous moments. Oh, that one probably just okay.
Yeah, that one's probably just okay. And I think he does the right thing. Goes, right, doesn't get the boundary, gets a single. They rotate the strike. They're still looking, you know, Vinny.
Standing at the crease.
I think they're saying.
Standing at the crease, I think it's not hitting him waist high or above. Anyway, Robertson.
Should he just go for it here?
Bit of a license, yeah.
I reckon he should.
If it's there. Well, now they'll get a bye. Take every run possible.
Oh, well, oh, that's a red card. Send him off, referee. Well, double-footed lunge and no damage done.
Friendly
he says,
fire
all right, I'm all right.
So that'll take us to the end of the over. I think with the number 4 at the crease, you not really want to sacrifice him just yet. You might need him yet. It's 96 for 2 after 8. So 16 will be required. Here comes the challenge. Anyway, everyone's okay.
How they doing there in the fact? Can we have a quick shot of the fans? And I'd like to see if the Forfeiture fans have got any nails left.
No. Short answer.
Let's have a...
Yelton demanded the ball in this 9th over, and he's going to get it. And really, he's consistently performed.
There we go. Yeah, they're nervous there. Nobody wants to sit. You know what it's like, superstition. No, you can't sit down there. No, you can't go to the bathroom. No, you can't take a drink. Everybody's like, no, we can't do anything. We can't change anything.
You know they're nervous because they put their shirts back on. Anyway, time for over number 9. 16 required. Got to win this over, VOC. Otherwise, it's pretty much curtains. Here's the 9th. Slow ball first up, and Robertson misses it.
Yeah.
Schoenheim's a pretty good bowler to have up your sleeve at this stage.
He's got the experience, hasn't he? Got the experience and the knowledge, and he needs to rely on all of that here in the next 5 balls. We want to be taking this into the last.
Another slow ball, he picks it, he hits it out of the ground. Maximo!
Timing, timing, timing. This is timing to perfection. Look at them. They're starting to believe. They're starting to believe there. What a great shot that is from Robertson. Gets into position early, but the timing of this is impeccable.
Yeah, he just holds his shot back a fraction, and he picks the slow ball. Really fast hands to get through it. And that's why, I mean, you shouldn't be too bothered about who's on strike here, because Robertson's a genuine bat. And you know, the round by off that last ball of the last over, but I think you take every run you can. 10 off 10 at the moment. Schoenheim needs a dot here. Would love a wicket.
Needs a wicket, needs a dot, but he ain't going to get one. This looks like it could go all the way as well. It will go all the way. Bolle. Shaka. They are just 4 runs away from victory, and they've got 9 balls, Vinny, to do it in.
Wow. Robertson steps up at the right time. 366 days they have waited to be back here at the Cartama Oval. It's not over yet.
And look at Jack Hogarth there. He can't wait. He can't hold his emotions.
4 to win for the Scots. Edged and dropped by the keeper. Dropped by the keeper up into his right. Leary, it did fly. I know you could say that game might already be gone, but you never know. Get a new batter out there and you push it to the last. But it goes down and it creeps Forfeiture closer to the target.
3 of 8.
Goes for it. Well, this should be out. It is out.
He's out.
Okay, well, Garden doesn't necessarily pick that slow ball, or if he does, he doesn't get much of it. They are taking nothing for granted, Forfeiture, right now, I'll tell you that much. So, in a crazy way, it might work out, because you could have had Robertson, but you get Garden, who's more set, really down to working on fumes now. 3 off 8 required. The score is 109 for 3.
Look, in this situation, you'll take it, because there's always hope that a new batter, look at Jack Hogarth there. He knows that's a big wicket. He has to wait a bit longer. That's why he didn't get off his seat, you know. And it's a great knock from Callum Garden, but he'll be disappointed that he hasn't seen him home. And now you're relying on a new batter to go out there. Will be on strike, will be under pressure. So this match is not done yet. 7 balls to come, 3 runs still needed.
Yeah, and so it's youngster Thomas Knight that comes out at number 5. What a performance by Garden. 71 in qualifier 2. He walks off the field with his team within 1 hit of victory. Goes for 58 off 25 in tough batting conditions tonight, got to say. Okay, the youngster gets his moment. Knight, he crunches it pretty well. So we will go to the last over, and young Tom Knight will be facing 2 runs required. It's 110 for 3 after 9. You need a miracle, but miracles happen here on the European Cricket Network. I think you need to just get it down to 1 ball at a time. Win this ball, and you might as well gamble. You got the youngster in there, you bring everyone up. I just don't think you need to force him to hit. You need to treat every ball like they need 1 to win off the last ball.
Yeah.
That's what I'd be doing at this stage.
You've got it. You can see them. They're looking at the scoreboard. They know what's required. Thomas Knight, though, I think he's a good guy to have in at the moment. You can see the youngster showed no signs of nerves there. Played a really nice shot. He's a proper cricketer, isn't he? He plays a longer format of the game. He's a classy bat, and I can see him just looking to get bat on ball, stroke this away, look to get a single. Or maybe he's having a look at the field now, coming in here and thinking, you know what? I'll chance it. I'll go for the shot. Who's going to bowl the over, though?
They're going to go back to Upajaya. Remember, he went for 20, did bowl the 7s, but he's their regular closer, so they've gone back to him and said, look, let's try and make something happen here. I still think you can't run out of wickets. I think you hit and you run every ball, and even if you hit it straight to the fielder, this is what I would be doing anyway. But, oh well, Forfeiture so close to victory. VRC hanging on, then he'll leave 1 fielder back at long on. I don't even know if I'd do that with a youngster on strike. Just maybe floating around for a catch. I suppose single keeps the game alive. Anyway, 2 to win, and it's in the air. Well, you got to catch it. If you don't catch it, it's curtains. And he does catch it. Tim de Kock, fantastic under the spotlight, and Oh, just a small glimmer of hope. Knight goes for glory, but comes up short. It's 110 for 4.
Yeah, well, this is what I thought the young man might do. Well, that's maybe a little bit of the young blood. He decides, they're all in, I can go for the big shot. He's disappointed. It's a slow walk back for him. This match is not done yet, folks. It is not done yet. 2 required of 5 deliveries. What a finish we're going to have here. What a great catch that is.
Great catch. They weren't really hustling for 2, but definitely would have tied the scores. Tom Knight disappointed that he can't be the one to finish things off. As he goes, it's 110 for 4. Got to just treat every ball like the last ball, because it might be your last ball of ECL 24 if you're VOC Rotterdam.
Well, Thomas Knight goes, all right, the captain. Well, Hogarth, Hoggy, he knows all about the pain of missing out.
Yeah.
He was there. He feels it. He knows it. He's the captain. He wants to send them there. Look at the nerves there. Look at the nerves. They don't know what to do. They don't know where to be.
Taking nothing for granted. They've been here before. It's a year to the day since we saw them get Nabied out of the tournament. It's the Bison, 2 to win. And he misses. One ball at a time, 2 off 4 now.
Oh, well.
I think you're running on pretty much anything.
Yeah.
I still think I wouldn't have the long on back. You know, I think if he knocks one down long on for 1, game's as good as gone. Upajaya misses again.
2
off 3 now. And now, I mean, you're 1 dot ball away from really, I mean, you're already really nervous.
Is he running? Is Robertson just going to run here? Should he gamble
if he misses this one, he should hold his crease and try and get Robertson safe. 2 to win for the Scots. Still
It's
2 to win.
Dot. Oh, we can't believe what we're seeing here.
These ones don't just make themselves, Rico. It's been a great over from Upajaya. Tim de Kock kept the game alive by taking that pressure catch, and Upajaya's got it right.
They need, this is just incredible.
Hogarth, I mean,
wicket, dot so far.
Can't afford a dot here. Don't want to get caught.
Oh, he's pushing mid-wicket back. It's
yeah,
almost...
I don't know, it's a huge gap, but I suppose maybe wants him to try and hit the ball there. He's been offside every time. 2 to win for Forfeiture. And that'll do it. The Scots, 1 year to the day. They conquer their demons, and they are your Group E champions with a sense of theatre as well. Hogarth gets them across the line, and it's VOC Rotterdam that have to go down in second place because Forfeiture have won with just a single delivery to spare.
Ladies and gentlemen, cricket lovers around the world, what a match you've just been treated to. The Group E final has been won by Forfeiture. They know about the pain of missing out, and this time round they did it with the ball to go in the last over. Jack Hogarth, their captain, after playing out a few dots, gets the winning runs. It will be 4, and they do it with a ball to go. Well, yesterday was the National Day of the Bagpipes. They were playing yesterday. They were saving them for today because Forfeiture, the Scottish champions, have made it through to Championship Week.
Well, we saw the crowd erupt after that last shot from Hogarth. He'll tell you he was just getting his eye in, but it was a bit too close for comfort. Hey, I was really thrilled to see VOC Rotterdam and what they brought to the table this time around. I know they fall just short, but loving the young talent in there.
Yep.
They talked a bit about, a little bit of a changing of the guard in their club, but I think that the Scots are very, very happy to see Forfeiture in Championship Week for the first time, Rico.
Yeah, you know what? I think Corey said it best yesterday when we were talking about VSC Rotterdam, and he said that since they won back in 2019, this team has been the best team since then, and I think he's absolutely right. They've got the balance, they've got the spin options there, they've got the new pace man there, Edith Jane, and those guys will get stronger and better. I reckon that they're going to come back again and stronger, and they'll believe after this performance here, after a couple of disappointing performances, they'll believe now they've got a team that can be competitive again. They've got a team that can once again be winners, but not tonight, not on this occasion, not in 2024, because 2024, after the pain of last year, Forfeiture have booked their place in Championship Week.
Yeah, I love seeing VSC Rotterdam though. I mean, the young talent of Edith Jane, a guy like Recorded, getting his opportunity at the big time here, not letting his side down. Francois Foray, I thought was very, very good. Tim de Kock under the immense pressure of the final, holding up his end and forcing a finish. Well, ultimately, Forfeiture, they're going to do it. And it's a different result this time around. Bryce Allchin, great to see him there, and he was instrumental in keeping it down in the first place to the 111. Let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights. And, oh, well, that was a big one, wasn't it? With Wallace going down, done by a bit of pace and movement from the teenager, Adit Jain. And isn't he punching above his weight at this stage? Not even 16 years old. That's a little bit of luck for Cameron. Look, one thing was pretty consistent in this final across both innings, that even though we only really saw the top 4 for both teams, no one seemed to be that comfortable. Had to work hard for the runs. Occasional mistake, I suppose, came, and Garden seemed to be the one that was able to pounce. As we saw Cameron hole out after having a bit of a rough time. Still handy runs for the former captain, but Garden, I mean, what a finals day for him, and he backs up his 71 to get him to the final with 58 to all but get them home.
Yeah, it's been sensational, and we always say that, you know, the big players, they save the best till last. They may not perform early on in the group stages, and he didn't. And people were starting to ask questions about Callum Garden, because you know what a good player he is. Well, on finals day, like we've seen in the last few finals days as well, the good players come good and they make a difference, and that's definitely what we've seen here from Callum Garden. But then they had that nervy finish, didn't they? He got out, then we saw the youngster come out. He, lost his cool, wanted the big hit. But then the captain, after a couple of dots and after, well, severe sort of heartache and pain for Forfeiture when they saw dot after dot after dot, he got the runs, he got the 4. He celebrated as he ran towards these teammates and the supporters. Forfeiture, they have done it, and they will be back here on Championship Week, and their name is in lights. And well played, but well played to all the teams in this group. It's been a thrilling group, and the cricket and the entertainment has been absolutely top-notch.
Yeah, it's been a great group. We'll talk about that in a second. Right now, let's have a look at the card. 58 for Callum Garden, 7 Maximos and a 4. Just really had the ability to hit a boundary when they really needed it in that innings. And yeah, he's the main reason they get home. I think 25 for Cameron, though he laboured for a lot of his innings. Lyle Robertson with 2 important Maximos towards the end. Tom Knight contributed a single, and Hogarth with probably the best 4 off 4 balls of his career. It was 4th time lucky for Jack, who, to be fair, they bowled a very good over in the first half of the game as well. As far as the bowling went, Upajaya, I mean, a big heart from him to keep the game alive and push it to the second last ball. And he also had wickets in there for Adit Jain and Schoenheim. Upajaya picked up 2 of them in there. Jamil had a bit of a tough time after his first over. Only went for 2, went for 16, and it's crazy. I know that you weren't here for their group final last year, but I know you watched it. It was a night that we'll never forget, actually, on ECN, because it was the night that Drew came of age and beat a kind of an established cricket nation, if you like, and ended up going on to win the whole thing. Right now, Forfeiture, coming in, I suppose, as underdogs today, whereas last year they kind of set the pace and they were overdogs, if there's such a word, in their group. They had to do it the hard way. They had to come from 4th, don't forget. They've had to beat the 3 teams ranked above them, but they've done it. And with players like Michael Leask and potentially Aman Bilewal to come back, I think they could be a real force in Championship Week.
Yeah, absolutely. I know when I was talking to them in between those matches here today, they were saying that, they want to come back. This is the big match for them, and they believe that when they do come back, they'll come back stronger. And, well, they've made it, and well done to them. And I know that they, like some of the other teams that have come back for Championship Week, will be 1 or 2 other players come in just to spice things up a little bit more. Yeah,
and look, we're very positive, and that's just what we are like as people. We're positive about everything that happens here at ECN. But it was a hard day for me just to watch 3 teams be devastated, because every team here genuinely believes that they could come back, and they actually could come back if things had gotten their way. Quick look to tomorrow, where we'll see the Austrians and the Estonians heading off Group F, I should say, in the morning, and former champions Packer Care there as well. Crosby will be here from the Isle of Man, and Independent CC of Guernsey, so join us 10 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 3:30 p.m. in India. That should be an absolute banger of a day. But yeah, it's a tough one, because I know that feeling as well. Some of these teams, Gozo Zalmi, they've been waiting 13 months to be here, and then they miss out on the top 2 by, I think, 4 runs, and then to get out the Eliminator, you feel for them. You feel for the Germans, who hadn't lost a game until today in the ECL, but go out in straight sets, but were very, very competitive still, just probably didn't quite play to their potential today. To VOC, who had to work pretty hard just to get the top 2. They get the the so-called easier passage, I should say,
Yeah.
and then they miss out in the final. So there's 3 teams my heart breaks for today, but equally, I mean, Forfeiture, no one really deserves it more than them after setting the pace in their group last year and missing out on that famous Saturday night. They will finally get to take their place in Championship week.
Yeah, well said. And I ditto everything you say there. I think there's been a lot of heartache here for the teams that you mentioned there. But I think this is the one group where those very small little things that if you don't get quite right have made a difference. Because when you look at all of those teams, for example, Goza's Army, what did they do wrong?
Yeah.
Very little. In fact, they played some really good cricket. And in fact, maybe Goza's Army, if you look at their batting, clicked more than any of the other teams because they weren't relying just on 1 or 2 players. When you look, when the matches they played well in, even when they lost, even when they won, somebody different produced the run. So they showed their depth and their power as well. You could probably say the same against Rayburger as well. So they will take a lot of heart from their performances here. I mean, when you're in a group against the champions of the Netherlands like VSC Rotterdam and also Forfeiture, the champions of Scotland, to be competitive and to play the way they did, they'll take a lot of heart. And that's why when we've seen shots of them around the ground, they've been smiling. They smiled on their faces because they know that they certainly haven't embarrassed themselves. In fact, they've really sold themselves really well. They'll be back here again. And then also the likes of Starry Grad, a team that came here as the underdog. Look how well they played.
They had their say.
Every match that they played, they got something out of it. So, in general, in a nutshell, the future for cricket in Europe is so bright.
Yeah,
It's
well
so
said.
bright.
Well said. And that's the beauty of the ECL as well. You probably had 12 to 15 teams that you could actually envision winning it if they went on a real stormer.
Yeah.
And I think there's 4 of them in this group.
Yeah.
It's just a shame that only one gets to go through. That's the way that things go. We are running a little bit over, so I'm just going to direct you finally, if you are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, please like the video and subscribe. Tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. And every subscriber, one closer to 400,000, is free. So if you don't like it, we'll give you double your money back. Also, on our social media at European Cricket, there'll be some highlights there for sure. Finally, EuropeanCricket.com. It's the home of European Cricket. Check out some of the groups and maybe some of the squads from Groups F and G. They're up there right now. For now, I want to say a big thank you to everyone here at the ground, our sensational crew at Spring Media. It's a long day, it's a long tournament. They're putting in the hours. Big thank you to you guys, to all the Blue crew, all the spectators as well. Even though I don't think they were as well dressed today, I still think that they were fantastic. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. On behalf of Corey Ruckers and, of course, the one, the only Rico Full, stay happy, stay safe. Here's some of the best bits of Group E Finals Day. It was one to remember. We'll see you tomorrow. A new group gets underway at the Cartama Oval. For more European Cricket League. For now, it's hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana, mi familia.